Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember,
Hello and welcome to the LCK. It is the final day of the Summer Split, and we have a very special thing prepared for you guys. It is a TriCast plus Max Atlas here with us tonight. I'm Valdez, of course, with Chronicler and Wolf. How are you guys feeling on the last day of Summer Split?
Very good. It's a quadcast. Thank you,
Sorry.
Atlas, clearly here. And yeah, it's always, I think, an emotional moment as we end the split, look back on what has happened, and get some final matches in.
Yeah, one last checkpoint for DRX tonight before they go into their playoff match. Fairly easy opponent for them in Hanwha Life Esports, but they've got to come in here tonight and show us some really good drafting, and I think hopefully take a 2-0 to give us hope that maybe they could upset in playoffs.
Yeah, that's really what we're looking for here, a bit of a form check for DRX in this first matchup. Let's take a look at the standings here. As you guys can see, DRX, of course, settled into that 6th place spot. They are going to have to face a very scary Live Sandbox in 3rd, but they first have to go up against Hanwha Life Esports in this last match.
Yeah, even if DRX 2-0, of course, tonight, they will tie KT in win-loss, but they will be 3 points behind, so there's no movement here. For them, we already have our bracket for playoffs confirmed.
And for DRX, like T1 yesterday, this is mainly a opportunity for them to showcase that even though I think in many people's minds they are, with a large margin, the 6th team, very far ahead from everyone else, an opportunity to maybe get themselves in a little bit of a proper form for playoffs.
And, I mean, if you take a look at this in our first point of the match here, the reason why we're not so high on DRX at the moment is the only team in playoffs they defeated was Damwon Kia in that upset win. I think that series said more about Damwon Kia than it did about DRX, so hoping to see a big return to form here in this final matchup that is really, as you said, Valdez, a kind of final check here for DRX.
They say it's a mysterious record of DRX, but to be honest, you know, just based on the teams they've beaten and the ones they have not, it kind of does settle them into 6th place as they're up against Hanwha Life Esports, who, you know, they're getting 10th. It is settled here, and I suppose they'll be the first team in 2 years to lose the entire 2nd round, as we will highlight some of the unfortunate records that might be set tonight.
Yeah, they're in company of Solomon Prince and themselves, so not ideal when it comes to the performance. And a roster that, even in spring, had their fair share of issues, but at least then there were some moments where they could capitalize on the weaknesses of other teams. But in summer, competition has been much fiercer.
Zeka 4-4 against Karis, and so, you know, a matchup that on paper seems very Zeka favored based on recent form. Historically speaking, has been very close, and I'm looking forward to seeing what that matchup does look like here tonight in a meta that is so prio-based right now, and we're seeing much more a return to higher prio on mid laners in the draft. So I don't know if Zeka's going to necessarily be getting a counter pick. He might actually be taking the pick first, the Ahri, the Azir that we've seen so popular.
Yeah, the Ahri going to be a huge pick for this one, as so many super fans down here, they have come to all of the matches, even saying, you know, there's spring on the right, we got summer on the left, and coming down to all the Hanwha Life Esports matches.
And hopefully for them, Hanwha Life able to close it out with a win, but looking at the stats, yeah, that's the stats for a 10th place team. Hanwha Life looking very rough in terms of everything that you can find for DRX. It's not amazing. Their round 2 hasn't been that great either, but at least there are some moments we can see that sometimes in the early game they can get leads. To me, always going to be looking at the bottom lane. I think Deft and Beryl together with Zeka really have been the places where this team has been most successful. And top side of the map, barring those first few weeks, have just not looked good in summer.
I think the biggest standout for me for DRX is the goal difference at 14 being pretty significantly negative despite being one of our playoff teams here. This is round 2 only, but this team is walking out on stage here first, has not found the same level of success as their playoff compatriots here. And tonight, one last chance to prove it all. This will be Deft's final regular season game for the LCK here. He will be retiring after this year. So still some opportunities abroad and, of course, in playoffs. But this will be the first, or rather final time, he walks out in front of this crowd for a regular season game. So it feels kind of bittersweet here for DRX.
Yeah, for sure. You know, as you mentioned, regular season, DRX are in the world's regional gauntlet. Not so much of a gauntlet nowadays, but still, they are in the qualifier for Korea to try to make it into Worlds. So you'll see him there. Won't be the last time he plays ever. So if you're worried about that, you know, maybe you can look towards that gauntlet and maybe even Worlds if they make a miracle run here, because for DRX, as I said before, they are very much comfortable in their 6th place spot, for better or for worse.
Deft was able to do it last time around. Then he was in 8th place with Hanwha Life, and he did have Chovy, which helps.
Yeah.
But Zeka has been
and
good.
Morgan.
Yeah. He did have Morgan. And Renekton's good again, but he doesn't have Morgan anymore. So Kingen, get on that Crocodile if you can. And for Hanwha Life, it's been kind of a disaster of a split. Dudu has taken on the role that Karas had last time around, where he's like the player that looks kind of okay in a team that just isn't getting anything done. But Karas has completely lost that role. So it's pretty much the same as last split, but worse, because everyone else has gotten a lot better.
Yeah. Hanwha Life, you know, we looked at this team and the roster they put together in spring as they were on the bottom of most people's power rankings. Most people said this team is 10th place before we started the spring season. And after spring, you know, there were some opportunities for this team to show the synergy they had built over that spring season in the off season before summer to come back and maybe be a more powerhouse team. But regardless of results tonight, they will once again be our 10th place team here. And it's been an unfortunate year. I don't know if this roster will stick together after this season, just simply because the success has not been great. But at least as one more final chance, this 5-man will play together. Maybe they can have an upset win to end the season.
Certainly what we're looking for, as we will highlight the top lane. It has been really the one lane here for Hanwha Life Esports that has been finding success. Dudu, I feel like, even amongst a lack of success on his team, he has really shown that individually he can get a lot done.
What you also see is that with that pushing, with that attempt to try and get something done for your team, I think especially for Dudu, a lot of responsibilities KDA isn't high, which makes sense because his team is, again, doing notoriously terrible in this split. And when a top laner in the current meta has a damage share that is that high, it not only speaks to the top laner, his form, but also the rest of his team. Whereas for Kingen, it feels like something we've seen again, or before with Kingen, where the first 2-3 weeks, like, oh, okay, is this the summer of Kingen? And then kind of middling for the rest of it. Some low points with some games where you're just not able to really be able to have any form of impact. As some giggles being shared here.
Yeah, some of the fan signs for Hanwha have just been begging throughout this loss streak here in the second round robin for just any win, and that one was just, all right, last chance, please, just one win, Hanwha, please.
Just one. There's also a sign that, you know, as long as top wins, it's okay, like, we're good. I don't think this is the meta for that, so you could try. We'll see if it works out for them, but the hope's not necessarily high, even from the fans of Hanwha Life Esports. So maybe they can catch DRX sleeping right before they're preparing for playoffs.
It will be side selection for DRX going into this first game as well, because it is their home team round robin matchup here in the second one, so they will have blue side. I expect that Deft will not be allowed to play Kalista ever this series. I think that is where we are really going to be putting our focus in this draft, and I think in that first round where DRX face off against Sandbox in playoffs, that will also be the focus in this 12-14 meta, where getting bottom side prio for Elemental Drakes is so important. I expect that will be the first ban that we see here from Hanwha Life Esports on red side.
And in addition to that, we have seen many a Sivir Zeri handshake, and that is one avenue that you can go into. If either of them is banned, then often the other one is prioritized, picked up early. And wouldn't be surprised if you see that, as Wolf called out. There it is immediately. The Kalista ban has been very, very strong, and with this many 80 carry bans already, it looks like we're going towards the somewhat lower tier. Do note that something like Yuumi is still available, so a possible Yuumi first pick into a Twitch, if DRX want to go in that direction, is still an availability here.
Yeah. so much of these strong prio, wave clear and pushing power champions taken away. The Zeri is also gone now. So, you know, the prio on mid lane goes up massively here. You have your pick of the litter. Wukong, also available here for DRX, shows nothing. And I wouldn't be shocked to see if they pick that up. We're not really in a meta where you're so desperate for a Karma first pick, even though the wave clear does matter a lot. So I'd expect the Monkey. However, bit of a troll hover.
There's just no way. And the Aphelios comes out. There is a lot banned in the bottom lane, so that will be the choice.
And DRX have experimented a fair amount with the Jinx. That has not worked, but we have seen Aphelios have a little bit more success overall in terms of mid to late stages of the game. However, Pick still hasn't been doing too hot, lacks some of the agency. Love the Kench pick away here. There is, of course, a possibility to go for a Yuumi, even though Aphelios Yuumi isn't the greatest of lanes. Yuumi still has a little power and is strong into the Kench. Good punish. But a
Renata, I think.
R3 Jinx also seems very likelier from Hanwha Life. And with this, at least Barrel and Deft will be able to play more aggressive.
Yeah, play more aggressive in the lane, try to put some harass down. They don't know what the AD carry itself will be just yet, but Tahm Kench is going to take a lot of abuse from ranged supports here, Renata being no exception. And if you're going to play Ahri, now is the time to lock it in. You won't have another chance to do so, but I don't think DRX's draft necessarily needs an Ahri pick. I mean, I think Sylas works very well here in this draft as well, despite the nerfs to sustain.
You say an Ahri.
Yeah.
There it is.
Sorry to spoil, but
it's the Velda's lip read.
that's
hot.
that's the one lip read that's actually quite easy, especially when it's on the minds of everybody.
Hey, it's a two-syllable, so one of the easier ones to spot out.
And the Jinx seems like a no-brainer. Handshake into the Aphelios has not been successful at all. And Hanwha Life going for a draft that already has a lot of late-game power. Have also the opportunity to ban out some of the stronger junglers here and pick up a prio jungler themselves, because the jungle pool has been relatively untouched. I think you always want to deny the Vi, because Vi Ahri has been such a menace, even with the Kench available there. That is a duo that, even as a Azir pick with a lot of innate safety, I don't think you really want to play into.
Yeah. I think the Vi will definitely be the second ban here. The Renekton ban here is just saying, we want to play a slow game. We don't want you to have any mid-game spikes with this Renekton, who's also potentially going to have prio topside. Strengthens a potential Gragas pick here for Dudu, although putting Dudu on Gragas in a draft like this does feel really bad, as DRX are going to look the other way here and take away the Gwen. We'll see if this Vi ban does come through, because I think it's incredibly powerful for DRX's draft. It also gives them a deep front line for the Aphelios to pop off, because he's very low range. Alternatively, Viego, also another strong jungle pick here with the Ahri, but not as popular as the Vi these days.
I mean, Wukong has still made it through the entirety of this draft, and if you ban the Trundle, where's Hanwha? Lee instead. That's interesting. Because the Trundle has been a fairly common counter pick into the Wukong. R4 Wukong here as Hanwha Life gives both the counter pick to Dudu and allows you to have even more of that team fighting power. Main issue that I see you running into now, if you do go that direction, even with the Lei ban, Pyosha can pick up that Vi or the Viego, both of which work very well with the Ahri, and you lack a real pressure point in terms of mid-game power spikes, which really gives you the risk of being run over in the early to mid-game and not really the opportunity to get a lot done.
Yeah, not a huge fan of this Trundle ban for DRX, considering that Hanwha Life definitely had the opportunity to first prio pick Wukong and then save their R5 for topside counter pick. But the Vi seems like the very easy option here. Bel'Veth's going to be hovered for fun. I think Bel'Veth has a potential role in this draft in terms of shoring up some of that damage later on, but I think your draft is really going to fall apart if you're trying to both play around Ahri Renata and push in the bottom lane, but also a scaling Bel'Veth. So the Vi does come through here. And now the final pick, just going to be a tank here for Kingen on the top side of the map. It'll be the Ornn. And so for Dudu here, I mean, Aatrox, the only way you could try to get control of the top side, but in this draft, functionally, I don't think you really need that prio top side as Hanwha Life.
Sejuani seems like a no-brainer here. Try to augment the amount of team fighting power that you already have with additional front line. Aatrox into the dive and in terms of the laning, at least gives you a pressure point. Does require Unfleek to play heavily towards the top side of the map, though, if you really want to make that work. And overall, I think the DRX draft has an Ornn who might get into some trouble, but Kingen has been very strong on this pick and has been able to withstand a lot of pressure. And then when you look across the bottom half, mid-jungle 2v2, like everywhere, I think DRX in the early game has an incredible amount of pressure. HLE really need to be very careful on how they pilot this early game.
Yeah, and trying to fight around the Aatrox spikes in the mid-game can be disastrous for them if they end up losing those fights and giving DRX the ability to snowball this game. I think the Aatrox is the one that, you know, I pointed out in the draft. You were kind of talking about how it could have been a solution here, but it felt like it's one way to get a little bit of prio on the map, but it will be the least important amount of prio for how this draft is going to play out, and it forces you into some mid-game fights you don't necessarily really want to be taking against the Ahri comp, the Aphelios first item spike. The Jinx isn't going to have the same amount of success unless you can get her excited and set up, but I think the ease of execution is definitely on DRX's side. I like their draft as a result a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of DRX's draft. I feel like it's pretty straightforward. As long as they don't get too passive, which we've seen Pyosik do before. You know, like with Ahri Vayu, you kind of want to be on the forefront, trying to make plays, trying to make 2v2s happen. And if Pyosik's a little bit passive, I can see them getting into trouble. But just with the nameplates gone, I kind of like this draft.
Yeah, gonna be looking out for the early to mid game here, and then once you get to the 5v5 stage, if it is on even footing, that's where I think both these comps can get a lot done.
Well, we'll have to see how it goes, guys, because we do have game number 1 loaded up. Let's jump into it now.
Time to see how it go, Valdez.
Time to see how it do, you know.
This is fun. This is the first time we've cast as a tri-cast in regular season. Atlas still feeling a little bit under the weather. I was here for Pog State, so got the opportunity to come in and guest. It's normally Chronicler's Day to analyze, but we'll be sharing that role a little bit today.
Yeah, you know, figured it was the last day of the season. And, you know, even though Atlas can't be here in person, we do have bear form Atlas as Tibbers. He is our little demon today. And because, as you guys know, Tibbers is a demon, of course. Lore expert Valdez today.
There you go.
And, yeah, he's hanging out with us in bear form. But, yeah, you know, maybe someday we can do a quad cast. Don't know if that's happening anytime soon. But also because it does feel like these games, you know, they're not necessarily top of the table clashes. We might have some extra downtime.
Just cough at that assumption.
To
ain't no way.
You know, we were talking about doing quizzes and stuff like that, but maybe with 3 people we can fill the air with our wonderful thoughts.
Look, I mean, we already got an R5 Aatrox in the first game of the evening, and it's an afternoon as well. It's a little bit of an early start today. I think it's going to be a great day at League of Legends.
Yeah, I'm down.
I'm optimistic.
I'm not. I think it's going to be terrible. If we're, you know, if we're taking each other's gimmick, then I'm going to be everything is going to be the worst. It's not going to be good. It's going to be disappointing day.
Kingen, by the way,
I hate it already. Can we go back?
Kingen is 4-2 on this Ornn pick. It was mentioned, you know, earlier on in the day. He kind of had a few pop-off moments in the early season on this pick, and still has an incredible win rate on it. It's one that he's been very rarely allowed to play. Only 6 games of it, despite being such an iconic pick for him. And that's another reason why I don't really like this Aatrox pick, because I think maybe some Ornn players would fall behind in this matchup or might mess it up. I don't think that we could say the same for Kingen.
Zeka, it's the charm.
Yeah, he was trying to bait him in there. Might actually work, but Karis is his ear. Did not use his Q early, and he'll be totally fine. Can we talk a little bit about how HLE's draft is just 2020 or 2021 Genji?
2021 Gen.
Oh, yeah.
Except it's Aatrox instead of Renekton.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
It's like literally, I mean, I guess Wukong is there too. But.
Hey, Karis was on that team.
He was. He even played.
Yeah.
Like 2 games.
Maybe some influence
great.
coming through. He's like, remember when my team was winning, we were doing this. I mean, I think it's a solid style of drafting that obviously the meta has evolved, and we've seen several patches and several changes to the game. The Drakes are a lot more impactful now, but it will operate, in theory, like the, jokingly, we call it the early game Gen G comp, because they usually get ahead. I don't know if Hanwha will, in this situation, be able to find that same level of success with the lack of prio they have at this moment in time. Skaris will take the early teleport back here after Zeka did his. So just not a huge lead in terms of prio there in the mid lane.
Yeah, what's important to note as well is Scar is going for the laning-focused runes. We've seen his development a lot more on the Azir, where we have somewhat shifted away from the first strikes, and instead going into the area. The Comet picks that in terms of laning phase can offer a bit more, with Scorch also coming back, and a all-around nerf to the sustain runes. That has been a moderate amount of found a moderate amount of success. Overall, though, as expected, there's Felios Renata bot lane really keeping Zombie and Vista kind of on the back foot. Regardless, no big leads found here either way. Looks like OnFleek will be able to, at the very least, pick up a double scuttle. So he's going to feel good about that, courtesy of that early invade that he did. Found Pyosik forced to play everything a little bit safer.
Yeah, and I've always kind of been a big Scorch enjoyer. I feel like I'm the only one, but I like that it's got an additional place here in the meta for allowing players to make more impact in the laning phase instead of just killing the minions and playing the late game slowly. And the Comet is just the evolution, as you say, of that. We saw only Chovy really play the first strike this week. Found a lot of value on it, in fact.
I think Faker played it yesterday.
Actually, sorry, I was actually misremembering it was Faker, not Chovy.
Just yesterday.
Yeah.
Wolf and I cast in that one. He, his explanations of it was great too. He's like, I went unsealed spellbook because I wanted to unseal things, and I went first strike because I wanted to get money.
I wanted to strike things firstly.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it was basically his way of saying, no, I won't tell you my secrets in this interview, sorry. This is a little bit of an engage. Chompers come down. Deft is just dead. Okay, first blood goes to bloodthirsty support Vista here, who is able to set up that whole play by himself.
Yeah. Deft tanking the turret there. And did not flash the knock-up, so not ideal, unfortunately. And that is the kill, at least going over to Kench, but a huge mistake, because his bot lane was going pretty peachy, and now kind of a painful blunder here from the DRX bot lane.
Yeah, losing all of your momentum here on the bottom side. You have obviously that Chomper follow-up for the knock-up there on the Kench, and eating turret shots there just a little bit aggressive, let's just say, here for Deft, and doesn't flash. We'll watch it again. He's getting way too far forward here and is punished. Just gets hit by the knock-up at the Chompers.
Yeah, so he gets turret aggro due to the Infernum order.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then he dies.
But I mean, you have to account for that, unfortunately. That was a really nice dive from Vista, of course, as well. Follow-up, very basic for Samdi, but he hits the chomp.
Yeah, just a bit of a whoopsie. I think it's just a great read, great moment there for Vista, trying to show off some of the aggressive plays you can make with this Tahm Kench. The Aphelios Jinx we used to see all the time. It was very much just a handshake lane. It's kind of strange to me to see it in this meta, but the fact that 580 carries, I believe, were banned. Yes, Lucian, Draven, Kalista, Sivir, and Zeri were all bans in the first phase. Means that, I mean, you got to go down to something, and neither team decided to go for Yuumi, which was also a little bit confusing to me.
As OnFleek able to get the steal there, very nicely done. Pyosik not quite on point there, and due to good wave manipulation, we do see that Deft is still able to maintain his CS lead, even with him dying in lane, which is kind of mind-blowing. Had the lead before and still has the lead, as Samdi really still has to respect. And even with that first blood, gold lead here for Hanwha Life overall, still pretty much in line with what you'd expect. And I gotta say, if Hanwha Life can keep the game pace as low as it has been up until now, they look very strong, but those 6 spikes from DRX, definitely something that needs to be respected.
Deft's got red-white.
Yeah, he's getting in there. He doesn't really have items, but he does have an ultimate, at least, to throw on in. Tons of chakrams available. And you can see that Vista, the second he missed the lick, him and Samdi were just running away. There was no fighting the red-white. There was no, re-engage. It was just, okay, we just need to run.
Deft says, Barrel, if you flash this, we get an exchange of flashes. I still have mine up. And the handshake attempt there is dodged by Vista, but he would have died if he didn't commit the flash. And topside, you know, Hanwha Life trying to make a play for this Herald because they absolutely do not have control of the bottom side of the map despite that kill for the Kench earlier. Just because Renata is ranged, she abuses a Kench, they trade flashes. Kane comes over here, but I think this is a pretty near impossible contest. Zeka's just not in the area.
Yeah, they were considering it. Zeka also walking upwards, but call was made to instead make a play towards the bot side. At the very least, Deft is going to be able to get some pressure on the turret. Yoshik also looking for the invade. I do really think that they do make sure that they actually get the dragon here. But that might be a tough one now, as Herald is available for on fleek. I'm not going to drop it quite yet, but this is, if they would go for the late setup, also no division control has been really good here from Hanwha Life across the board. And if they can also make a play on Drake here, very proactive here. I think on fleek not actually wanting to commit to this one.
This did take a pretty big chunk of damage. As Zeka's going to say, okay, well, no, that's there. Oh, he's not actually going to check the Drake.
Tries the flank angle here. OnFleek is getting so much damage to this Dun by himself here. This is so greedy.
They're just going to go on Karis, though, looking for the kill here as Poshik is able to get it, even with the sweep. In the mid lane, Karis is not able to survive as OnFleek is just calmly taking the dragon. Takes him about 8,000 years on 12-14, as now they know.
He's getting it.
It's too late now, though, as he already has the 900 smite. Down it goes. And that is an early Hextech Drake for Hanwha Life. 300
IQ play from Karis just looked like a juicy target. You know, maybe they'll collapse onto the onto the mid laner, and you'll be able to get that Drake for free. So Hanwha Life, I mean, yeah, they give a kill over, but they got that kill bottom side here. The gold is fairly even, and with the amount of pressure that has been relieved here, plus this Rift Herald crashing through the slow game state, DRX definitely not feeling good about how their comp is working out here in the early stages.
Gonna get the crash here as well. Gold being split between OnFleek and SumD. Another play coming up, and overall, especially with that Drake, like Hanwha Life looking very, very good here now. Do note that when it comes to the mid-game skirmishes, DRX's comp still, I think, a huge edge, as we can see here. The 2v2 of Arivai is just insanely strong here. Great read from Zeka. Sees the rotation and immediately goes over the wall, takes him down. And the front to back is still okay from DRX, but we have seen many a time that with Jinx's here into the late game stages, the game becomes very difficult for the fellas to reliably play out.
Yeah, and I think the Aatrox spike here, you know, when Aatrox gets his Gore Drinker up and he's looking for a second Drake fight, second Herald fights and things like this, can normally be very strong, but with the Renata ult, with the charm from Ahri, engaging as Aatrox and trying to set up fights as Aatrox is very difficult into DRX's composition. So another reason why I'm not a huge fan of it in this draft in particular, especially when we consider we haven't really taken a peek at the top side of the map, which means he isn't getting value in terms of laning, taking a CS advantage, or putting on plate pressure up there. So his Aatrox pick so far hasn't been great. Picked up a Cull.
Spirit Rush to be forced here. Second Cyclone used at the end, as a little bit of a lick does come through as well. So just a trade, as both of them were kind of eyeing each other with scanners, and OnFleek does commit to it, of course, because three of them were here. Zeka now, no Spirit Rush for the future.
Vista's been very proactive with these roams around the map. This is the first one where he's actually able to aid at least a little bit. But we have had him try and look for many, as Kingen still stalwartly defending this topside turret. No plates for Aatrox. Not happening.
Yeah. We'll deny this one.
Oh.
Well, he got all those.
No, I mean...
the plate didn't go down, though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Looks like Duda might miss it, but he will not. It's okay. He might still pick it up later on. Would have been really unfortunate, because there's a condition where just one minion auto actually gets some extra gold here, as he does have his Gore Drinker online now. Didn't expend teleport to come back to lane. He's feeling pretty nice with his position, but it's not the lead, you know, I think that you're looking for here with the R5 pick so far. Finding advantages elsewhere on the map. Having this extra Drake buffer of time for the scaling Jinx, for the scaling Azir feels really nice.
Also with the amount of burst that's available for DRX. I think that between the Wukong, the Aatrox, and the Tahm Kench might be hard to take all of them down reliably until Deft really reaches late game stages of Phalios, and especially if Dudu is able to pick up a Black Cleaver secondly here, because I really like the Eclipse and Cyrilda's build, but doesn't look like that's what he's going for. It can also help SumD get through some of the beefy front lines on DRX a lot better.
Oh, they're trying to get on top of Karis here, who they did see coming in. It is going to be denied on the shuffle. Is the damage there? Zeka's going deep, and he will pick up the kill. Deft flashes forward as he has the bailout, and it will be enough. And a fantastic read by the DRX bottom lane, knowing they had the damage to take out the Jinx, as that will be a double kill now over to DRX, and this game is blown wide open.
3 kills in total here. Bottom duo goes down, mid goes down. The flash over the rocket from Deft was brilliant. Knows he has the bailout there, so it's a surprise tactic. Honda Life Esports a little bit slow to respond, but you cannot actually kill him in that gray health.
They're trying to kill Renata Glass here on Fleek. You got to be careful, man. You're alone against everybody. He's really just grasping at straws now, looking for this one, as he's just going to be soloed down by the Vi. Just ticks down as Red Smite taken from Pyosik. Also had red buff, I believe, so.
Yeah, I think it was just the cheeky Grom that was like, I'll take one bite out of a monkey. No biggie.
Yeah, On Fleek was not even going to flash that wall. He's like, I think I get hit by this little bite.
Yeah, we talked a lot about. We talked a lot. No, I liked it.
Had to make the sound effect.
We talked a lot about Gromp getting Ina by Renekton, but we haven't talked about what Gromp is. So I'm glad we're getting a continuation.
Yeah.
As Karis, unfortunately, the amount of lockdown that's available here is just obnoxious to deal with. Seka has enough dashes available, and then
Deft.
Yeah, this is a beautiful play. Really, really good read, and the double flash forward as well with the bailout to make sure that they get it. Jinx, this has always been her weakness. Even without Renata being 100-0, like in a straight up all-in, she just doesn't have the same burst that Aphelios does.
Yeah. Have a fight on live, it looks like, because teleport is going to be used. Orenhorn is coming out. It's going to catch 2 of them as a late teleport coming in now from, it looks like Dudu, as On Fleek is going to be taken down. Deft to take him out, as I believe the Rift Herald, it will at least go over to On Fleek, so just a sacrifice of On Fleek for that one, as now the rest of the team getting aggressive in the enemy jungle here. Dudu still looking for his angle, as Pyosik just going to run out of that one. The hostile takeover, not great, but I suppose it does keep them around, as that is going to be a kill for another Bloodthirsty support barrel.
These are the kind of fights you can't be taking as Honda Life Esports with this comp. The Rift Herald's health is so high, it takes so long to take. Your Aatrox isn't there for the fight. And you can see when he tries to turn it there, the Renata ult just immediately shuts him down. He cannot fight this. And the pick of this Aatrox has given him a 20 CS lead in the top side, where he sits on 0-0-0. He finished his call. Sure, he's got a lot of gold in his pocket, but does it function in team fights right now? I don't really think so. And now DRX find themselves with a pretty massive gold lead as their comp is becoming at its strongest with an accelerated Ahri. On Fleek once again being hopeful here on this Dragon. Might be able to get away with it twice.
Should be able to, and yeah, the initial teleport coming in there from Dudu says that the call is, let's try and fight. And I think fighting at this point, if you can get a good flank angle and you have your Wukong, can be successful. But Wukong was already dead. And then Honda Life, as they have looked for this entire split, it's looking a little bit disjointed there. A lot of cooldowns thrown to the wall. Nothing really sticks. As a result, DRX is taking more and more leads across the board here.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a flank setup coming in from Dudu, but at the end of the day, it is Shurelia's. But is it enough to get Deft out of here? As that is a massive sweep out of Karis, but you're getting super deep once again, as a huge Devour is going to come out here from Vista, not quite able to take out Karis just yet. As the Great Escape actually does happen for our Azir player, he will get away.
Despite a lot of time being bought there from Deft and the bailout, which does not save Deft this time around, but now they have the health bar advantage to push in for the turret.
I think they're going to look for a little bit more here, as not sure about this one. Vista and Dudu sticking around. Pyosik getting low, though. This Aatrox finding his little angle, nearly able to take out Pyosik, and nearly gets out alive himself.
And this is what I'm talking about. Honda Life, if it's actually a 5v5, I think you have a pretty good shot, but they keep going for these plays where there are a member down, as this time around we do see Honda Life going for the Herald. That part completely okay, but his teleport just gotta make that call immediately. The moment you see that Ornhorn come through, you need to be ready, and then Vista way too far forward here.
Yeah.
And these are the type of situations that Humble Life just keeps opting into.
Look at Dudu here as well, trying to make an impact. He's just instantly Renata ulted. He avoids it, but has to flash out, so loses that critical summoner. Vista's still too close by. He gets picked off, and you're skirmishing into the king of skirmish compositions, Arivi. As this is a nice sweep, Deft buys time with the bailout here. Karis does narrowly escape, but still not the fight you're looking for here as Hanwha Life, but they had to take it to get a turret. Will, of course, cost them their own and a further trade. So, guys, it feels like the more and more times they keep feeding kills over to this composition of DRX, it gets stronger and stronger, and these fights get even harder to take it. That we can't have that conversation about what Jinx and Azir mean later on if they're falling 1,200 gold behind at this stage.
Yeah, and I mean, feels pretty significant at the moment because DRX are just pushing this in without Baron buff, of course, just looking for as much value in the side lanes as possible. Even Deft alone down here on the bottom side. Not even a Drake for another 2.5 minutes, so just trying to look for whatever lead they can get here at this point.
It's interesting because both these two teams actually really thrive of getting the initial kill. And the composition of DRX, I think, a little stronger due to the Zeka and Pioshik duo. But when you look at the overall team fight of the Hanwha Life comp, if OnFleek and Karis can find a big scoop, can find backline access, or if Duda can find a flank, and Aatrox starts resetting, Jinx gets excited, then I do think that the Hanwha Life comp has an incredible amount of longevity, especially with the fact that they've already been able to pick up 2 Drakes. So even though DRX is in a pretty good spot right now, I would still like to see them push for Vision a little bit more aggressively, because I do think if you go into the late stages of the game, even with the lead that you've been able to build for yourself, a single misstep or the failure to execute Karis or somebody and you blow all your bursts on Dudu or on Fleek or Vista might not be enough anymore.
Especially with the collector build here from Deft. You know, I think that the longer fight is definitely not in DRX's favor. However, I think considering their comp and the lead they have, fights shouldn't, on paper, take very long. And, you know, as Hanwha Life Esports here, you really just need to stay grouped up.
This is one way to get it done. The Devour is forced early as a massive hostile takeover just rips through the front line of Hanwha Life Esports. Dudu is left alone. Even though he does survive for an incredibly long amount of time, it does not matter at the end of the day. Double kill here for Deft. And a nice setup from DRX.
Arivi, you know, seeming pretty strong right now when you've got the Renata to hold it all together. And Hanwha Life, they were grouped, but they were not set up for the fight. They were not ready for it. They weren't split against the AoE ultimates. That is the Renata ult, but you have Charm, you have Vi ultimate. And DRX now just get total control of this map once again. And I just don't think, at this stage, far enough behind, as far behind as Hanwha Life are, that you can actually win a longer fight.
The fight just starts off disastrously. Like, Wukong walks into a charm and then immediately has to get devoured. So you have, your front line isn't really there because you really rely on the backline access of Wukong to at least keep Deft and Barrel occupied so that you actually can get a little bit of value out of your Aatrox, who, with Goredrinker and Death Stance by all counts, should be relatively tanky. And then you also lose your defensive cooldown in Devour immediately, so DRX can then just completely run over, isolate targets one by one and take them down, which is what this comp does best. And now, Mountain Drake should definitely go over to them, and I have seen Ornn with, I think, 2 Mountain Drakes. Imagine 4. That'll be something else.
And not only him, but everybody on the side of DRX, I suppose, just instead of, you know, minus depth is what I'm looking for. Everybody's going to have some form of resistances that is going to be buffed up an insane amount by these buffed Mountain Drakes, as that is on Fleek in a rough spot. He is going to, even the deny on the Abyssal Dive, and on Fleek has to flash away, and just like that, you're getting tons of value just by running through mid as DRX.
Yeah, my fear for the 4 Mountains, Drake, Mountain Soul angle is I don't know if we even get to Soul Point here as DRX because they have such a lead that as soon as they take Baron, I mean, their comp doesn't have amazing siege, but it's decent enough. You take Baron, you just start taking out inhibs early on.
Yeah, and this is one way to get fights going. Another force on the Devour here. Trade of ultimates. As in we go, we are bullying the Catfish Piosik going to set it up and feed Def once again. Trying to get excited here. Somdi not able to get the kill onto Piosik as that one is going to sail wide. The Moonlight Vigil, but it doesn't matter because Def is still insanely fed. Dudu, though, still full health. And Life are moving up the mid lane.
No smite for Piosik and no ult, so this is going to be an awkward fight over Baron if they decide to take it. Probably going to reset, get some mid-prio here instead, despite the pick.
And you see again, it's Hanwha Life isn't really ready. And I'm really liking DRX just continuously forcing cooldowns, because the problem here is that they throw everything into a Kench and Piosik gets low, but because there's no Cyclone available, the actual turning potential for Hanwha Life here is relatively lackluster. There's a Cyclone there, you knock everyone up in a small enclosed space, Aatrox can get some knockups off, you can make some magic happen, but instead, by continuously pressuring Hanwha Life and forcing fights, keep pressing those R buttons, most notably of King and Piosik, Hanwha Life just are always with 1 foot behind the play. Every single time, someone's cooldown isn't there, or a player isn't here, the teleport isn't up. And as long as they stay in that state, we're never really going to get a proper 5v5, and DRX is going to keep running away with this game.
Using the Call of the Forge God and choke points like that too, just abusing Hanwha Life's retreat path. Really well played. Look at the lack of vision here on Baron for Hanwha. There's no ability to contest. They have just no realistic option here. They definitely know, but there's just nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, Vista, he's able to clear one ward, but can they clear out DRX from the pit? As Dudu certainly considering going over the wall here. Ornhorn to be used as flash from King and trying to get the highlight play once again. Doesn't get too much, to be honest. I mean, catches a couple of them, but the rest of this team was not there. But it's still a zoning ult, gets the Baron, and still should be happy.
Just wants to make sure that they cannot follow up on the Baron or try to turn there, but Hanwha Life didn't have any way to really get over the wall to engage. It was a really big, desperate opportunity for Hanwha to try to deny or pick anybody, as DRX with the Ornhorn are like, we're charming over the wall. If we can get anybody, we will, but we're very happy with Baron. And this is the argument I was having. You get that early Baron, how do Hanwha defend?
Oh, man. Well, Cyclone used again. This time before the Baron push even really begins. Zonfleek has had a little bit of a habit of doing this, just kind of being in the wrong place at the wrong time and being forced to use defensive abilities just to survive.
He's one of the only champions who can clear wards in this game, and he's got a control ward, he's got a sweeper, he's trying to get vision around this next Drake fight, but we'll have to Cyclone because DRX are ahead of the play.
Yeah, they're not. The Drake's not gonna. We're not gonna have a Drake fight. We're gonna have the Drake getting taken, I think, because Hanwha Life optimization breakpoints that ideally you'd look for at this point are so far away. Like Somdi hitting his Lord Doms is nice, but not gonna give you the damage you need. As that's not. A little bit amount of damage on Somdi in the end, but Kara's with the crown not impressed. But it doesn't matter, because all you need to get is the turret.
It was also a casual 60% into the Jinx. Not bad at all, as we are pushing in, looking for an inhibitor here. Let's see if Hanwha Life want to stand up to them now, or will they go for it later? I think later is honestly a better idea. It's still relatively early on in this game, especially for your comp, so maybe you can just hold on for a bit.
I mean, if anybody overextends on the chase here from Hanwha to try to catch, they could turn so easily, and then you could turn this into double and hit. But just the one for now into Drake spawning in 30 is definitely the easiest and safest way for DRX to make sure they don't lose this game. Zeka's level 16.
He's also in the middle of nowhere, but actually just a huge bait because he has stopwatches. This is going to force the fight once again, as Zeka, he wants some payment for what just happened to him, but he will not get it.
No one dies, which is kind of baffling. Vista forced a flash, but outside of that, DRX not too impressed by any of this. Zek already sitting on stopwatch, or on Zhonya's rather, so not going to be too bothered. Trey gonna get picked up here as well from DRX, and these health bars that are already so hard to get through is only gonna get worse and worse. And for Hanwha Life at this point, you are just hoping that DRX dive your Nexus turrets or your Fountain and really overstep, because like with double Mountain Drake, it's just such a good way to close out games. The ornaments are coming through. You have things like Frozen Heart. You have multiple defensive items between all the Zhonyas and some stopwatches. So for Hanwha, I just don't think you have the raw numbers to do anything on the map.
I just like to think that Zeka was trying to get those Raptors because he wanted to complete the Flame Horizon, which he did. He has 4,200 gold ahead of Karis this game, and he also knew that he had Zhonya's, and the rest of his team is so good at fighting in choke points that he almost turns that into a bait that is successful for DRX, and I can't fault Zeka for doing stuff like that because of the lead he has right now and the team fighting comp that DRX have in these funnels that Hanwha Life Esports have to chase into, or they just have to surrender control of the map further. I mean, look at the vision here on the top side.
Yeah, and it's kind of like shooting fish in a barrel when 3 of them line up against the wall and you're Ari from ahead. So a nice chunk there from Zeka. Here comes a hostile takeover once again. That charm went through the catfish. And it's not going to matter because Hanwha Life are not standing up to them, not at this turret at least.
And they could stay away from the bottom side where they have super minions pushing, focus on top and mid, 4-1 that, and then there are 3 lanes of pressure for Hanwha Life Esports to deal with here. Still 2 minutes away from the next Baron, but if they come out to try to push that bottom super minion wave out, then you can collapse on them and kill them. DRX just, I mean, all they have to do is play a standard game of League of Legends from here, and it's like walking down the red carpet.
It really is. And we see Zeka picking up the Magi's. Of course, always going to be really strong on the Ahri. Able to get an incredible amount of AP, especially when you combine that with the Rabadons. Pyoshi going for the Black Cleaver himself. Stacks that up really quickly as Vi. Enables Deft even more. Deft, of course, going to be foregoing a Lord Dominic's until further notice. So, going to be very happy with the armor on his opponents being reduced. And overall, with all the tools available for DRX, I think normally this is where we get into quiz territory. If it was just the 2 of us, quizzing with 3 people was a little harder.
Well, maybe if I was the quiz master and you guys both had answers.
Do you have a topic for quizzes?
I would have to think of a topic.
That's what you're going to have to do in the break.
Maybe for game 2, yeah.
Didn't do your prep, Feldas?
Didn't do my quiz prep.
Unbelievable.
What are you doing?
Busy filming
getting ready.
State.
Yeah, and getting ready for the games that are happening.
Yeah.
You fool.
Why would I do that? Yeah, we'll have some ideas.
All right,
Get
question
to it.
number 1.
Stuff.
Question number 1, Chronicler, will we get to 4 mountain drakes? No.
No, I don't think we should.
Yeah. This is a rough one, you know? Like, remember, Hanwha Life had a great even game state. They got the kill bottom. You know, they had a Drake lead. It all went south.
Nice handshake here is going to force a devour once again, and that is just a Aatrox that once existed. Deft is just standing up to him because he knows, and the pentangle is here, but OnFleek is going to shut that down. Not going to give him any hopes of that happening, not just yet, as Zeka will take a double kill at the end, and that is going to do it here. No time for quizzes when the game just ends.
Very decisive DRX win here in the mid game. This is what the comps look like right now. Vi, Ahri, so strong when you have even a slight lead, and Hanwha Life Esports just kept taking fights their comp was not ready to take, not equipped to take, and not set up to take. Bad teleport there from Dudu, very late into the fight, and things just snowball so quickly out of control. 10,000 gold is the advantage when DRX take game 1.
And an inhibitor spawned, so they actually
Wait, that can't end.
might not be able to end.
Not quite yet.
They were fooling around, not ending the game, and now we have teleport coming in. Uh-oh! And it's going to amount to absolutely nothing. Dudu is not able to find anyone. The flank is, in fact, not real.
Yeah.
And the game will not end yet.
Top inhib is going down.
Yeah, they actually get Zeka.
Okay, Zeka. Really? He's going to end the game now. Good job, Zeka. You did it. Took a little bit of time there, but he got the job done nicely with the Spirit Rush. Just sorry things.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. That's all there is to it. It's a tough POG vote for me going into this one. I think there's an argument for the Renata. I think there's an argument for the Vi.
I vote for Atlas Bear. That's my vote. He's hanging in there with us. He kind of fell down. He's taking a little nap.
I'll get him back up. You guys can't see him, but we want him to be comfortable. I had to put him down a little bit because he is actively blocking my screen. I kind of need the screen.
With his hands,
Yeah,
quite
he was
purposefully.
blocking like the gold and the kill count.
Yeah,
for
it's
you.
like even in some team fights, you know, he kind of slumped down, really
Yeah.
obscured the view, but
Alice, you know, he's trying his best.
Yeah.
But, you know,
He's hanging in
obviously
there.
not feeling the best, so he just had to take a nap there in the middle.
just like, well, not up until the nap part, just like Hanwha Life, that game looks like many others. A couple of early game calls that don't work out as well, and in the mid game getting caught individually just too many times. Never really get the opportunity to fight your way back into the game with composition that on paper skills well. And we have seen that drafts like this, if your execution isn't crisp, especially with Jinx, even more so because she is such a... She's like Sivir, but doesn't have the utility of the R. So it just doesn't provide that much if you don't find some good early game plays. Kars honestly felt the same in the Azir, and then it's Wukong and Aatrox trying to make a miracle happen and not succeeding at all.
I hope Hanwha Life Esports have a more prio-focused draft when they choose blue side going into game number 2, because this draft was too slow. They took some poor fights that they didn't need to, and the rest is history.
Yeah, pretty much. Deft popping off in this one. A powerful 2v2 turns into a massive lead for him, as that's going to be game 1, guys. We'll have a break and be back for game 2.
야, 나 이거 봤다. 이거 깨야 돼, 이거 깨야 돼.
야 뭐야 이거?
이거 깨야 돼.
야 잠깐만. 잠깐만.
야, 이거 디텔 박힌다, 이거 디텔
야 이거
박힌다.
디테일 이거 아닌 것 같아.
어떻게 안 해도 돼, 빼줘도 돼.
야 이거 야 디테일. 야 레드 블루의 디테일.
탈산 살아. 오른 버릴 생각해봐, 그냥. 아, 이거 나 안 죽을만 해.
바쁘다.
아, 근데 쟤 이거 피 1인데. 와, 리텔 찍고 깨? 그냥 000하고 펜 받치면 안 되냐? 아니야, 나 바로 진다.
궁금해도 되냐?
아, 해봐. 아, 갈게. 나갈 수 있긴 해. 내가 여기서 오른 거로. 나한테 올라간다. 나한테 올라가.
아 레전드.
저기 유미하면은 그냥 무조건 3회 야소하고 그 조합 하자.
네. 네, 야스오 망해도 아지르가 잘 크면 돼. 아지르 망하면 50이 잘 크면 돼.
맞아?
50마저 망하면 설렌 치면 돼.
우리 쌈 봐도 된다.
나 이제 풀 안 돌아.
먹으면.
짜부터 봐도 되고.
지금 바로
자, 보자.
보자.
야, 꽤.
오, 이게 내가 더블 킬?
이거 또 깨끗하게 한번 진짜 때리면서 그냥 때려. 나 이거 가볼게. 야소공 뭐야? 미안하다. 야소공 뭐야? 미안하다.
스크린샷으로 그럼
바로 20초. 아니 야소 이 사람 뭐야? 야소 공을 안 써. 다 에어건 다 시켰구만.
실수할 수도 있지.
오케이, 간다. 야, 딜각 안 좋긴 하. 진짜 먼저 봐야 돼. 진짜 잡아. 제가 가져. 야, 공 볼게. 나 공 없어. 가비. 아니 야소 뭐야? 공을 안 써. 한 번밖에 안 썼어. 편하게 가자. 대기야, 이번에 내가 많이 죽어줄게. 너의 방패가 되줄게. 전반 4데스. 좋은데요? 파이팅, 자신감 있게 가자.
근데 현준아 탑 보니까 계속 죽으려고 하던데?
한 번 그랬어.
아 한 번인가?
왜냐면 한 번은 죽었거든.
천천히 전령 깔면서 사이버가 생각할게.
네.
스카너 타고 들어가서 다시 들어갈게.
나 공 써줄게. 그만.
3일이 그냥 타더스 이거 해도 돼요? 응.
계속.
야 노플이야.
나 볼게. 그냥 끌어놓을게. 칼리 노공이야, 칼리 노공. 칼리 노플이야. 천천히.
안 빨려 돼.
들어갈게. 들어가자. 나이스. 나 죽어.
안녕 얘들아.
걸 수 있어?
지금 각 좋거든?
각 좋다 이거.
볼게.
아지르. 나쁘지 않아. 좋아. 이렇게 하면 좋아. 이렇게 하면 좋아.
무조건 해야 돼. 진다. 무조건 된다.
어쩔 수가 없다. 땡겨오고 딜각 만드는 게 좋거든?
야 들어와.
하나,
둘, 셋.
나이스 내가 먹다.
야, 지키면서. 빼면서.
무조건 빼면서.
야 3일 루시안 봐줘.
끌고 가볼게. 미드라인 내려와.
P3 비켜봐.
아 끝났다. 수고했다.
너무 아깝네, 까비.
까비.
괜찮아. 단판 잘하자. 그냥 죽어요. 그냥 끝내봐.
야 나이스다.
나이스. 재밌다. 다행이다.
뭐 할 건데?
제리 일단 해야 돼.
제리를 무조건 해야 되는 거죠?
제리는 무조건 해야 돼.
그럼 제리를 올려놓을게요.
바로 치자.
좋은 거 같아요. 바로 칠게. 형 태까지 찍을 생각해봐 이거. 나 강타삼 자신 있어 이거. 미국 위치 찾으면 나 이거 아래쪽 싸움을 하든가.
나가줘.
안돼 빼봐.
야, 좀 망했다 이거. 망했다. 무조건 빼야 돼.
아니 이걸.
안돼, 아직 내가 캐리 해줄만 해. 좌절하지 마.
그건 여기 보인다.
맞자.
내가 먹었어. 얘들아 빼면서. 노플. 야 이거 탈리아 조심해. 맞아.
나 죽은데?
왔어. 야 그왼쪽 가자.
빼봐.
그만 줘. 때리봐줘. 야 미고. 이거 변이 걸어줄게. 야 변신했다. 비고. 나이스. 야 얘들아 미드 가면 끝날 것 같은데? 끝낼만해.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the LCK. DRX take a 1-0 lead over Homolife Esports, and it was not close. Deft popping off with about 6 or 7 kills. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler, Wolf, and Atlas Bear. There he is, looking very menacingly, very scary, actually.
No, he's terrifying. Yeah. The longer you stare into his eyes, the more realistic they become.
Yeah, it's very very dangerous. He's got the stun prep for this one. Don't get in range. I don't know where Annie is, but whatever skin has the max Tibbers is the scariest.
We do have the POG incoming. Let's see who does pick it up here for the side of DRX for game 1. It will be Zeka on the Ahri, setting up some of those early kills and overall just being a huge menace and annoyance for the side of Homolife.
I don't dislike this this vote or anything, but definitely not even in my top 3, I think, in this game. I was really focused on jungle. I really thought that the Renata play here from Barrel was fantastic. I voted for Pioshik myself, but I thought Zeka, you got the early lead going. But I think the team fights were really about the setup for everybody else, and Ahri just kind of was able to pile in with them.
Yeah, Zeka has been, I think, generally the mainstay for DRX. He's been the most dependable pillar, and definitely did provide a lot of, as you can see in those plays as well. A couple of deft votes, me and Wolf being hipsters.
Hipsters.
Overall, I think spread vote is pretty reasonable considering how well DRX played as a team, and the only one who didn't get a vote was King. And he played really well too.
Yeah, he had
good
some
game.
good ults.
there.
The lane was against an Aatrox, so he was just holding it down, and then he pressed his ult button. He did Ornn things. Feels like maybe, the Korean cast was talking a little bit more about what Zeka was offering to the game. That's why you saw, not only the Korean desk, but also one Korean caster, 2 media, and one of the observers, of course, listening to the Korean cast. So I was talking a little bit about that with Keatsun, about, some of the reasons why they vote for certain picks when we, on our side, feel like that's not really the right pick. Oftentimes, it's just the perspective of the different casts that you're listening to.
Yeah, I mean, when you're listening to someone explain to you why they think it's an amazing thing, it kind of impacts your opinion. As I've even changed my opinion when I'm on the desk based on listening to the casters over here as well. I'm like, you know what, actually made some good points. I've changed my mind. Listening to the English cast, of course. And as we go into game 2, I want to see Homolife draft for more priority here, less scaling, more about getting a lead early, because last game, they got the first Drake. They had that pick bottom side, but late game setups, very poor for this squad, and they fell apart.
To be continued into next year. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Hey, man, they still have a chance here.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, gotta change up the draft big time though, because as you were saying, Wolf, you cannot expect in the current mana to just draft scaling, kind of get away with it. Doesn't work that way. Unless
At least
you
they banned
are,
Sivir. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
At least Sivir was banned.
I think we've all had our... We know we talk a lot about the Zeri moments, but you're at this point, you're also on the Sivir train.
Yeah, Sivir doesn't
Zeri.
even need a moment. She just all of a sudden is like, oh, you're now just a fountain turret. You're just a fountain laser now. Like, all of a sudden, you
Everyone
hit
is
3, 4
Teddy.
items. It's like, okay, well, good luck. It's not fair.
Well, I suspect that Homolife will once again prevent the Kalista. I don't think you're as worried about Samdi's Kalista, as you'll see DRX did not ban that first. They might ban it in the 3rd slot if it's not taken away by Homolife, but not as threatening of a Kalista player on Hanwha's side.
I think you can even set up a draft trap where you leave open the Kalista and either Homolife ends up playing it, in which case you're not too bothered if you are DRX. And alternatively, you can pick it up for Deft yourself. You can go Kalista Amumu and again find the incredibly aggressive early game that we have seen, even though Homolife were the ones to pick up the Azir last time around, don't want to first pick it, so going to ban it away instead. And with the Renata ban here as well, still, Sivir, Zeri, both up. Yuumi last time around also kind of just slipped through everything, slipped through the cracks, not being picked up in that scenario. Draven's still open as well, so...
Yeah, that should be illegal, actually. I think Yuumi is good enough to be picked in every draft.
I think there are some
there we go.
those that leave a lot to be desired, and Kalista will be open. As you said, a draft trap set up here for DRX because Deft can both play this and they feel pretty comfortable against it. I do wonder what their response will be, because the Draven ban did very much signal, we will pick it if you do not ban it. And see what DRX have in mind here, because beating Kalista in lane is virtually impossible. At least it will not be Kalista and Renata, but as mentioned, it will very likely be the Amumu.
Uh-oh. That is just my first thought when I see Vayne hovered once again.
Varus into this.
I kind of love, yeah, Varus Karma. I really love if the Kalista is just stuck, as I think we're all bullying Def now. I think that's actually what's happening here.
Yeah.
Already at DRX.
I wonder if Def was like, don't ban Kalista, maybe they won't pick it, and now everyone's just trolling him because, yeah, of course they did. As Ahri will get picked up with this. Don't have to pick your support just yet. The Karma potential you were talking about, I think, is still very strong in this draft, and they'll wait to see what the pick is going to be. Very likely the Amumu here. Not really a lot of other great options to really snowball lanes like this. And the question becomes what they grab here into this Ahri. Could just see the Amumu and Sylas to come through here. Hasn't been as successful, of course, on 12-14. But you're going to be really thinned out in terms of the mid-pool here if you do not make that choice right now.
I love the Swain. I think Swain has been very successful. I think for Varus can also be tough to deal with to actually get through that health bar. And with the hard engage that you already had available, can really bring a lot of pain. Going to be prioritization for OnFleek instead. As denying the Vi Ahri, I think, is a very, very good call. I will love a Leona pick up here. Beryl is an exceptional Leona. Pick is in a pretty alright spot at the moment. Works very well with the Varus as well. But there is, I think, a fair chance that it will make it through the draft. And picking up a Wukong here for Pioshik, even though, as we have seen, Vi often picked as a counter pick into the Wukong, it's by no means a hard counter, and still gives you a lot of team fighting prowess, especially when combined with the CC that you already have with your Varus and your Ahri.
Yeah, now what does DRX ban here against Karis is the real question. As we see the Lissandra, which is, you know, a pretty common response to the Ahri. And if they're going down this path, there's your Leona gone.
Aww.
Rip.
That didn't take long.
We have seen the Vex in drafts like this, but the Swain that you also mentioned will be taken away here instead. And it is very tanky, very difficult to break through all that health, especially in the mid-game for Varus before he comes online later on. As still an option for the Sylas here, but not great ultimates to steal for him in this composition at this moment in time. So in terms of other supports here, maybe just take away the Knot. We'll be taking away the Gwen. Very heavily banned here in the second phase. We haven't really seen her power that much on 12-14 because it always ends up being banned away before we get to that second phase, so we know the teams are appreciating it.
I love that. Didn't even think of that, but Braum so strong into any form of dive and into any form of hard engage, especially if it is, which I now assume it will be, the on-hit variety of the Varus going for very early high amounts of attack speed. Has a great time proccing the concussive blows, and level 1 also very scary from DRX. Might see some shenanigans in that regard, as there we go. It's been a while, by which I mean that we have actually
been a day.
because he's been banned.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't really get to play a lot anymore. But picking Renekton into Braum, I'm not super big on that.
I mean, this draft is all in.
It's also blind.
Yeah, this draft is all in for Hanwha. You go in, you win, or you lose.
All melee.
Oh, yeah.
All melee, no
Look at
range.
King's face.
And all he has to do is draft a tank here and just hold this from Sion is the easy call, right? I mean, Sion or Ornn, but I don't think you need the Ornn because you're not looking to fight early. Oh. I don't feel as good about this one.
So, I actually would have preferred the Ornn if they end up going into a tank. I think playing Sion into
I want to see
Renekton
Gragas.
can be very sad. Gragas was the obvious one,
But that's
which
a
is
really nice cask for Sylas.
that is true.
Yeah.
But I look at the rest of that draw and like, well, Gragas is just impossible to play into for them. But it's going to be Olaf.
Olaf has very little peel compared to the Gragas, the Sion, the Ornn that we're talking about. Like, he will be able to, of course, become immortal in terms of CC and just can run at them. But he's not going to be knocking anybody up. He's not going to be stopping this dive. In fact, they could just straight up avoid him and go through him, I think, a lot in this draft. So that's why I don't like this Olaf as much here. And in the laning phase, the power is, you know, it's somewhat really hard to define here. I don't think it's as strong as the Ornn pick, the Scion pick could have been in lane. In fact, could still be abused by this Renekton early if there's jungle attention there on the top side. I think there's nothing more to say about Hanwha Life's draft than it goes in, it either wins or loses early, it falls off huge in the late game, we'll have serious range problems here. It can work if it finds success early in mid, but it is what we like to call an all-in, because it either goes off the hinges amazingly or it looks completely terrible, and my money's on the latter, unfortunately, going into this second game.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried for Hanwha Life. I think it's just a last attempt, as I believe that is Willer. Don't get to see him today, as I feel like I would have liked to, you know, play some of your younger players here in the last matches. But OnFleek is going to take the jungle role tonight, as here are the compositions. Here is what you are going into on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Here we go, guys. Jumping into game number 2 right now.
If we don't, no level 1 all in. You have Brom and Olaf. Just run him down.
Mistake.
Just run him down. Be so fun.
Ghost Olaf, of course, as well.
Just want to see some violence, guys.
Double warded at the entrances to their jungle, so it looks like Hanwha Life were expecting that.
Yep. 5-point start, though. Very boring in terms of the action, but I think very safe, and you don't need to all in as DRX. You have a lot of power there, but don't need to force the issue, because your draft will naturally be able to look better, obviously, once you survive through the early mid. And that's where the focal point here for this Vi is going to have to be, is getting control of bottom side and top side. A lot of jungle attention there. And basically ganking nonstop. Especially post-6, just always trying to make an impact somewhere on the map. Getting some deep vision here. Kingen will spot out the pathing.
Should have taken the blue.
It's a lot harder. As a former like jungle Olaf enthusiast.
Why didn't he take Smite in this game?
Well, I could have gone Unsealed Spellbook. Missed opportunity there, as Kingen is gonna just run the Crocodile down.
Yeah. He has a lot more cooldowns when he picks up his axe compared to Renekton with just the one.
Yeah, the early levels of Olaf can put on a lot of pressure here. And even if you try to aggressively trade as the Renekton, it just gets worse for you until you do have level 2. Then level 3 later on. Can make some plays with your jungler. Won't be able to win any all-ins at that stage. Kingen just trying to zone Dudu out here, and the Olaf pick not great for the composition in my opinion. Again, talking about peeling, but in terms of laning, yeah, really shuts down the Renekton's power in the early levels.
Oh, as
oh
Kingen
boy,
should know, they did spot on Fleek as Ghost.
Yeah, that was an aggressive step up there from Dudu with a ton of minions. So now he definitely knows. Look at him, he's like, yeah, that was suspicious, my man. I know exactly where your jungler is.
I'm not buying. And while that was happening, because of this ward that was placed by Kingen early on, Pyosik got to invade. He also got the Raptors, right? So, like, huge value coming through is the value of that level 1. Like, Kingen actually being so strong meant that Dudu had to go all the way around. Ward wasn't spotted. And as a result, early advantages found here for DRX.
And because Hanwha Life know that Pyosik is very likely to this part of the map, can't actually play the Kalista Amumu aggressively or getting pushed into turret, as Deft is just freely chipping away with his E and his Q. And Pyosik will actually grab the Scuttle for free here. No pressure really on the bottom side of the map, but they don't know that. They have no vision here, so the power of 2 lanes just completely muted here in the first 3 minutes of the game by DRX. Not a good sign for Hanwha so far.
It's the power of one early ward as well. I mean, it's literally just Kingen walks down into the jungle, sets a late ward down. They see exactly where OnFleek is, and that's what opens this all up. That's what keeps Kingen safe from the gank. That's what keeps the pressure on in the bottom lane. That's what allows Pyosik to invade the jungle. Vision is pretty important in this game, guys.
Yeah, it's a pretty, that ward item, man, that trinket.
Yeah.
Remember when we still won everything and there was always vision everywhere?
Yeah, remember
That was
when
a
there
good time.
weren't trinkets?
Remember there
and
wasn't a
people
ward-
just had to buy wards?
Yeah, remember when there wasn't a ward, like, max you could put out?
Yeah.
Just keep buying those and put them everywhere.
Zeka in a little bit of an awkward spot. He does move forward, though, so he avoids the punch to the back of the head.
Yeah, gotta. If you want to make that gank work, you gotta either hit the Q or if Kara sets you up. Otherwise, Zeka just looks at you and is, well, I'm not impressed.
He moved forward to CS the minion, and then he's like, oh, there's a Vi here. Oh, okay, I'll just walk away. As that's one bandage toss, but this is Braum, so this isn't your standard everyday, yeah, we're just going to engage onto him. You just lose the trade every single time, pretty much.
Yep, you can't really fight into the Braum as an engaged support. It's a pretty miserable existence. It's not going to get much better. And post 6, which is normally where Kalista and Moonlight Lane gets so much kill threat, I think it's still hard to play out, right? If you engage into Barrel, he hits a Glacial Fissure and Deft can chain with his ultimate, becomes really hard for you to actually get anything done.
It gets harder, for sure. And, okay, over here.
Yeah, King was going in there, but he did not win that trade.
Oh, Pyosik's nearby.
Yeah, but so is Zonflake going to spot Pyosik here, who says, okay, I'll just fight you for a little bit and then I'll just walk away, especially because Kingen is going to have to teleport back into this lane.
Yeah, that was creative way to try to set up a potential gank there from Kingen. Will cost him his teleport. He picked up a call and he's going to lose really nothing here. Obviously, losing teleport is significant, but not going to cost him too much. But you know, what's so interesting about the Varus into the Kalista bottom is it means that the Kalista can't actually put red stacks into the support, Braum in this case, because if she gets into range of the Braum to try to do that, she puts herself at risk of being engaged on, and the Varus could just chip back because of the range advantage he has. So she can't really actually just say, well, I'm going to abuse you here. Vista can't engage for the same reasons you were just talking about, Chronicler, and so, you know, the early part of the lane where I think they had the most power there is muted by the fact that Pyosik could be bottom side. They have no vision. They are playing around top side. And now it just feels like a free lane here for Deft and Barrel. Top side went pretty well, and mid, we see a pretty significant lead there too. Comp not working out for Anwa at all.
I think you really just have the level 1, right, where the Braum doesn't have any skills available yet. You have the double bandage toss, and you have the all-in power of Kalista, but that's basically it. Didn't find a window there, and now as a result, overall, DRX is just generating leads around the map. Also, again, we see that it hasn't been the first time when Silas gets picked up into a ranged matchup, and this time around actually struggles. This has been a continuing trend on 12-14. I think very good. The fact that Silas was just blind pickable on 12-13 and was like not counterable, and you could B1 him and be fine, was not good. So him actually having to sacrifice, I think, is a very, very nice switch up.
You guys remember Gangplank?
Yeah.
Nope. What's that?
Same thing.
I think it's like a pirate or something. I'm not really sure. But
He
yeah,
also got nerfed.
I was going to say
he got removed.
Also got nerfed, removed, as Wolf likes to call it.
I don't think he is viable at all. I don't think he is blind.
One thing that is viable is Vi.
Yeah.
By the way, note that Zeka did go electrocute in this lane, so no unsealed spellbook. He's like, no, I just actually want to threaten this lane. When he went up against the Azir, he's like, well, I'm not going to have a lot of threat, so let me just go for the unsealed spellbook here. So the electrocute making a lot more sense.
Also wonder which builds we're going to see here from Deft. Similar to the Ashe, there's 2 build paths that you can take as the Varus, unless you want to go for like the AP hybrid tank buster dark technology, which I assume he will not in this game. And there are situations where it's good, but this is not one of them. Probably just going to go shield bow into early defensive itemization. Witsend, think still gets a lot of value into Humble Life with the Silas and with Vista available as well. So just trying to survive the dive.
Yeah, that's all you have to do. That's all you have to do is survive.
Buy time.
Yeah.
I was watching the LEC last night, and I saw Shelly take the longest path that I've ever seen her walk, thanks to a nice Talia wall. She went all the way around behind the blue buff on the blue side and around the back. It was very funny. Very enjoyable. Highly recommend, but no Talia in this game.
Kingen is just standing there menacingly.
Yeah, he is very scary, actually. As a level 7 Olaf, as in goes Dudu into the Dominus, but he's not really able to do much. As in goes Zeka now. Looking for the catch, no charm for him though. Doesn't quite have the damage to assassinate anybody, so just going to gain priority here on this one. But Humble Life, they're still fighting. They still having to move with it. Catch the backline is first blood here for On Fleek. And the rest of DRX are going to get caught. That's 2 kills now for the side of Humble Life, as trying to turn it around, but Deft has 0 mana. But here is Kingen looking to run them down, as he's even going to give the kill over to Deft, who picks up 2 kills.
If the Amumu engage there is with the Renekton, with his Dominus, they have all that extra damage, it's amazing, but in the scrappy fight, they cannot win it. Oh!
Uh-oh. One more axe and an E, I think is enough. Kingslayer, nope. And, ooh, looking for that. Just trying to dodge the damage out of the Silas, and Kingen will be totally fine.
The Amumu engage from Vista was beautiful, but the fight was already too split up at that point. So it's a lot of CC. It looks really flashy, but there's no follow-up, and Deft is a million miles away with a charged-up Q saying thank you very much. Look at the positioning here of the rest of the squad as Deft is rotating in. Callista is not here.
Yeah, main issue here is that I actually like the initial call from Humble Life to go in because 3 ultimates have been used from DRX, and they spot Deft on the mid-wave, so they feel like they have a window here. But it's still, you're gonna be a man down. And then, yeah, you throw everything into killing the Ahri. That's successful, but as pointed out, Deft is just sitting here free and in concussive blows, getting a ton of value. And Deft, with the extra attack speed he gets, says, thank you very much. And there is the shield bow. Gonna be way harder to dive him now.
2 kills early, and Silas finding himself 30 CS behind this game. Karis falling behind in that early range matchup that he's playing into, and it's not really going to be very easy to come back at this stage. Just sitting on a 0-0-2 scoreline, and DRX with all the time in the world here and will be able to grab early Drake. Well, I say early, but the first Drake off the game here at 11 minutes. And, I mean, as Humble Life's comp, you need to be forcing fights like this, and the engage was good. Renekton was nearby, but had to use his Dominus early. There's no Callista. Just should be happy to walk away from fights like that, I think, and not force them deeper when you don't have all the pieces, and when Def can free hit at that range.
Yeah, kind of agree. I think Samdi has to be there. Zeka does not have his flash, but he has Spirit Rush. On Fleek trying to get proactive on the map. As okay, and that's going to be a second and a third Spirit Rush used. On Fleek really forcing this one, and I think it's going to work because he's not able to get in range of the turret, and there's no threat on Takaris or On Fleek.
Yeah, straight up dives him there, knows he doesn't have flash. Was hoping for the charm under turret there to turn things around, but it's blocked by Karis. He's not in turret rage anyways. So nice pickup here. And a kill lead for Humble Life, but compositionally, that is a small advantage. They need a much bigger one if they're to hope to take this game. We'll see where the Herald does end up getting dropped here, because that can snowball one of these lanes, but I say snowball, it will give them some gold, but I don't think a snowball is going to happen with already lost control of the Callista lane. We've already lost control of the Silas lane. Renekton has a significant advantage on the top side of the map, but even putting gold into his pockets doesn't feel like you're getting any sort of longevity here for Humble Life.
And normally with the Humble Life comp, I think you still have a sizable window where your mid-game spikes and the amount of pick potential that you have can be really hard to deal with. In extended skirmishes where you can start off with like a 2v2 or 3v3 and really get multiple rotations of the Silas, try and pick someone off with a Vi or a Mumu, you'd be feeling good. But Barrow, I think, has been very good about being active on the map, and just the existence of Brom is kind of the bane of the entire composition of Humble Life. Pick does an incredible amount of work into what is effectively a 4.5 melee composition. So as long as Barrel is around, the amount of playmaking that you have available to you as Humble Life is greatly diminished. And if that remains the case and you don't get any of the mid-game swings, then yeah, come late game. I think it'll be tough. However, it's Vi, and there is an AD carry on the enemy end that doesn't have that much survivability, even with this build. And like, as long as the sums are up, it's okay. But outside of that, can definitely still get run down. So never going to count the dive composition out, but it's not looking very good.
Imagine if they had a tank on the top side too, one that can disengage for the side of DRX. That would have made me really happy, but the Olaf not quite doing it so much. Again, another champ that if it's ahead can really roll over you, but as it stands right now, just the 1 assist and down about 15 CS, but it's Renekton's.
Yeah.
It's just the way it's going to go.
I liked how Kingen played it out, you know, in terms of the early laning, because he hurt some of Dudu's power in that way. Won't be able to have that same amount of peel, but they have an Ahri, they have Cyclone. You know, I mean, there are other ways to stop the dive from coming through. Not my favorite choice, I'm with you on that, but at least Kingen has made somewhat of an impact this game. Hasn't fallen massively behind the Renekton considered here.
Also, yeah, I also think the main goal for this Olaf is to provide follow-up for Braum and proc concussive blows very aggressively. And let's not forget that playing Kalista into Olaf is a very miserable experience as Pioshik.
He's just going in alone. He's like, well, I'm stuck. I guess I'll just die. Yeah, very extremely aggressive positioning. Now, this isn't even with the Drake coming up or anything. Just gets roamed on, essentially, as now Beryl is going to flash away just to try to stay alive.
Yeah, they want to make sure they don't lose anybody else before this Drake spawns. Still, huge to lose the jungler here. Pioshik also not having Cyclone for the ensuing fight. This should be Hanwha Life being able to group up and take this one away. Kingen has teleport, it's unleashed, but Hanwha Life, I mean, if you don't fight for this one with the small lead you have, jungle pushed away, no Cyclone. I don't know if you're going to get any fights after this. This is one of the best fights you could take, and yeah, it's unfortunate Renekton's pinned down here on the top side. I still think you're going to have to force, regardless, maybe at least get Kingen's teleport.
Is there any world in which... Wow. Oh, wow, he actually stole that. I thought maybe he was going to go in for a fight, but no, he was a little bit more strategic than that.
He was hungry.
Yeah.
He wanted a snack. Got the Gromp. And
what's with you and eating the Gromp?
I don't know.
You're
it's
just
like,
all about that nowadays.
It's like steamboating, you know. It kind of took a life of its own.
Renekton always trying to eat the Gromp.
Yeah, as Pioshik, as pointed out, had the flash available. Maybe could have extended the fight, tried to go for the 3v3, but would have done already. The key thing here, though, is that even though Pioshik doesn't have Cyclone, if we look at the other end, SomD and Vista don't have their ultimates available either, so we might see them wait and try to buy their time for a little bit longer, especially now with how much harder it is to take Drakes in a rapid fashion.
Which is where Varus is going to get power. The longer you try to slow this down, he's got great siege here in mid as well, so they could try to turn this into a mid turret, then a rotation over to that slow Drake take. Do kind of like what you're putting down here, Chronicler, in terms of what DRX could do. Now Cyclone is coming back up here for Pioshik as well. And this is a very awkward time. They're trying to push this bottom turret with SomD solo while they also hold on to Drake Prio, but you can't get both here. And you will get the turret, but it's already a turret for a turret. DRX are grouped as 5.
Yeah, this going to get his ult at least. Curse the Sad Mummy available. Dudu on the flank here on the left side. Kingen trying to zone for him, but a little bit low on his own bit of health. So let's see how this is going to go. SomD stacking up the sticks into that Drake already. Beryl getting aggressive into the pit as Zeka now gonna hit that concussive blows, but he's alone in the pit as Deft is gonna get this first kill. But the Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to 100-0 the Ahri as the backline of Hanwha Life has seen a lot of damage here, and that should do the trick. On Fleet is going to stay alive for now, as he will get over the wall, but Deft will have something to say about that, as he will be able to pick up that kill for himself.
I mean, Pioshik just 1v1 SomD in that fight. You just pushed him away, cyclones him, and then takes him out. SomD does very little damage in the fight, so even though Kingen is brought low, he's Olaf. He's happy to be low health. He's ready to do the extra damage, and there's no real follow-up here from range for Hanwha Life in this melee composition. As look at where SomD is when this all breaks out. He's on the right side of this. Pioshik finds an angle here. Kara's pushed away, and if SomD can't actually follow up because Pioshik is completely zoning him out here, doesn't matter how good your Amumu engages, there's no Kalista in this fight.
Yeah, we also see the amount of health that is being taken away at the start of the fight here for Hanwha Life. All the health bars going low, and they don't actually find anyone. I think their target selection in that fight is kind of all over the place, right? Like, Vista goes in, and they get someone low, but Beryl splits up the fight, so then we focus him. And as a result, no one actually ends up dying, and it's the lack of cohesion that we've seen from Hanwha Life all split, and now DRX.
A bit of a skirmish here in the top river. Dudu does not have Dominus, and so he was not really opting into that fight. Just trying to tank it and leave, and he does do that. although Fate's Call did have to be used. A very long cooldown. Now down for, I suppose, this Rift Herald that they could try to rush. They still have a minute on this.
Everfrost coming back up here for Zeka, which is part of what allowed them to turn that 2v2 around, survive for the longer fight. Look at Deft, completely untouched here.
And Beryl is just the gatekeeper. He is quite literally holding the door, as nobody can get in. It's just him and Kingen. You know, they are the two tanks. They are the two frontliners, essentially, for the side of DRX.
You're 5 melee champions into Brom. What are you going to do? Ignore him?
And a fed Olaf now. Now that he's fed, like, it's a real threat.
Yeah, it really is. Don't need the CC that we talked about in terms of the other tanks could have picked. He just runs at you and survives forever and does obscene amounts of damage with his rework, which feels like it's very recent, but it hasn't really been. It's been since basically MSI when that patch came out, but the changes to his kit make him a lot more battle-ready in fights like this, especially in the melee champions, and I mean...
It's weird that you mentioned it. I was going to ask, why does it feel like MSI happened about a month ago?
Yeah, it does feel like
Doesn't it feel like it was just yesterday?
No, I'd actually forgotten about all the pain that tournament cost me, and now you brought it back up. So thanks for that, Val.
Sorry, Chronicler.
By the way, I just want a side note before we change topics off of this Olaf. Kingen was the player who played it first in the top lane earlier this season, and he's doing it again.
Well, I actually, looking at this draft, we talk about the Olaf in terms of what it provides for the team, but also look on the opposite side. Trying to play Kalista into Wukong by itself can already be very unfortunate, which is all there. But if you get hit by 1x, like, not only do you die, but also you are not able to do damage, right? Like, slows as Kalista are just the most obnoxious thing to play into. And I think DRX right now looking extremely strong here and might have another fight on our hands. Kingen has TP available.
Yeah, Hamalife, 5 people in the top lane.
They're ready.
Took a really nice trade, but it's kind of the way you have to play this comp too. You got to pile in, right? You can look for little skirmishes if you find like an advantageous position, but otherwise it's got to be like 5 men going deep all together.
My problem with this is you need your Renekton to be there if you're going to do that, but then you just give side lane advantages to Kingen, who's just going to push out half of this inner after the outer goes down. Should be able to get out of here no problem. And DRX have a massive gold lead right now. I mean, we've had a lot more one-sided games than this, so it's just say normally we consider this a pretty massive gold lead, especially for their comp, but it's about 2,000 at this point in time. And the advantages that DRX have in terms of straight-up fighting, plus the 2 Drake lead they have, means that if you were pushing topside there as 5, you've got a pick, maybe got an objective. You know, you could say, all right, it's cool, Olaf pushed that bottom turret, we don't care as much. But he didn't get anything out of it. They just disengage, and then Olaf gets value bottom side at no cost, and DRX still have plenty of time to group up for this Drake that's spawning in 45 seconds, the sole point. Feels bad, man. If you're a Hanwha Life esports fan, might be the winless round robin. Yet again, if they can't turn this game around, and it's looking more and more dire each and every objective that goes by.
Why does Karis have 2 codexes? Is he just going to...
He's a fiend. I don't know. Sorry, it's good.
He's feeling fiendish?
Yeah.
We're really trying to have the Atlas Bear have his moments too.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I'm happy about it.
I mean, you can build 2 items out of that, but it's not necessarily... I don't think it's a very gold efficient item.
It's definitely not.
In itself, so... Either way.
Hail Mary for Hanwha Life here. Either get the Drake or face the wrath of an Olaf with an Ocean Soul. As if you get this whole point as DRX, fighting for Hanwha is going to be incredibly difficult. Deep flank.
It's hard to start this Drake as Hanwha as well because you're all melee, and that's when the arrows are really going to start to hurt long term here in this fight. Conflict is hoping for an angle, but he's spotted.
Yeah, Kingen and Beryl. Again, they are just a friendly duo together, and they are insanely tanky. Vista's like, no, not that guy. I didn't mean him. Not the doorman. As Vista nearly dies just by that, as the Cyclone is huge value in the back. You see Karis just trying to access that backline and actually is able to get on in there. Karis doing insane amounts of damage, and this opens up the fight for Somv as he's hopping over the wall. Kingen, though, is resetting, and it's not going to be enough. That is a ace for Hanwha Life esports.
And there you see what happens if you do get the backline access. Deft goes down almost immediately. And even though Vista goes incredibly low at the start of that fight, he's able to get thrown in with the Fate's Call. And On Fleek actually is able to
Yeah.
take down Deft.
Look at On Fleek's positioning here when we go into this fight. Deft hits massive value onto Vista here with this empowered arrow. But look at On Fleek clears a ward here, and it's almost as if Deft and crew forget that he's on the flank angle. Because yes, the engage is faster here for DRX, but look at how much time Dudu buys with Gore Drinker, with his Q. He's so survivable, and Deft is just dove upon by On Fleek. The fight is won by Gore Drinker essentially here on this Renekton. Buys enough time for the flank to come through, because it's a long con flank coming through from On Fleek, but it works out in the end. First death of the game here for Deft, but that's what turns the fight.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, if you're a squishy Varus and you don't have any protection, you are just going to get burst 100-0 if those melee's champions can get on top of you. So probably best not to group up as 5 in a little death ball. He did purchase a stopwatch, which is certainly going to be huge value.
Yeah.
I wonder what he builds that into. Will it just be a GA, which is standard, or maybe he just goes Zhonya's into this comp?
Build up some of that extra magic damage.
On Fleek, rude.
Yeah, but also, you know, you get the multiple
The armor.
procs of the stasis. The armor is nice, little cheeky bonus.
Yeah, I'm feeling GA. I'm not gonna lie to you, Valdez. I'm feeling like Guardian Angel.
You're
might be the
ruining my
best
hopes.
option. I'm not a
No,
big
it's-
fan of the hybrid 80 carries.
It's Sonya's Internationals.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe
Yeah,
Kaisa again?
perfect.
No, in my LCK, I can't have it.
No, what we saw there as well is that even though Deft is going for the shield bow and the stopwatch, that alone isn't really going to save him. And as much as we like to dunk on the Renekton, Dudu did an unreasonable amount of damage there as well.
Let's dunk on the Gore Drinker a little bit more. It's been a while. That item's been
Couple
nerfed
more
a lot,
nerfs.
you know? A couple more nerfs might be required.
I think
Death
Death
Stance.
is fine. I think Death Stance, that item is not okay. not a fan of that one.
How about Chain Sword Chem Chain Punk?
Is that your new band?
Yeah,
Steampunk Chem Sword.
yeah.
Chain Tank
Tank Chain.
Tank Chain Sword?
Tank Chain Steam
Steampunk Sword?
Saw? I don't know.
Chainsaw
It's not a good item name.
Chem Sword.
It's not a good
I
item
like
name.
Chainsaw Cam Sword.
Chainsaw?
Yeah, no, Chainsaw.
Chainsaw?
Yeah,
Chem Sword?
yeah,
Okay, that's pretty good.
yeah.
We can go with that one.
That's it. I'll submit it. I'll submit the
That's-
email.
that's-
I'll
that's
All
submit
right,
the
you
email to the
figured
item.
it out. Thank you.
I'll
Yeah.
submit the email to the item team tomorrow. There you go.
So now that they have a decent spot here in this game and a slight lead and a Callista, Palma Life are just going to start the Baron. And they are going to say, come at us, bro. They do have very nice turn here with the Amumu especially. On fleek,
Oh, good ward.
on flank in this case. So now he's looking for it. Look at Deft. He's like, I'm just going to run mid. And actually the poke damage is pretty significant already onto the side of Palma Life. And On fleek goes in alone and just dies. So Kingen is going to take him out.
That ward is everything. They just see him, they turn on him, and Hanwha Life are caught because there's no way to actually bridge the gap there. Pioshik has Cyclone. You can't just run at DRX, and they just kill the Vi immediately. That should be a Baron setup.
Yeah, it's certainly the setup for the Baron. You see that Hanwha Life are sticking around, considering fighting this one, 4v5.
Oh, that's a choke point, and the Mumu.
Yeah, they are going in here. That is a massive Fates call into the Curse of the Sad Mummy. And Amumu gets it! Are you serious? As that is going to be a huge bouncy castle inside of this one little hole in the wall. And that is going to be a full clear from the side of Hanwha Life Esports on top of the Baron.
Well, that's a disaster. As not only are you down a jungler, but you somehow get the Baron anyway, but then you lose the subsequent fight, and you go into a choke point against this composition, and like the indecisiveness that Hanwha Life shows here, right? Like, oh, and Fleek is getting caught. Dudu procs his ultimate, but still doesn't go in.
This is the real kicker. 24 health, I believe it was, when the smite goes down. Yeah, 24, and then Charm hits here for Zeka, but everyone's trapped here in this choke point. Look at Dudu once again. Oh, look at the value, look at the heal. He survives long enough, but then Zeka is going into melee range here when he really doesn't need to. Could have actually just kited back. I don't think he gets any kills either way, but he just dies instantly. That's the end of that, and now I mean, we talked about how it looked doomed for Hanwha Life Esports. Not anymore. 7,000 gold ahead with the big swings they had, all those shutdowns. Now they have Baron buff to pick off all these structures on the map, the standing gold that's left, and they might even grab an inhibitor with this one, despite the lack of range. They still have good siege here, and they're going to split up for the 4-1. Man, DRX, they really tossed it, didn't they?
Well, I was ready to complain about Olaf with Ocean Soul. What about Renekton with Ocean Soul and Silas?
He healed, I was watching his health bar, you were talking about this, Wolf, he healed about 8 separate times, just like all the Triumph procs and the everything, it was just kind of gross.
There's also, like, you cleanse the bleed from your death stands. There's no grievous wounds on DRX either. So you just get full value for all of that.
Yeah. Buy an Oblivion Orb, Zeka.
Need something at the very least.
Yeah.
Yoshik really wouldn't have minded him going for the Kampong Chainsword either. Name, of course, still on a deliberation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Hanwha Life, we said the siege isn't great, but if they split as 4-1, they have hard dive, so DRX need to respect this.
Yeah, pretty much just threatening this one, and DRX, they still have the tools in their champion kits, but do they have the money? Do they have the ability even? I mean, some of the decisions in this game have not exactly been clean, as in goes Bioshik, and now Dudu is frontlining. In goes Vista quite deep, and Dudu is going to survive throughout all of that. Fate's Call will save the sad mummy, and everybody on the side of Hanwha Life does get out.
And they're going to go over here towards this Drake with the extra wave down bottom. I think Hanwha Life should be able to take this for free. They also have so much setup vision if DRX were to make a Hail Mary run down to this Drake to try to take it out. They cannot. Hanwha Life Esports going to take 2 Ocean Drakes here now, and it's the Kingin lead here on the top side of the map, but everything else has gone south so quickly. See, we'll steal this blue buff away. Small victories, small victories.
Got him.
Oh, and in Karis, this game has made such a bigger impact in these scrappy fights than Zeka has been able to because the pylon is so hard and he hasn't been able to peel for everything. Notice his kill score is way lower.
Uh-oh. I don't know if King is getting away from this one, but maybe he doesn't want to get away from this one. He is going in, fighting. There's a teleport coming in. Stopwatch is what saved Karis' life, and it's actually Zonya's, and he's going to be totally fine to use that and secure the kill.
I don't know if King would have won. He made the only right choice that you have as an Olaf, which is fight to the death. But it's not fair, because Hanwha Life actually had reinforcements. Karis calling in the help of Dudu. And without that Olaf, sizable window here available, even without the Baron buff of the gold lead you have now, DRX really need to respect. And this is where you run into some of the issues. We talked about this Varus build. Deft going for a build that, sure, will have decent damage, but I don't know if you're actually getting any of it off with the amount of backline access that Hanwha has.
All right, we're just diving, and that's what this comp does so well. The Curse of the Sad Mummy onto the entire front line. This is just going to be a wash. Hanwha Life Esports are going to come in here and threaten DRX to take a victory away from a playoff team in DRX here, and it's looking pretty likely they're just going to go with the bottom lane. Has supers already in position, and this should be the final push.
Yep, looks like we're going to a game 3 in this one. DRX needed a cleaner look to convince us of their start to playoffs here. Dropping a game to Hanwha Life in this fashion. Definitely not it here tonight.
They're going to wait. They're going to take out Kingin because they might as well, as that will be 1 kill for Zeka, but not nearly enough, as they're looking for even more. In goes Karis for 1 more, as that is going to be the Nexus going down. And game 2 will be Hanwha Life Esports, as we will go to a 3rd bonus game in this one.
The amount of items that we did see the Olaf pick up made us feel like, okay, maybe he could battle through, maybe this pick will work out. But it wasn't enough of a lead over the Renekton, who is just so insanely survivable when he's able to get Gore Drinker procced on the entirety of DRX several times this game with the Death Stance. GA that he built later on that didn't even really matter. The game was over at that point. It was just impossible to win these fights. It was just too much healing, no heal deny on the side of DRX. And DRX, you've got to be grouped up better. You have to be split. I mean, grouped up less. Set up better on these team fights and win the War of Attrition and use your range advantage much better if you're going to run a draft like this with the Varus especially. And, you know, this team is in our top 6. This team is playing against KT in the first round of playoffs, and most people are expecting that to be a one-sided affair, but we're hoping otherwise. But I don't know if this second game here has done any convincing.
I think that the DRX draft was great. I think they just threw a Baron, and then after that you're like really far behind against the dive comp, but you don't get to play the game. Like, they were in complete control, then instead of turning, they flip on Baron, don't even get the buff. Like, if you get the Baron there, you might not die, you know? Maybe you're actually able to get it done. Maybe that is what gets you across the board, but you don't. And then, yeah, you can't actually take anyone down if Humble Life can just run you over. Don't really get to play the game. And overall, I think a solo lane dominance here from Dudu and Karis, like the two of them really dunked on DRX here.
Yeah, good to see. Here in their final series, they are putting up that fight that we have seen from time to time from these players. But guys, that was game number 2. We're going to take a small break and be back for the third one.
동자 봐봐.
시간 널널해. 널널해.
아 동자 나부터 볼게. 나부터.
너 형부터 봐.
아 나부터 볼게. 안 될 거?
타워 해봐 일단.
타워 해봐.
일단 타워 쳐봐. 일단 타워 쳐봐 얘들아.
다 밀어. 이거 죽여도 될 듯?
얘들아 죽여도 돼. 해도 돼. 얘들아 죽여도 돼. 씨.
잘하는데?
이거 근데 아달인데?
와 이거
거기서 아이씨.
얼마만에 이기는 거야.
이걸 리플레이 분석 갑시다.
자, 여러분 이제 경기 한번 해봤는데 어떤 라인이 제일 중요한 것 같은지 성함 들어볼게요.
이게 탑에서
사랑의 문제였던 뭔 답이
일단 근데 그건 있어. 이 게임 자체가 이미 기울어진 게임이었다. 전반적으로 상대가 좀 잘한 건 맞아 일단. 근데 어쨌든 우리도 자원을 쓰긴 썼잖아. 어디다가?
바텀.
그치? 그치?
전령은 미드에 풀었는데?
전략을 일단 미드.
전령 근데 형 나도 근데 전령 얘기 좀 거둘게. 형 바텀 갱만 갔잖아. 그럼 바텀 갱하고 전령을 왜 안 풀었어?
어차피 풀각이 안 나왔다고.
아이고 뭐 했어?
이거 우리만 너무 혼나는 거 아니냐?
바텀에 투자를 했는데 갱각도 좀 이상했다니까 이게.
아니 그러니까 내가 초반에 저랩갱 때 한번 칼 타이밍을 잡았어.
한번 보자 그러면.
한번 봐봐. 아니 그리고 뒤잡았거든? 봐봐.
아니 왜 녹턴 선전멸 안 쓴? 아니 녹턴 선전멸 썼으면 됐잖아. 그럼 내가 타고 가서 W를 맞췄잖아.
그거 맞네. 아니 잘 잡아놓고 왜 플래시 공포를 안 걸어?
돌려봐 자꾸.
이거 다시 보니까 녹턴 잘못인데? 제리 입장.
제리 입장이야.
저 플래시 공포. 저 플래시 공포.
앞으로 가면서 플래시 공포.
이거는
네.
아니 형으로 전멸 공포부터 때렸으면 얘가 1랑 전멸이 동시에 빠지잖아. 그때 라칸이 띄우고 그럼 나도 그때 전멸 써서 평평평 2.
형 인정해?
인정이.
그럼 형 굳이 비율 따지면 바텀 대 정글 잘못 비율 몇 대 몇?
여기서 그냥 내가 잘못한 게 맞는
10대 0?
10대 0으로 하자. 인정할 건 해야 돼. 왜냐면
쓰듯이 10대 0으로 하다가 아니고 너무 잘못이라니까.
그 다음 주요 장면이
용한타?
일단 용 타이밍 해가지고 이제
아니 야 동진아 너 맨날 뭐 시야 싸움한다면서 어디 있는 거야? 시야가 없어?
아니 시야를
아 나 봐봐 나
아니 시야를
양쪽에
상대 니사들은 맨날 내가 볼때 집에 있는
그럼 나는 어떻게 들어가? 리신이랑 상대 들어가 맨날.
걔가 탔던 게 시야가 없어가지고 날아가질 못해.
나가면서 시야가 왜 이러는 건데?
아니 근데 이거 우리 좋은 장면이잖아. 그래.
좋은 영상 보자.
좋은 기억이 있었던. 아니 근데 이건 좋긴 했어.
여기 됐어.
동진 나도 들어갔어.
이건 근데 서포 정글 탑이 잘했다. 나머지는 좀 쓰레기 같았고. 여기서 나랑 근데 매듭을 찍었어. 동진이랑 진짜.
맞아.
여기서 동진이랑.
아니 이거
아니 룰루는 그냥 불타 죽었네.
뭐야? 그걸 예상하고 깔아놓은 거야?
진짜야? 진짜 아니지?
아니지.
혹시 해서 상면이 잘하니까 그래도.
동진아 나 여기서 할 말 있어. 잠깐 멈춰봐.
근데 나도 너한테 할 말 있긴 해. 왜 해봐봐.
해 빨리빨리 해. 한 명씩 해.
지금 탑 먼저 밀고 우리가 지금 할 거 없어서 일단 후딱 어디든 찔러보자 해가지고 가는 거잖아. 그럼 은신한 나 타고 이렇게 쇼 와가지고 야 리산드라 여기서
기억나.
아니 근데 이거 너 걸려 이거
아니 걸린 건 상관이 없어. 리산드라가 앞으로 E를 썼어.
아니,
너
근데-
그거 안 봤지? 리산드라가 E 없다라는 거 몰랐지?
그래서 개같이 싸움 나가지고 궁 써달라 그래가지고 써줬는데 빨려 들어가서 개 죽음 당했어.
형은 왜 들어갔어?
아니 다 들어가라고 들어와달라고 하는 거. 아니 솔직히 이거 그냥 버리자니 우리 팀 중심이 얘잖아. 이거는 살리려고 들어가야 되는 각이잖아. 아니
이거
근데
내가 들어가라고 한 거 같거든.
아니
제일 중요한 타임.
이게 제일 중요한 명장면.
우리 반반인 상황이었어. 골드 보이지?
일단 동진이가 물렸고 내가 어무용으로.
바톤 터치 지렸어 바톤.
아니 그러니까 일단 그래서 뭐 죽진 않았어.
궁 2개가 빠졌어 그럼. 제일 중요한 궁 2개가.
궁 2개 빠졌는데 왜 막 콜을 안 했어? 싸우지 말자고.
나는 빼라 그랬어.
너는?
나도 싸우면 안 된다고 했어.
이거 못 밝히니까 그냥 막 지르는 거야.
날카로운 지역이야. 어차피 서로 기억도 안 나. 지금 싸우는 각이야. 젤이 넘어왔어. 젤이 넘어온 거야.
나는 솔직히 이 게임에 내 입장에서는 하이라이트인데 난 마지막 순간이 좀 많이 킹받았었어. 니네 바텀 죽고 우리 미드 죽고.
근데 형이랑 나랑
니네도 패급이었어?
아니 우리는 최선을 다하긴 했어. 그러니까 나도 죽긴 했는데 탑을 보자. 우리가 탑 잡은 거부터 봐야 돼.
오케이. 나 이거.
리산드라를 잡았잖아.
그래서 녹턴이 맹활약했던 장면이구나.
콜이 근데 5대 4니까 한타자였어. 아니 한타를 하는데 너 뭐 하는데?
여기서
여기서 뭐 안 됐대?
이게 뭔데? 이게 뭐냐?
마음이 너무 급했네. 미안합니다. 죄송합니다.
2대1로 진 거야 그래서?
아니야.
나중에 왔어.
저기도 친구가 왔어.
내가 타다가 좀 두드려 맞았어. 그리고 셰프가 좀 나를 신경 써주더라고. 해가지고 같이 싸우자.
이대에서 뻘짓 하는 거보다 내가 도와주는 게 맞잖아 이거.
같이 싸우자 했는데 이제
룰루가 왔지.
룰루가지고 나는 이제 형아 미안해.
이번 게임 하면서 느꼈어요. 그냥 사람이 중요하다. 책임을 많이 지고 싶어하는 그 사람이 중요하다.
나는 전령을 왜 미드에 풀었는지. 나는 머릿속에 지금 그거밖에 없어. 전령 미드에 안 풀고 나가 싸울 수 있다고 했잖아. 그때 아래로 내려가가지고. 저는 근데 오늘 느꼈어요. 정글이 중요하다. 네가 정글 갔으면 달랐다? 아니 그건 아닌데 정글 뭐 전령, 한타가 그러니까 전령을 왜 미드에 푼 거냐? 이럴 수가 없네. 그런 것 때문에 정글 서폿이 중요한 거 맞습니다. 저는
쓰면 나올 것 같아.
판을 만들어주는 거니까.
저도 근데 캡틴이랑 좀 의견이 비슷한데 사실 라인 영향력이고 뭐고 우리 이렇게 방송한 적이 거의 처음인가? 확실히 그 옛날 그 친구들은 모이면 안 돼? 가끔 그냥 끄덕끄덕 하잖아요 솔직히.
오늘은 그래서 노래가 어떤 라인이 가장 중요한지 대해서 얘기를 해봤는데요. 클테님 어떠셨나요?
정답은 여러분 마음속에 있다고 보시면 되고요. 사람이 중요하다. 이 혓바닥 토스가 너무 지금 재밌는 프로그램이니까 앞으로도 4명이서 잘 이어갔으면 좋겠고 어떤 친구는 좀 더 분발도 좀 하고 너무 재밌었습니다.
발자기들 우리는 그럼 다음 편 플레이오프 편 특집으로 찾아오도록 할게요. 지금까지 혓바 다크 수고하셨습니다.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you.
Welcome back, guys. We are here for game number 3 of DRX versus Life Esports. Turns out, if you group in a Baron pit against Renekton, Silas, and Amumu and Callista, you can get yourself into a lot of trouble. As you're kind of seeing there in the background, the Korean analyst desk is doing their breakdown of that highlight, and it really did feel like DRX were in control of that game until they weren't, and they took a couple of bad fights. And just like that, they lost.
Yep. I think Chronicler and I were feeling the same way. Atlas as well, you know, I mean, he said, yep, you guys can't hear it because he doesn't have a microphone, but we can hear him over here. And I think DRX had a great comp, they had a great draft, but the coordination has to be better. I think we should expect better for a team that will have to face off against KT Rolster, who likes to play drafts like what we just saw there.
POG is coming in. It is Vista on the Amumu, and it turns out
1 Baron steals.
Yeah, 1 Baron steals, and when you get thrown into the pit, and you cast your ultimate, and then in mid Zhonya's, I believe, even, he was able to take the Baron down.
Yeah.
You kind of get a lot of POG benefit, and it's his first one of the season as well.
You might think the most powerful tiers are the people on the internet when they're mad about something, but it's actually Amumu, as he's able to get himself a steal here. I think you could have voted for any of Vista, Karis, and Dudu here. I think the 3 of them did an incredible amount of work. As, get a nice split here. Cheeky media vote as well for somebody. He did press Fate's Cold a bunch of times, which was good.
Yeah, that's very strange. But the 7 votes for the support is very interesting because it kind of falls into the first game, right? With the POG votes, what I was talking about. Everybody's kind of listening to the Korean cast. Everybody's in on the Amumu hype train, and for a good reason, right?
This happens a lot more when one team loses a game more than the other wins it, where you're like, ooh, I wasn't really thinking about that the whole time. Then you remember that one moment where the Amumu gets the Baron with the crying, and you're like, yeah, I'm going on that one. That seems safe. Everybody's talking about it. I won't look like the odd man out, and you just lock that support vote in. Meanwhile,
So
Chronicler and I had the same vote, you know, because we're both talking about the Renekton.
This is what you meant, Wolf, when you said it's all over but the crying.
Yeah. The Amumu,
Yeah.
tears.
I'm a little disappointed in myself that I didn't vote Karis, but I'm really trying to avoid being typecast when it comes to my POG votes. You know.
Yeah, no Zeus in this game.
Challengers, Croco,
no
and
Croco,
Zeus,
yeah.
That's kind of the list. But I also generally think, we saw those mid-game skirmishes, it is a combination of the attempts from Life as well as a little bit of help from DRX, which it would be, especially when Atlas isn't here, the most DRX thing ever if they decide to lose the final day.
You guys should have heard Atlas Bear after that game, man. He was pissed.
But he was also
not happy.
He knew it was coming.
He knew it was coming, but it still didn't take away from his fury. He nearly turned into Tibbers there. I got really scared. I had to leave the desk for a little bit. But it's okay, because they have another chance here. Because if you're DRX and you go into playoffs and you lose to Life, yeah, then just imagine up against Live Sandbox. Not going to feel too fun.
Yeah, you should be several tiers ahead of Life Esports, even if you are playing this series to try to hide strategies, etc. Which is a smart plan going into a best of 3 that has no implications for you in terms of the rest of your season. But even so, with the advantage they had, we expect more, and we're going to be a little disappointed, Dad, in the final best of 3 for them, just because of you know, the series they have coming. Because Life's draft is very similar to a lot of drafts we've seen from KT Rolster, so gonna have to be ready for this style of play, and we'll see what they do here with Blue Side. Of course, they will have that first pick priority. Deft's Callista Sivir taken away once again. I think we'll see Yuumi left open one more time, because neither of these teams are prioritizing it because they haven't had strong pairing 80 carries with it. There's the Zeri.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. I think first picking Yuumi and saying, you know, do you have an answer for Twitch Yuumi is a fine strategy. Def popped off in game 1. This was the exact same bans as game 1, actually, and then they first pick Aphelios. So they might just do that again because, of course, that got success in game 1. So why change that up? And I'm okay with that as well.
Yeah, it is a similar look from DRX as what they went for last time around. It just feels to me like it is a style of drafting that we kind of left behind a week, 2, 3 ago, where this high priority on the Aphelios pick for a lot of other teams just didn't really pan out, and we see some adaptations. Zavai Ari seems as as good an opener as any. Alternatively, can also go for the Azir here, which is not banned this time around, and doesn't necessarily synergize incredibly well with the Vi, but is all around a really strong pick and can make Aphelios' life very difficult.
Draven is open.
Oh, okay.
And they will take this for a little bit more bottom side control. And now if you're DRX picking Ahri with your Aphelios, doesn't feel very strong in isolation, only feels like a pick away. So I do expect that we will see the Azir coming through for them this time around. And of course they will have their pick of support prio here. Don't think you want to be picking the Tahm Kench in this draft because of the Draven power. Maybe something like a Lulu or a Karma, even defensively, could be the better option. There's that Ahri pick away again. In this draft so far, doesn't have strong synergy, but a pick away is definitely advised with the power that Life Esports has with early prio. I like the Leona a lot more than a Tahm Kench here.
What about Malphite? How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, it's one of Chronicler's favorites.
Yeah. No, I mean, Malphite into Draven is legitimately good. Would never pick it, ever, in this position. I'm just surprised by Hanwha Live prioritizing Draven when the enemy has already locked in an AD carry, when you can pick away the Vi Ahri combination. If you go Lissandra here, I'll be okay with it. Because then you have Vi Lissandra, still a very strong combo. And it does look like that is the direction that they're taking here. I think the Lissandra also provides another form of reliable backline threat into the Aphelios here, and even though into the laning power it is very underwhelming, I'd still like to see a ban of the Kench, because again, you're going to be playing dive just the same way that you did in the previous game. So,
all right, Prophet, what's next?
Probably Renekton ban here from DRX.
No, wrong.
Well, I mean, that kind of still happen.
I mean, the Renata...
Yeah, but you had 2 in a row, so I was trying to hype it up.
I'm sorry, fellas.
You were on a roll. You were on a roll. I was just trying to make it into a thing. You know, you almost got 3 in a row.
So close.
The Renata is a must ban here, I think, for DRX, because you do not want to be dealing with that amount of wave pressure plus Draven's insane damage output here at this stage. And Tahm Kench, I do like it as a ban, considering the Lissandra pick here with the Vi, as that is a very interesting ban.
That is a ban you can choose.
Yes.
You can also ban Teemo. It is better than Teemo, but I think there are better bans at the moment.
I think the Renekton ban that Chronicler was talking about will fit into this slot very nicely here for DRX.
You have to, especially with the Olaf getting banned. I don't think the Olaf was a problem in the previous draft. I'm kind of on board, and now Hanwha Live, without a shadow of a doubt, right, is going to go for, okay, they're actually going to let the Renekton through for now? Hanwha Live, who are you?
Nah, they won't.
Nah, okay, I was worried for a second there, guys.
Okay.
Hanwha got my back.
Well, both of these teams seem to be having the same sort of idea about what they would like to do with this draft. Red side will get the prio here first, so they'll get their steal away the Renekton, they will lose the Leona. As a result, there's still a lot of range supports Draven could play here into this Leona, but diving into this is not going to be advised. We'll still be able to hopefully set up prio. That's the idea with this Draven pick into the Aphelios. So now, what are we getting here? What sort of tank is King playing? No Olaf this time around. Maybe the Scion or the Ornn we were talking about last game. It'll be the Ornn with no Braum on the other side just yet. I don't think you want to pick that one in this draft, however, as Hanwha.
Wouldn't even mind it, actually, now that you've mentioned it. Like, I'm looking at this, and like, it counters the Ornn. You're playing it into a ton of hard engage.
And this is why I like Scion more.
I'm kind of on board with. I think the Scion matchup is just is really rough due to the power of Renekton, his ability to actually, you know, take down the shield and pressure and reliable. I think Ornn, in terms of laning matchup, doesn't get bullied nearly as easily. But Hanwha Live is effectively playing exactly the same draft. Sure, they have a Braum instead of a Mumu, but outside of that, same comp.
The Draven here is going to be incredibly useful with this setup he has with the Vi, Lissandra, Renekton, he should be able to close the gap. And if there's enough damage, he can execute targets and get his cash in of his adoration stacks fairly easily in the early mid if there's a fight set up for him. So in theory, he has a lot of prio in lane to then try to force Drake fights where he is hoping DRX show up and he can actually get that early cash in to then snowball the game even further. I think the draft has a lot of synergy here. I think the Braum is in isolation. I'm not as big of a fan of it as you are, but against the Ornn in particular, it feels like it could get massive value and shut down the one good long-range tool for Engage that's on DRX's side.
So she is from Changwon, which is actually really far away, and she has come down to watch DRX 7 times this season. As, yeah, that's really a far distance. I cannot overstate that, so showing the true passion of the fan. As this is DRX's draft. It's not Ahri Vi, but it's Ahri with a top-tier jungler. You get that Aphelios back for Deft, what had a lot of success in Game 1. And on the side of Hanwha Life, a counter in some of the lanes. You get some strength in the others. As let's do it. We're jumping onto the Rift for Game 3.
You guys remember that League of Draven?
Yes.
Back in the day. Feels like we're headed back towards that, aren't we?
I don't mind
League
it.
of Draven.
I'm okay with it.
Raven's a fun pick.
It feels very satisfying to watch.
Oh, Zeka, that's not cleanse.
Nope, it is not.
Yeah.
But,
it's unsealed.
It is unsealed.
Yeah, they'll have it every
As
now and then.
Faker says, you know, he felt like unsealing things in this game, so he
So
went
who-
unsealed spellbook.
So who is sealed for DRX? I guess Aphelios, kinda.
What?
Maybe they. Well, because he wants to unseal.
What do you mean?
Well, he wants to unseal things, right? That implies that someone on this team is sealed.
Well,
I
I
think
think
he
it
wants
implies
to
that his
seal
summoner's,
his
yeah, his
spellbook.
summoner's spell was sealed normally,
I mean,
and then now it's not.
No, I'm.
Choose a different one.
Well, yeah, I'm assuming he wants to unseal another individual.
What exactly does that mean?
Well, for example, what if you unseal Leona and then she gets the full power of the sun instead of just, you know, a little bit?
I think you're going to have to wait for the MMO for that
I
one.
think you're going to have to wait
I
till
don't-
Sunny D sponsors the LCK.
Shout out to Sunny D. We're accepting sponsorships, by the way. Doritos, yeah.
That's
in
an
there.
American thing. Probably most people watching have no idea what I'm talking about, but
I've had it. I don't.
the old ad,
I'm not on board.
unleash the power of the sun.
Yeah. Sunny D is, I don't know.
It was with that group.
It's-
It was in a weird time with Tang, which was also
Yeah.
popular.
Tang is
No
okay.
idea. No idea what you guys are talking about. Just want to reiterate that.
Yeah. That's probably for the best. Although Tang was actually good.
Was it or was
Sun.
it because you were a kid?
Sunny D, it always felt like it left a weird coating on my mouth, kind of like when you eat Captain Crunch too much. Not like the scrapes, but just like the coating of just pure sugar.
I've never had Captain Crunch either.
High fructose corn syrup at work.
Yeah, I think that's what it is mostly. What was like the Dutch children's snack that you ate the most, Chronicler?
Bread.
He's like, we
Holy-
actually just eat
holy
healthy
bread,
things
yeah.
over where I'm from.
I don't
Wait,
know.
but why?
Yeah, it's like whole
Do you
wheat
care
bread
about your
with
health?
cheese or
Like, what?
Well, no, my parents wanted to
Weird.
me to eat healthy.
Yeah,
Well, I
I
like a
can't
snack.
relate. I'm sorry. I didn't grow up that way.
when I'd like eat a snack, I don't know, it'd be like chocolate licorice, very popular
Okay,
as well.
okay.
But that's
Now we're
really
getting
like
somewhere.
Well, yeah, but I feel like cereal and stuff.
So, like,
not
Twizzlers?
really- No, I don't know what that is.
What do you mean?
We got Haribo. You know, like,
Okay, all right.
That's good, but that's candy. That's not snacks, and that's not really like cereal or like drinks.
Yeah. You eat like oatmeal?
Yeah.
What did you put in your oatmeal?
I don't know, like sugar or like.
There you go.
syrup.
That's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
Did you ever eat Pop-Tarts?
Actually, I think someone gave. I think Feldas actually brought one
Yeah.
home for me.
Yeah, I did.
Didn't care for it personally.
It's kind of like a dried, bad pastry.
Yeah, but why would you do that to yourself when you can just eat?
Yeah, I remember one of my earlier esports trips was actually to Kiev, and I went to just a regular department store, and they had a full bakery with insane pastries, and I'm like, what is this magical wonderland? Oh my god. Yeah, we do have League of Legends happening.
I thought maybe he was going to commit. So anyway, go on, yeah? So Kiev, the bakery.
Yeah, no, it's just magical. I was just like, wow, this is really amazing. Because pastries in America are kind of like, I don't know, they're just overloaded with sugar. There's no real finesse to them, if you know what I mean.
It's just sugar.
It hasn't been...
It's just overloaded.
Yeah, it hasn't been part of our culture for a long time because of the supermarket culture of, packaged, boxed toaster pastries, which are much easier and more convenient and easily stored in your pantry. So that's how Valdez and I grew up a lot of the time, My parents got me the more healthy variations. I didn't get the Pop-Tarts. I got the, knockoff that's supposedly not as bad, but, still not the greatest. Sometimes my parents actually just cooked eggs for me and stuff,
What?
That's nice.
Yeah.
How'd you take your eggs move?
Hold that thought.
Yeah, we do have some action. Grabbing him onto seemingly everything, but it doesn't matter. Not able to slow them down enough, as the power of Draven really showing off here as the knock-up into the auto is not enough. Samdi still playing before the durability patch, unfortunately, in his mind. And, yeah, it's going to be flashed down, actually, but it's a nice little push, at least, that they do have into the turret. Deft is staying.
Yeah, Deft also didn't expend his summoners over medium, by the way.
That's the wrong choice.
Not anymore, but when I was young, that's how I ate them.
Feldas only takes his X. Well done.
Yeah, or at least just cooked. Zeka's totally fine. He does have the Spirit Rush. Karis did use his ultimate.
Oh,
Zeka? Yeah, Karis used his ultimate, so Zeka knew he was pretty safe to go back in there. Otherwise, would have been very questionable, you could say.
Yeah, so with the animation that we see thus far, looks like Samdi is going to opt into an early Essence Reaver. Dudu going to be able to get himself a blade here. And with the early Dirk, even without the actual kill, I think the lack of smite on Samdi, as long as it doesn't get punished, it's not going to be the end of the world. Deft, even with his summoner still up, I think still is at a relatively high level of threat to get taken down if a 4-man dive on bot side does come through.
Yeah.
Is what you're always going to look for with this Lissandra, especially when DeFi is included as well.
It's kind of an insane spike when you think about Draven's kit as well. With the Sheen and this is okay. Anyway.
Just fishing for a grasp stack, which he does get. Dominus still available, so.
The Sheen will proc repeatedly here pretty easily for Samdi in these trades, and it's okay. We're going to have more action here. I'm not going to get on a long point. Crocker pretty much got to the bottom of it there with the Essence Reaver build. I think that Hanwha have a nice amount of prio set up here, but their team fighting in these early skirmishes isn't great without Renekton, and he's on the wrong side of the map.
Dudu is greeting heavily for the plate, and he's going to get it, but he's under some threat. He has to flash away as Pyosik is coming in, but almost questioning, where's On Fleek, and
oh yeah,
it is potentially going to save him. He's just here to try to help clear the wave, but not really going to be successful. Pyosik now the target, has to flash away. In goes Dudu, lands a stun. Pyosik is going back in.
Hit 6.
He hit 6 with his smite, and then he just dies. So, yeah, you can see the idea there, but not calculating it very well.
No mana for Kingen. So, even with the 6 on Pyosik, which should feel like a supposed turning point, nothing happens. And trying to shove up the lane there without making sure that Dudu isn't still there, sitting with a full rage bar.
I think Kingen's dead.
Yeah,
there is a, Prison comes in, that's the end of him. Karis comes up for a beautiful gang timing, and
DRX, you're in trouble.
Just reading, trying to save the turret.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really cleanly played out move from Karis, but this has to be communicated. He has to be better set up. He has flash, but he's not respecting the positioning there. He's just allowing Duda to close the gap there, grabbing an extra plate, and You mentioned that he's out of mana, but Kingo is also buffered away with the stun super far out of the fight there in that last exchange. Even if he did have mana, they're just not on the same page in terms of communication. And when you're playing this pick of the Wukong and you're trying to make this rotation up happen, everyone needs to be on the same page 100%. And they were not.
Yeah, this is not the showing you want if you are a DRX fan. Getting bodied in the early game by Homolife Esports and losing the last game to an all-in composition. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm turning into disappointed dad now. I thought that was Wolf's role, but...
Well, when it comes to DRX, Atlas does
rough.
a serviceable job as well.
Yeah.
He isn't here today. And
Chainsword already picked up for on Fleek.
Still, the Herald, they're already 2k gold up. And the only reward that we do get here will be DRX, able to pick themselves up a blue buff here, but actually contesting this Drake
I don't
should
think they
not
can
be
do
a
it.
thing.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
Shouldn't be.
As, with the Renekton, like,
Look at him. He's so far away.
yeah, I mean, even if he was there, like, it doesn't matter. He doesn't have mana. Cooldowns have already been expanded. So.
And then Vi hits 6 too, so it's like, you know, maybe he thought if Vi wasn't 6 it was going to be possible, but he hit 6 as well as on the wave, so
yeah,
it's just the end of him.
Pretty sure that Kingen knew that that gank was coming, and he was just desperately trying to clear the wave in an attempt that maybe that gets him a trade kill, but didn't actually get it done. And as a result, now the top half of the map is in truly disastrous state.
Yeah, I think even if he walks away from turret there, he still loses because he gets more plates. Speaking of,
the absolute state of Kingen's top lane. In this case, it actually is a factor because Dudu already has Gore Drinker, and he's already massive in this game.
And they have one place where there's control here for DRX, very slightly. They stole the blue buff away, Constellation blue buff, and it's the mid lane against Lissandra. And the only reason why he has that lead is because Lissandra was topside there, lost a little bit of tempo in the lane. Kara still has teleport, and guess what? He's using it to get back. So that small advantage you had there now completely negated essentially here. You're not going to be able to turn this into anything. And this is a big problem.
Now 1,600 gold the difference. Charm onto Karis, so he's not able to actually land that. Was waiting for the perfect timing for OnFleek to be there. If he did it earlier, probably would have been able to at least force flash onto Zeka, who has now switched over to Cleanse.
Good call.
Very opportune timing for
Love
that.
Very smart decision.
Yes.
Now Kingen is just trading into a Renekton that is so far ahead. On Fleek.
Looks like maybe they want to force a Cleanse here. Should be able to. Oh, they get the flash, even better.
Yeah, good trade. Having to use your Glacial Fissure. Doesn't really matter. No objective coming up in the next 2.5 minutes, so no problem at all as they go in deep.
Oh boy, I think Def didn't expect to see that, but he is going to be dove in the backside. They don't quite have the damage. Finally do get it as Braum picks up the kill. And now from the bottom lane, even Samdi's getting in there as he's going to be running in. Pyosik picks up a kill, and that is the only one for the side of DRX as they get pummeled again, this time in the jungle.
And why are you here as Deft in this situation? You don't really have any vision control. You know their comp is running at you, and when you have Prio in a lead like this, I mean, they have to. What is Hololive going to be doing? They're trying to get deep vision. They're trying to dive. They're going to be dropping this down. They're going to take the whole turret. Because you died there, there's no defense. First turret, all the plates on a Draven who hasn't even cashed in yet, but he's 1,100 gold up.
He is currently has 1,400 gold in his pocket. He's sitting on 350 stacks. So when that cashing comes, it will be even more fun for Samdi. And they got goon squatted, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. If you walk into your jungle and you have this unit, like, what do? The initial setup isn't even like that horrible. It feels like Death stays alive for a large amount of time, but like between Braum, Lissandra, and Vi, the amount of lockdown and CC that you have is obnoxious. One kill starts getting you the frozen froze, and again, like if somebody actually picks up a kill there, the game is truly over. Now it's just probably over. You know, like I don't want to. Wolf is actually here now, so he can do. He can take care.
I haven't
of
said
the
it yet.
call himself. Yeah. No, we'll wait for the cash in. We'll wait for the cash in. But this is, and we joke around a lot. But we gotta turn this into or talk a little bit about what this means, because DRX has been such a story of inconsistency throughout the entirety of this split.
This
and it's
year.
looking like, well, last split and they playoffs as well, but at least they looked a little bit better. But now it is looking like they're going to prevent Hanwha Life from going 1-17. Gonna end 9-9 themselves in their final game before the playoffs.
Yeah, right before their match against KT, which is a team that looks very strong.
Oh, yeah.
And as mentioned, drafts very similarly to what Hanwha Life is doing right now and what they did in the previous game. Imagine Rascal on the Renekton, and you could see a similar potential outcome here for Kingen and crew is you've got to be way more aware of your opponent's comp in win conditions. I think that's been the biggest problem for me for DRX in the last 2 games is just not playing into your comp strengths and playing into its weaknesses, in fact. Could have just passed bottom side slowly as death there. You know you don't have vision. You know the enemy could collapse on you so easily. And Hanwha Life with this much control, look at all the vision they have now top side. They take away some power bottom side, take away the turret, move the conditions up to the top side now. There's nowhere that DRX can come over here and contest this. It's second Herald going in. They already crashed and took out first turret blood. It's just like clockwork for this team right now.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny too, or I suppose a bit sad if you are a DRX fan, because Hanwha Life was actually one of the lower teams that they had trouble with in round 1 as well. They did drop a game to Nongshim in this round too. So speaking of inconsistency, you know, they have been consistent in terms of the teams they've lost to, but also they did drop a game to Hanwha Life earlier on this split. So we'll have to see how this one goes. They were able to win that match 2-1, but this time it's looking like a 2-1 in the other direction because Lyssandra's got early damage, did not go for a defensive build at all. She is going boom boom, okay? The Vi is super far ahead. Draven is just waiting. He's just waiting for his moments.
I mean, he's had a few.
We all know.
He's had a few moments to structures. You know, he's had a few opportunities to grab some gold.
Golds.
Yeah.
I mean, he even got a plate mid.
Yeah.
Not to mention the entire bottom turret.
So he hasn't had the official Draven TM moment.
446, baby. Let's get that cash in.
Yeah.
He's getting up there. This is getting very exciting.
It's like a fun mini game.
Yeah. This is just going to be the Rift Herald crashing. Not going to be able to deny this one, of course.
If DRX, remember, DRX have lost to every team except their upset win against Damwon that are in the playoffs in round 2. If they had not had the dominant start to the season where they were top 3, top 4 for a few weeks there, they would not be in playoffs. And we'd be actually talking about Kwangdong Freaks. It's crazy how the shift between DRX having a great start and then having a very poor ending is the opposite of KT and Live Sandbox, who had, I wouldn't say a poor start, but a medium start and a very strong ending. And they will face off against KT in that first round, you know, and this is the kind of series where you can try to say, well, you know, it's a no playoff implication series, doesn't matter against Hanwha, it doesn't matter, but I do think we have to judge the form here a little bit, especially considering some of these mistakes were not happy gaming moments and, oh, they were trying to win a fight and be flashy. No, they're just getting caught in the jungle.
They didn't draft Yasuo Sejuani, you know. They drafted a real composition here. Beryl going to try to bait very nicely, but look at that. Braum exists into Ornn. That's all he's got to do.
They're coming back. Oh, I thought he was going to flash.
It was pretty close, kind of.
I don't know how much health Beryl was on, because he has to execute.
Yeah, certainly.
I think he has just enough to survive
Probably
there.
got like 600.
Yeah, I think
would be my well, definitely now because he's healing up a little bit. But it's a nice play anyway from Hanwha Life just to secure this middle turret. That's what you're looking for in this one anyway.
Looks like Kronk is a little speechless about this game, you know.
It's not a good time, gang. It's a bad time. We're not enjoying, unless you're a Hanwha Life fan. But it's remarkable how many proactive comps we've seen be successful, and I think it is really cool that Hanwha Life gets a resurgence here. But it also shows that, as we mentioned in the previous draft as well, I just don't feel like DRX right now have a good grip on what is strong in this meta, what actually works, and how to play it out. Because we have seen that, especially on this patch, it was already a development that started last on 12-13, but agency is everything. And the comp of Hanwha Life has so much ways to start fights. There we go!
We are going in. That is almost an executed feels, as now OnFleek is going to have to flash away. Follow-up engage comes in here from DRX, from Pioshik. And even then, they're not quite able to get that one going, as in goes OnFleek again. Almost just trying to bait out fights here with their gold lead, as the flank, though, coming in. Zeka has got an angle, and actually the damage is pretty huge, as now Karis is just going to blow up that Aphelios in the back line, but he will have to pay for it, as at least he will stop the chase in the mid lane.
Well, you know, there are ways, there are methods, there are chances to come back here as DRX. All it takes is a huge overextension, a wide flank of an Ahri, and a trap setup here when everything is all in onto Deft, who survives with about 1/4 health here, doesn't actually care, 1/3, let's say. And so many of your resources are used. OnFleek has to flash, Pioshik has the Cyclone here, and it's almost as if Deft was intentionally baiting a turn here, as look at the teleport coming through from the Ahri. Karis gets chunked down here, and now you're doomed.
It's the moment as well that OnFleek actually takes the cue. That's when the TP comes in. That's when Pioshik flashes. And that's when the Goon Squad is there on the other end this time around for the Draven, who, I don't know how many stacks it'll be. Probably around 200. Oh my, 130. Oh no, that is... Oh. Yeah, that's a very painful one. A lot of gold lost. He is still ahead, so, you know, it's not the end of the world. But it's about time. And it showcases that even though the gold lead still very favorable here for Hanwha Life, they haven't won the game just yet. Still need your respect, still confirm multiple cooldowns, not kill anyone, and then opt into a fight when somebody gets picked off at, you know, the start of it.
I just think that Hanwha's comp doesn't need to all in on Deft to win team fights anymore. Well, they didn't at that point, especially with the lead they had, so...
We do win Baron.
Yep, this is a good way to force a fight on your terms. No vision here for DRX. Choke point control is theirs.
Summoners mostly down, at least flashes on the side of DRX as well. No flash for Deft, none for Feral Zeka, Pioshik. They do know now, and OnFleek is running to mid lane. Looking for a cheeky flank onto Deft, it looks like. And might just work. I mean, he's going to be seen if he goes over the wall immediately. He's now thinking about going in onto Pioshik here, who does have that clone available. Is going to get into the back line, but he's incredibly low, as immediately Samdi is going to cash out. Not the cash out he was looking for, but still one, as a pretty big Moonlight Vigil does come in, but Deft not quite having the damage just yet. And there's no peel for him anymore, as he'll pick up one kill. And only the one kill as a quadra on the side of Samdi.
And Hanwha Life fans erupt in happy cheer, as they might have actually picked one of the 2 days where Hanwha Life is going to be able to pick up a win. Immense amount of money going into their pockets. Pioshik getting killed at the beginning of that fight, goes for a Hail Mary cycle, and the rest of the team follows him into the abyss.
Yeah, and it's just, like I said before, you don't have to force an all-in onto Deft. OnFleek has the angle here, but when Hanwha Life could just kind of fight back, it's really easy to actually use your power in terms of Draven's single target damage on the Wukong, turn onto the Ornn, and where's the follow-up damage to the back? Deft can't get in because there's so many zoning tools where he's under threat. And if you play the fight slow, it's really easy when DRX have to run at Hanwha Life Esports' comp, because they're on Baron first. And it's been a long time coming. The Hanwha Life fans are elated, but they're probably also wondering and wishing that this meta had come a little bit sooner, because it has looked clean. It's a meta where Dudu can stomp lane, and he's been their strongest player all season long. You get Prio in bottom side with a Draven that was left up, and it's just self-explanatory from here. Despite one little hiccup in the mid lane, 9,000 gold here is the lead at 22 minutes.
In addition to that, we get to see Summer Spring on Fleek. A time where the player was actually able to get work done, to look like one of the stronger junglers. His Vi play has been very, very successful here. Continuously getting big targets. He was the one who found the flank, took down Pioshik. He was the one who made sure Deft didn't go full 200 years. And now, as a result, 10k gold deficit. Yeah, the scaling on DRX is good, but scaling can only get so much work done when you're this far behind and you haven't hit any of the item breakpoints. The dive is there. So many defensive cooldowns available as well, where we saw Karis in that fight.
Oh, nicely done by Vista. He's just going to jump straight in front of that charm. Cyclone is pretty big, but it's not really doing much. The follow-up is lackluster. Samdi has a stopwatch as well, as OnFleek will get into that back line. And Hava Life are just going to wipe them underneath this turret. That's going to be the end of this one. As down goes the entirety of the team, and they run towards mid lane to pick up their second win of the summer season.
You can't hard dive onto a Draven who has stopwatch, but even without the stopwatch, the players who are diving don't have long-range follow-up from an AD carry because it's low-range Aphelios there, it's low-range Ahri. If you get the stacked-up chain CC, then yeah, you can probably kill the Draven, but it requires a lot more setup. And his single target damage, as we saw in the last fight, is so high that by the time you actually get on top of him, he will kill the Wukong, he will kill the Ornn, he will not care. Watch Somdi's positioning here. He's like, yeah, I don't care. This is a beautiful block from Vista. Just look at his damage when Pyosik goes in. He's like, yeah, nice try. I will kill you, actually. I have stopwatch, and that's the end of the story.
Oh, Kingen also missing. Like, the knockup would have been blocked, but like that's just, that feels to me like the spirit of DRX. It's just not working out. They feel forced to continuously go for these fights, as that kill was actually used. I think otherwise they end. And because of him getting the kill on Somdi, doesn't matter in terms of goal and cash out. Just want to make that clear. In terms of staying in the game, so that you technically still have a chance, though. It's a huge moment.
I was wondering, I'm like, don't they just win? Doesn't they just 5-0 them? And then that replay just made me realize why they were not able to end. So pretty funny there. The Draven does not survive at the end of all of that.
Look at Dudu's items again. I mean, we're in a situation where he can do so much in terms of being aggressive and threatening death, but also peeling for the Draven. It's a Renekton problem that DRX are going to have to deal with, plus the extra damage for Somdi, who's halfway to his IE now. Yeah, it does not look like a happy ending for regular season here in Def's final game.
A little bit of damage coming through here, but for Alma Life, you can play it out slowly. You're sitting on Soul Point. Baron spawns in 2 minutes. No need for you to take a risk. Pick yourself up. This turret has a little bit of threatening going on here, but I would say save your cooldowns. Go for the guaranteed win. You know, hang back, get a reset now. Pick yourself up a Drake and a Soul with it. Go to Baron, run top, and end the game.
So much of the bottom side has been controlled, and dives have been threatened so much for Hanwha Life, and they've had to, or rather for DRX, and they've had to back off.
Aw.
Yeah.
Karis gets a pot, but didn't have the money for a death gap. Very sad. I know.
But the Ornn has been the one who's been losing the most CS on the map because DRX have had to have him group, and all the money is being given over to Deft. So there's actually just a huge amount of minions and CS gap here between Hanwha Life and DRX in general. I mean, if you look at the totals across the board, there's a big gaping hole where Dudu has a flame horizon, quote-unquote, but it's really just because Kingen isn't taking any farm, and there's just no map control, so he can't be out in the side lane or he will be killed, he will be deleted. And he's sacrificing a lot here for Deft, who's 1-4, is just trying to get his third item online, but it looks like Somdi might beat him on his fourth. And the control is real. As Baron spawns in 40, Hanwha Life could just push with this Renekton while also setting up an insane amount of control vision, even around the blue buff. There's no way in here.
No, there's no flank wards. There's no way that you can go in which you will not be spotted. Well, if you had full vision at the map, you know, you could if you had some recon, you know, if you had some backup that you could call, you could trace a route, but in the reality of Summoner's Rift, not going to be the case. Going to be the Soul here, going to be the Baron, and then probably a final fight and a ending to DRX, the regular split that we were not expecting.
That's IE.
Oh yeah.
It's online.
Yeah, it's there.
And notice that Kingen is like, I've been watching him a little bit, it almost looks like he's just trying to hold waves so that Def can come get them. Def's like, hold on, I got to go back and buy 4 items done before he gets his third. And it's IE versus half of LDR. He tries to deal with this Renekton who has GA, Gore Drinker, and Death Dance.
Hey, Karis at least with that pot. Like that gold lead, a little bit of that is gone at this point. You know, that's something.
Yeah.
That's 500 gold.
Hey, he
that,
still has the effect of the potion.
Yeah, for a little
of the
bit.
elixir.
He might not have it when they fight Veldus.
True.
That's
But
that's
now
an
he's
angle.
gonna be glowing
help him get this
fiery
Baron.
blue. Yeah, he did like 1 Q and then he's like, all right, I'm out.
My work's done.
Sick value.
Yeah.
Gold efficiency.
He's really pushing this wave real hard. But yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, it's good because the game is about to end, right?
Oh,
so
no.
Look at that
Oh,
spike.
observers, don't do that.
Yeah, we mentioned it, but we didn't really want to show it.
And the cap is also complete here for Karis, as that is one happy and angry Annie.
Why is it not called Death Hat? Why is it a Death Cap?
Because Death Hat sounds dumb.
No, it doesn't.
Got him.
I mean, it does. Death Cap does sound really cool, but I think the appearance should probably, you know, note a cap.
Yeah. Just wanna put that out there.
Yeah, I mean, if we start going down that line, we're gonna have to change a lot of items and their names here in this game.
At least the chain sword is an actual sword with a chain on it.
That's true. That is one where they did a great job, even if the name does sound a little bit silly and needlessly long, just like the rod.
Hanwha Life also robbed DRX of getting one final interview on stage here with the whole squad. You know, if they don't win playoffs, you might not actually get to see Deft in front of a crowd giving a final interview for the rest of his career, right? I mean, this could be his last chance now. Completely destroyed here in the LCK arena, of course.
Yeah, and it means that Hanwha Life will get a chance, their second interview ever in this summer. So, you know, certainly some very extreme feels on both sides, no doubt, that we are running into here. Once Hanwha Life eventually pull the trigger, which they will, they get into that back line. Is it the Penta angle? Is the only question, and no, it will be stolen away. Zombie will not be able to pick that one up, as the rest of the team just running on in, trying to pick up as many kills as possible, but that should do it here for game number 3. Hanwha Life Esports are going to take down the Nexus and take down DRX in their last series of this season that we do have. Down will go Cars. It does not matter. Hanwha Life Esports will finish 2-16 in summer 2022.
A bittersweet ending for Hanwha Life Esports fans.
No, they're thrilled, man.
Where's the guy who said, like, okay, my 7th time praying for a win, my 8th time praying for a win, my 10th
He's
time.
there.
Did he
He's
give
out
up?
there.
Where is he at? We got to see that guy. I want to see that guy. He finally got his win.
Doesn't have to wait for next year.
What a win for Hanwha, and what a dominant performance for Dudu, who's had, I mean, he's been their lead player this season. It evolved from Karis to Dudu. The top lane so unimpactful until the final moments here. And on these Renekton games, he pops off. And the rest of his team also does a great job of controlling Prio there on bottom side. It was really only Karis in the mid lane who lost control of the lane, but didn't really lose control of the game. Just weak siding mid, essentially, as DRX dropped the ball tonight and gives us a bit of a worrying sign. And already they were not the favorites going into that first playoff round, but this definitely doesn't convince us any further. And we have to keep saying it. I know we sound like broken records in this series, but that was kind of what this was about for them. And getting that one final interview on stage with a full team that they will not have now tonight.
And we get a Vist interview, which is great. If you've never heard his voice, which is definitely possible, because, again, they haven't won a whole lot. But it might be. I'm feeling Karis, I'm feeling OnFleek. I think that mid-jungle 2v2 was what was pivotal. The catches that OnFleek was able to make for the entirety of this game, in combination with the early roams from Karis, the space that he was able to buy in team fights, making great use of both his Zhonya's and his own ultimate.
To be continued, there he is.
Aww.
He's nodding. He's nodding.
They got the win.
And they earned it as well, because game number 2, for all accounts and purposes, we can say was as much a DRX loss as it was a Hanwha win. But this game, it was Hanwha just straight up outplaying them on every corner, using their aggressive potential, using the CC chains that they have available. And even with some mistakes like this, didn't let that get them down.
Yeah, OnFleek doesn't die here either, is able to flash away. So it was a pretty low-risk play for him, individual.
Until this.
Yeah. This Q, that one you regret. That was not the play. But didn't matter.
Nope. This is the one time DRX found something, and it was basically Hanwha gifting it rather than them earning it. And I feel like Deft has had a pretty middling performance this evening. And it's middling to low, and that's unfortunate considering he was such a star player for his roster all year long. I think he had a bit of a resurgence here in 2022.
He looked good in game 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had some flashy plays there. I mean, but yeah, second half of the series, do have to agree.
I expect that, you know, we said it literally going into game 1. I expect the 80 carry bands for KT Rolster to be exactly the same. I don't think the drafting style will change at all. And Hanwha basically role-played KT Rolster in this series, and so that's what makes it even worse.
I gotta say, Wolf, I really applaud your optimism of expecting DRX to ever beat KT, because if I'm looking at this, I don't know how they're gonna do at all, how they're ever gonna get past any of
Oh,
the
I
teams
totally boomed
that we
myself and
see.
went the wrong part of the bracket. Totally boomed myself.
No, Wolf. You just had faith in DRX, which I appreciate.
Hey, there's 2 teams that start with D.
All right, you guys got me. On
As-
my guest day, man, I'm just not having a good start of the TriCast to the end of regular season.
KD가 무슨 상관이야?
Yeah.
Well, you could see is a little bit of a bittersweet ending there, even in the comms.
Yeah.
Aris was like, well, you know, whatever. We got the win, but it's okay.
Hey, if we're gonna draw parallels, Vi, Croco.
No, I'm down. You know, I think a lot of
It works.
the analogies that we made, like the allegories, work just as well for Sandbox. Although Sandbox
Maybe
is,
not the top lane. Maybe not the top lane part of it, but
Well, no, I think Dove obviously is way better. I don't
And
know
at least
why
we
we're
get to
bringing
see
that
the
up.
Gragas that I wanted to see in this series.
Yeah,
not the Olaf.
it was definitely absent. I think the Gragas.
It was.
accent
Also,
is
3
very
games
strong.
of ignoring Yumi. Like, what?
Faldas is not on
Excuse
board.
me?
No.
I
mean, there was no. Okay, I'm okay with the ignore on the Yumi because there were not great 80 carries to pair with her in those games.
Yeah, I guess we had both Callista and Draven open, right? So like I get it a little.
There were some games where it could have been played.
Game
you
1
could have
especially.
forced it. You can first pick Yumi instead of Aphelios, and then you just play Twitch or Jhin or anything, you know.
We don't like the Yumi Jhin anymore. That's not allowed.
I know, neither do I. But like, I'm just saying, I think Yumi as a champion herself has enough power to warrant, you know,
I'd
not
agree.
forcing an Aphelios or forcing even some of the other strong 80 carries that were available. But, you know, that is the way it be sometimes. Let's take a look at the prediction results after this first match. We all voted, unsurprisingly, for DRX. So we all got boomed in this one.
Yeah.
And that means that Wolf will continue to hold on to his 69 out of 91 prediction score so far.
I think it's out of 89 now because this is the.
No, we were at 90. Wait.
No,
90 is the
total.
next series.
Yeah.
Oh.
69
So we're
out
getting
of
close.
80.
Okay, it was, out of 90 total potential. Okay.
Well, Chronicler and I both voted for the same teams here tonight, so he was still going to beat me in the end. But we'll see what the final score is. We'll see if Kwangdong ends up winning that next series or if.
We did our calculations on the POG State filming earlier.
Yeah, you guys might get one step closer.
Yeah. So DRX will finish at 9-9 with -1. That is
the only team in the playoffs that has a negative game score here.
Yeah. I just wish they finished at 0 instead of -1. Just irks me a little bit. Life Esports finish with a second win under their belts. They will not meet any of those record breakers that we had, such as the winless split, or the winless round, I should say, and stuff like that. So I suppose that is fortunate for them, too.
Yeah, you'll take anything that you can get at this point in time as Life, as we will be taking a look at our playoff bracket. And
everybody's looking at me. I'm like, all right, guys, I don't know. In my head, even though we literally just spent 2 hours talking about this moments before in my head, they were facing off against KT. Damwon will face off against KT.
Yeah.
And
it happens.
I kept saying that DK were 5th during that filming, so.
They're 5th in our hearts, I think.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Sandbox DRX, it will require both a colossal collapse from Sandbox, which that's possible. That has happened before.
Could happen.
But also a resurgence from DRX, and given this game, it just seems very unlikely. The pieces aren't coming together. Their meta read seems to be miles behind a ton of other teams. So DRX really got their work cut out. They only got a couple of days as well.
Again, note that Gen G, as split first, they will have opponent selection, which means that whoever wins out of the first 2 matches in round 1, they will get to choose who they face off. And I've been pretty adamant that you do not want to go and choose Live Sandbox, but we'll have to wait and see who Gen G consider the weaker opponent.
I think it will depend on the form of the 2 teams on those first 2 days. Those DRX's lead early on in the season, I was talking about earlier, they were a top 4 team for several weeks. In fact, were undefeated for the first 2, so that's why they end up getting playoffs, even though they have been very middling and just barely eked their way through at the end here. It was, for a moment there, kind of concerning. Maybe Kwangdong Freaks would take that spot away. They keep it, but they're not able to beat Hanwha Life here in this final match. I think a lot of it's about the draft.
It really is. I already talked about it a lot during the game as well, but the lack of agency for a champion like Aphelios is the reason why he has kind of been pushed to the background. And with Sivir and Zeri most notably, like the amount of things you can do, insane.
Dududunga.
Yeah, I mean, this time I didn't vote for him. I thought about it. I thought he had an amazing performance. He did have a huge CS lead because his lane opponent stopped CSing to give money to Deft later on. This moment, I think we'll give a lot more credit to Pioshik for this one, but still, he helps set this one up. The stun onto Kingen keeps him zoned. He has no mana. Then he just bullies Kingen repeatedly, gets all these early turret plates. I'm glad that this is the part of the game, part of the highlights we're showing, because this is actually where a lot of the top side value for DRX's comp was just completely shut down.
And for Hanwha Life, it is truly, I think, the whole team that looks good here today. And the fact that Dudu is the one who picks up the final POG, I think, is heartwarming, considering that he has been the backbone of the team for this entire split, and he's the only one that really has been very consistent. Yeah, I quite like the spread.
At least you guys have some company this time.
Yeah, I
You've
like the
got,
Paris votes as well.
Teddy over there and the Chinese cast.
Yeah.
I'm suspicious of the observers. They've been very unified this year.
Yeah.
Trust. I don't know what Kisun is up to.
Yeah, he's trying to pull something over there.
Good old Media Som did vote as well.
Yeah, nice. Guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's hear from Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the Hanwha Life's full team post-game interview translation. Congratulations, guys. So you guys picked up a win to close out the summer split, and it's been so long. I heard it's been, for you, 2 years since you actually had an on-stage interview. Hello, this is Hanwha Life Esports top laner Dudu. My current name is Dongju Lee. Last time I did interview here was with Lee Hans, like in 2020. I'm so happy to be here. Yeah, Hanwha Life grabbed a comeback victory over DRX. And that back-to-back Renekton play was the key to the win. I think Renekton is slowly climbing the tier list these days. Why is that? It's mostly because of the patch version. Herald is a lot more expensive now, and he's a lot more tankier, so Renekton is really strong at the timing. So he can always have the lane prio when the Herald does respond. So I think that's mostly the reason why Renekton is one of the OP picks right now. I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but unless he gets nerfed, I mean, as long as he's like untouched, he'll be on top of the tier list. And Dudu, you are the PUG leader on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. You have been the standout player on the side of Hanwha Life. And how do you look back the entire summer split? I think, I don't know. I can also say I had a success this split, but I can also say I had failed. But my personal goal was accomplished. So I hope to come back. I hope to come back stronger for the next split, you know, and accomplish our team's goal as well. Looking forward to 2023 season Dudu's performance. Was there anything you would like to say if you get to do an interview. I want to say just thank you to all of my teammates, our coaching staff, all of the people working for Hana Life, and also the fans who always showed up and always just watched us lose. I know over the course of the time it was a very rough season, but with this win on the last match, I think we kind of gave them the faith that we can do it. Now let's hear from Onfleek. You are the centerpiece of Hana Life's macro, taking all the objectives. How was the last match of the split? Because this was the final match of the season. We were gonna give it out all, and I'm so happy that we got the win. Even though you guys dropped the first game, you guys managed to get the comeback. So when was the turning point? Well, in fact, when we got the first streak in game number 1, I was like, we got the series today. And then we lost the game, so I was like, something's going wrong. And then we won game 2, so I was pretty confident that we will walk out with a win in the end. So as a captain of Hana Life Esports, any kind of word over to all the players and the fans? I mean, our fans and players were going through so much, of a hard time, but they never gave up. We always tried our best, and we finally kind of made it up for them, and we were able to get this win for the fans. And also to our fans, just thank you so much for all the support this season. And then Karis, this was the last match of the split. What was on your mind on the way to Low Park today? Because we had such a long losing streak. I was like thinking this would be our last chance to end the losing streak, so I was like, we have to win this game. And Karis, you have been playing as a starting mid laner on the side of Hana Life this year long. In what kind of aspect have you kind of stepped up the most? I really wanted to get better at my laning phase and also playmaking as a team. And this time around, our coach Sudal gave me so many advices, so I was able to step up in terms of those aspects. Karis, what is your personal goal? Well, I mean, we left a lot to be desired this split. I'm really sorry about what we have, what we were not able to do this split, but I just want to say I'm so grateful for all the support from the fans, and I will make sure to repay all of your supports next year. Now, Samdi, you were able to close out the season with a win with the Draven performance in Game 3. How do you feel? I was like 0-0-0 in the Damwon series, so I couldn't sleep that night. But I guess I'm gonna get some great sleep tonight, finally. I mean, Hana Life banned 3 marksman cards and then locked in Draven. What was the strategy or plan heading into the last game? Because the opponent AD carry is a very strong player, so if I can actually play against Taft with all the remaining AD carry pool, maybe we can put up a great fight, after we remove all the strong kind of meta picks. Samdi, what does this regular split mean to you as we are at the end of the split? I think I thought my professional career might be at a bit of a risk because I was so underperforming this season. And moving on to Vista, were you expecting a huge win like this on your way to the venue? We actually have defeated DRX multiple times starting from the spring split, so I was pretty confident. And Vista, your performance in the Mumu was the highlight of that game. I think Kalista Mumu comp is all about Vista's outplays. Why are you so good at it? Somebody likes Kalista. I also prefer champions that has AoE crowd controls, So Mumu kind of connects with me really well. And Mumu stole the Baron with the tears flooding on the ground. Were you expecting that? Not at all. You know, I just wanted to fight. I was looking for fights, but my tears, you know, actually reflects the tear I've been like crying this split. You know, I was going all in this final series. I think this split, you know, Hana Life was getting so much support from the fans. I want to say thank you, and also our coaching staff, our players were doing a great job until the very end of the split, and I hope we can learn even more in the off season and come back stronger for next year. And once again, congratulations on the win to close out the regular split. And this will be the end of the interview from the Hana Life Esports players, and back to the casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As it's good to hear. You could see, obviously, that all the players were very disappointed, even going to the point of saying that some of their, you know, Samdi said his professional career, he felt like it might be at risk. And that's the kind of pressure that these players are under. You know, they want to be pro players, but sometimes, you know, it just doesn't work out, and it feels bad.
It does. I will always go back. You know, even for Hanwha Life players, we see the upsurge that some of us have had. Viper and Lahens can do it. You guys can maybe do it.
I liked Vista saying it felt like his tears that stole the Baron were kind of the tears he shed throughout a very long and difficult season and year of play for Hanwha Life Esports, but I'm happy they end the season on a high note.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the end of that first series, guys, but we have the final series here, match 90 after a bit of a break. Nongshim up against Kwangdong Freaks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
우리 칼바람 나랑이나 갈까?
아 좋지 날도 더운데. 어? 혜연이 너 이 자식 너 왜 그래? 부패 물약을 몇 병이나 처먹은 거야?
홍진아 너 도대체 왜 이러는데? 우리 병원문 닫으래. LCK 끝났다고. 우리 병원문 닫으래. 뭐? 우리는 LCK랑 별게 아니었어?
아니 우리는 LCK의 기생충에 불과했던 거야.
뭐? 아, 야, 이 자식아! 이 더러운 LCK!
이제 환자들을 할짝이라 부르기 시작했는데 할짝이들을 할짝이라 부르지도 못하고. 야 빠른별 너도 마셔.
근데 나 내일 롤리나잇이랑 분석 데스크가 있어가지고 미안.
야 뿌락지 같은 자식. 어쩐지 존나 살이더라.
자기만 먹고 살려고 진짜 저렇게 졸렬하게 살 수가 있어? 자기밖에 몰라 자기밖에 몰라 이기적인 자식 졸렬한 자식 이기적인 자식 쓰레기 같은 놈 이기적인 놈
다들 그만해. 다들 그만해. 우리 토모다치 아니냐는. 그래. 우리끼리 싸우는 게 무슨 소용이야. CJ는 가족이잖아.
맞아 형 LCK는 까도 우리끼리는 까지 말자.
우리 전처럼 협곡에서 한번 합 좀 맞춰볼까?
네, 피디님. 저 내일 롤파크 출근 못할 것 같습니다. 인생에서 가장 중요한 일이 생겼거든요.
내가 늦은 건 아니지.
자, 오늘 주제 집도에 들어가기 앞서서 드디어 이분이 오셨습니다.
드디어 분위기 좋네요 여기. 네, 안녕하세요 혓바닥토스의 혈자기 여러분. 네, 이렇게 오랜만에 찾아뵙게 되는데
너무 형식적이야.
아니 근데 솔직히 나도 약간 이런 예능 프로그램이 오랜만이야. 예능을 잘 안 나간 지가 오래돼가지고 진짜 오랜만인데 너무 재밌게 보고 있는 건 사실이고 최고의 프로그램이다.
현존하는 LCK 프로그램 중에
롤판 프로그램 중에.
롤판 프로그램 중에
없어. 이거 혓바닥토스보다 더 좋은 거.
그러면 클템님이 방송
네.
선배로 봤을 때 네 분 중에 누가 제일 잘하고 누가 제일 못하는 것 같아요?
그러니까 보통 보면은 이게 색깔이 좀 정해져 있는데 약간 그 팩트 컨셉이 한 명 있잖아. 모르네. 약간 이게 몰라 자기는.
원래 팩급인 걸 몰라.
그러니까 동진이가 옛날 선수 때부터 좀 팩급 같긴 했어. 실력이 팩급이라는 게 아니라
실력도 팩급이야.
벌써부터.
그래서 오늘 주제가 어떤 라인이 가장 중요한가? 다들 좀 어떻게 생각하는지.
일단 탑은 아니야.
탑은 나가 있어. 나도 그 생각을 해. 나는 왜 그 생각을 하는 게 최근에 내 전적을 보여주면서 나는 그 말을 할 수 있어. 나도 진짜
전적이
그래.
어떻길래?
한 10대 시켰어? 0, 2, 0 하고 이기고요.
이건 좀 심한데?
0, 3, 1 하고도 승리할 수 있는 게 탑이에요.
와,
네.
아니 놀라운 게 킬 관여 0%, 8%야. 뭐야 이게?
좀 심한데?
그럼 제일 중요한 데는 어디야?
시작할 때부터 지금까지 계속 그 녀석이 주인공이었어. 그 라인이. 그렇지?
팀게임 기준이에요? 뭐 솔랭 기준이에요?
다요.
다요?
네.
다는 아니지. 나는 팀게임이면은 미드가 맞다고 보는데 솔랭은 미드 아니지.
바텀이라 생각해?
솔랭은 무조건 정글 아니면 바텀이지. 정글이 막 3킬, 4킬 이렇게 먹고 들어가면은 게임이 너무 편해.
당연한 얘기잖아.
너무 그냥 당연한 얘기라.
4킬 먹어서
아니 미드가 4킬이어도 더 좋은 거 아니야?
물러다닐 수 있는데 한계가 있어.
한계가 어디 있어?
한계가 어디 있어? 너가 왜 한계를 둬? 반대로 정글도 똑같은 거 아니야? 너가 못
아니지,
해가지고 미드가 안 보이면.
아 미드가 있어. 미드가.
댓글 보면 여러분들이 그때 그 시절 CJ를 그리워하는 분들이 많더라고요. 오늘 주제가 어떤 라인이 중요한가 얘기도 하니까 오랜만에 롤 한 판 하시면서 더 얘기를 해보시는 게 어떨지.
아 근데 정글 2명인데요?
우리
근데 저 형 정글 안 가 요새 탑 많이 가.
간만에 붕대 좀 풀어봐야 되나?
그럼 일단 미드는 안 갈래.
나는 그냥 쟤랑 게임을 한다. 여기 한 명 어떻게 못 불러?
서포터 좀 정상적인 사람으로 와줘. 원딜도 이게 피해를 본다고. 서포터가 이상하면.
나 근데 서브 나쁘지 않아.
아니야, 근데 너는 탑에 있어야 돼. 내가 볼 때 우리 중에 제일 에이스가 얘잖아 일단.
그치 마스터 진짜.
그러니까 상수야.
알겠어.
네가 우리 팀에 지금 제우스잖아 지금. 너가 상수를 맡아.
그러면은 내가 페이커인가?
아니 근데 이제 누가 잘할 것 같아? 너가 볼 때 서포터 지금 우리 중에.
그래도 말이 통하려면 그래도 동진이가 말이 통하지 않을까?
동진이가 약간 다루기가 쉽다는 거야 지금. 아니 딱 봐도 나나 얘는 말귀를 안 쳐먹잖아.
그러면 저희 동진이가 서포터 가는 걸로 하고
오케이.
갑시다.
오케이. 자, 그러면 라인 정해졌으니까 이제 이동하시죠 게임하러.
네.
네.
아 예.
네.
DC 샤이 보여드릴게요.
이건 기회야.
사람들 앞에서 영웅이 될 수 있는 기회야.
정글 서포트 둘 다 별로지만 제가 미드 버스 뭔지 보여드리겠습니다.
왜 캡틴 잭이 층으로 있는지 보여주도록 하겠습니다.
주 포지션이 아니지만 쓰레기들 제가 케어하겠습니다. 예, 각자 자리로.
고고.
아 오랜만에 팀 게임 하네.
오케이.
나 진짜
파이팅.
화이팅.
진짜.
칼리스타 베라자.
왜?
후반 센 거.
우리 11을 할 거니까.
우리 11을 1픽 할 거잖아.
사일러스 벤.
와 진짜 너무하다 이거.
아니야. 아니 나 딴 거 해. 딴 거 해.
게임 이미
일단
망했어.
여기서 다리우스까지. 일단 여기서 아니 우리 뭐 잡아? 야.
동진이 유미 할 줄 알아?
아니 이거 너가 할 줄 아는 게 뭐야?
나 라칸 이런 거 할 수 있어. 라칸.
야 빨리 뭐.
야 그럼 서포트 라칸 고르자. 아니면 뭐 카르마. 라칸.
카르마.
아니
라칸,
카르마보다
라칸
라칸이 나을 것
라칸
같아.
가져가.
지금 어차피 메타픽이 안 되잖아 지금.
어차피 조진 거 같으니까 그냥 가자고.
오 제리를 하겠다.
제리 룰루.
아 이거 많이
이거-
빡세.
아야 괜찮아. 트위치 골라. 트위치 골라 일단.
나 여기서 시바나 골라줄 수 있어.
시바나?
시바나 골라줄 수 있어.
너 미드 AD 할 수 있냐?
세트 판테온 제드.
다 제끼고.
아니 그런 거는 그러니까 너 얘가 원하는 건 뭐 야스오 요네 이런 거 같은데 이렐리아나.
야수 요네 이래는 나 못해.
미드 챔피언 포기.
미드 챔피언 포기 쓰레기잖아.
나 이번 시즌 아리밖에 못해.
아니 아리 벤당했는데 그럼 어떻게 이제?
빠랭이 그래도 리산드라 같은 거 하면
나 스윈 할 건데.
야 그럼 내가 AD 해야 되잖아 그치? 내가 할 수 있는 AD 녹턴밖에 없어.
빨리 좀 해.
일단 너 골라. 니 픽 빨리 골라. 아무거나. 자신 있는 거 골라 그냥.
리산드라.
아 뭐야 빨리 말해.
스웨인하고.
아니 이걸 1초에 말할 게 어딨냐고.
얘가 이래서 랜덤 트런들이 이러다 나온 거야 이게.
아무무해 그냥 아무무.
아니 3AP 그냥 쓰레기야. 안 돼.
3AP 야.
안 돼.
녹턴 하자 형. 어쩔 수 없네.
그래 해.
형 그냥 녹턴 하자.
어쩔 수 없어.
녹턴 라칸으로 이니시 열어.
애초부터 정해져 있었네. 나 참고로
그래.
얘기하는데 드락사르 극딜 녹턴이다.
아니
나 참고로 무한 궁박기 명륜진사 녹턴이야.
아니 씨.
명륜진사. 일단 나 6렙까지 RPG 할게.
오케이.
아니 뭐 새삼스럽게.
일상이야 일상. 근데 우리 에이스는 상면이라 상면이가 지면 우린 끝난 거야.
내가 잘해볼게.
아 나도 이거 장비 가져올 걸 그랬네. 아쉽네.
에이, 벌써 그러는 거야 형?
아니 아까 지금 설정이
너무 빠른데?
오히려 나 같은 사람들이 장비를 또 탄다고.
대포 지운다 빠르게.
아하.
쟤네 아직 블루 안 먹었어.
하긴. 그럼 어디 찌를 수 있다는 거네.
우리다.
아 또 벌써부터 정글
설마 벌써 죽으면 나 게임 안 한다.
아니 안 죽어.
차이가 정글 차이가 벌써부터 나네요 아주.
리신일.
리신이.
녹턴 영.
아니 근데 야 좀 진지하게 해라.
아니 형.
지금 장난해? 지금 뭐 좀 진지하게 해. 그치 상면아.
형 진지하게 해.
큐로 먹어. 큐로 먹어. 큐로 먹어.
아니 뭐
아니,
갱킹을 해줘야 진지하게 하지.
상면.
뭐야 이거.
네, 죽었네.
나 바텀 역으로 한번 찔러본다. 갈 수 있어?
지금 무기
가봐, 가봐.
누구?
일단 제리 탈진 발음. 전멸 빼자. 오케이.
아래. 오케이. 빠져.
여기까지.
이러면 좀 기분 나쁜데.
형 남아줘. 이거 다이브 당해.
보고 있어.
굿.
아니 잠깐만.
아 나 죽잖아.
죽어 그냥.
정화랑 전멸 다 있었는데 왜?
내가 아니 그거 호응 어떻게 해? 아니 리플 쳐보자 또 열받게 하네.
오 온다.
야 이거 룰루 가자.
보여줘. 룰루.
되나?
이거 나
나이스
저거-
캡틴.
나이스.
나 뺄게. 나 전멸 3초인데. 아 이거 아깝다.
아 이거 너무 아깝고.
아 이거 전멸이 딱 3초였는데.
여기 리신 있어.
싸우자.
여기
그래, 싸움도 나쁘지 않아.
아
넣어줄게,
이거 안
내가.
된다. 근데 와드가 다 있는 것 같은데?
나 그냥 이거
이 깜냥이 좋은데?
쫓아가봐.
되나. 나이스.
정민성 오랜만에 나이스.
당연하지. 아, 내가
좋아요.
이거
아,
주도권 이거 드래곤 타이밍 잡을만 하냐?
네.
이거 전령 나 어디다 풀어야 되는데
바텀 가든가. 나 바텀 무빙 해줄 수 있어.
그러니까
가자,
미드
바텀.
박치기가 낫지 않아?
스웨인도 같이 와야 돼.
아니 미드에도 왜 푸냐고?
싸우지 마, 싸우지 마.
시간이 없는데 어떡하라고 나보고.
미드에 왜 푸냐고 진짜.
싸우지
거기
마.
같이 쳐 먹어 그럼.
바텀 플레이를 하자고 했잖아 내가.
리신 탑 갈 수도 있어. 마지막
탑인 것 같은데?
탑이네.
우직하게 잘하고 있다 상면아.
아, 형 고마워.
내가 아예 상면이가 지금 되게 고생하고
찍는다?
있어.
고생은 내가 하고 있지.
개소리 하지 마 너는.
좀 닥쳐.
아니 상면이가 지금 제일 고생하고 있어.
지금 가장 고생하는 캡틴 잭이야.
개소리 하지 마. 뭐
하고
캡잭이
있는데.
개소리 하지 마. 캡틴 때 지금 달달하게 지금 팀에서 밀어주고 있구만.
형우야 너밖에 없다. 야 내가 후반 캐리할게.
아니
아, 오케이,
미드
오케이.
후반 캐리할게.
후반 캐리하면
미드
이제.
전력 왜 풀어주냐고.
너는 좀 조용히 해 자식아.
시바나 부르면 싸울만해. 이거 용 쟤네 바로 못 잡아서.
오케이.
야 이거 와봐. 이거 내가 스테이 각도 볼 수 있거든.
오케이.
3,000.
나 일단 들어가야 돼.
나.
근데 시야가
킬게.
없어. 시야가 없어졌어.
들어가.
뭐 어떻게 들어가?
일단 리신.
오케이.
리신
맞아.
물었고. 리신 물었고.
룰루.
일단 담아.
일단 담아.
나 죽어. 오케이.
일단 담아.
좋아.
다 죽여.
다 죽여.
되나 요거?
쓰려 담아 그냥.
도와줄게,
조져.
도와줄게.
접해.
마무리. 안 되나 이거? W 1초.
그래.
오. 그렇지. 쫙. 나이스. 나이스. 장면이 좋았어.
아, 동현아 좋았다. 동현아 좀 방금 좀.
좀 센스 있었다 동진아.
캐리야.
그래 갑자기 발언 치고 싶다.
아니 안에이브 더 민다.
오케이 미드 커버와 이거는 이제.
여기. 일단 불은 꺼뒀어 어머로.
나이스. 동현아.
아이고 그러니까
살기만 해, 동현아. 살기만 해봐.
오케이.
내가 이거 뒤에서 갈게. 가볼래 한번?
아니
쟤네가 더안 들어와.
쟤네도 다 와.
지금 싸우는 각이야.
잠깐만.
젤이 넘어왔어. 젤이 넘어온 거야.
내가 없는데 젤이 잡을 수 있어?
야 이거
아니,
리스.
그러니까
천천히 해봐, 천천히 해봐.
빠지면서 해야 돼. 빠지면서. 그러니까 진영 좀 잡아봐.
진영을 어떻게 잡아 이걸? 근데 어떻게 잘 산 거 같기도 하고.
이거 트위치 각 안 나오냐?
궁 쏘는 중. 근데 CC가
너무
없어.
느려. 우리 CC가 없어.
CC가 없어. 라칸이 궁이 없다고.
방금도 동진이가 이상한 데서 물렸어.
아니 그러니까 왜 자꾸
씨앗을-
이상한 데서 물려?
먹는데 옆에 아무도 없는데 어떡해. 먹으라고 강요도 안 했는데.
아니 그러면 어떻게?
이거 이제 게임 좀 갔다.
나도 이거 완전 간 거 같은데.
갔다.
아니 11을 밴당한 점에서 일단 승리는 좀 물 건너갔잖아.
성 나갔어. 11 밴드한 거에서.
이게
야 이거 와봐.
연기할게.
연기.
나 연기하는 중.
일로 와.
뒤에 온다 애들.
맛있다.
나이스.
이거 요동친다.
오케이, 그라운드 요동 치는 중. 나 이거 바텀 타워 또 먹으면은 우리
그래 근처에
영상 딱 나와.
괜찮을 수도 있어.
이렇게 내려가 볼게. 리신 여기. 오케이.
근데 이제 4대4가 될 것 같은데 왠지?
제리 봐볼래 형?
아니 뭘 봐? 아니 너 미친 거 아니야? 아니 신동진! 아니 잠깐만 이거 비상이야 지금. 아니 뭘 가 너도 뭘 가? 아니
나 실수했다.
형우야 미안해.
아니 형 뭐해?
형우야 해봐. 형우야 해봐. 뒤에서.
오케이. 나 해본다.
형우야 진짜 미안해.
해본다.
이거
어쩔 수
얘네들.
없었어 이거.
아니 형우 개 못하는데?
어쩔 수 없었어. 아니 내가 다 했잖아 나는.
아니 너무 동진이가 장난쳐 자꾸.
아니 근데 동진아. 녹화 성능이 없는데.
아니
바텀에 위치
야, 이거
보였고.
다 나가봐 마지막 반경.
오케이 나 궁 3초 1초 간다.
마지막 가봐.
오케이 막아.
가봐.
동진아 지금 들어가면 안 되지.
에라이 그냥.
형
막아!
형 보여줘.
이거 제리 트위치 펜타킬 안 돼?
그렇지. 간다 펜타킬. 진짜
이거는 좀.
귀만 아프네 아주.
이걸 리플레이 분석 갑시다.
자 여러분 이제 경기 한번 해봤는데 어떤 라인이 제일 중요한 것 같은지 소감 들어볼게요.
이게 탑에서
사랑의 문제였던 뭔 답이.
일단 근데 그건 있어. 이 게임 자체가 이미 기울어진 게임이었다. 전반적으로 상대가 좀 잘한 건 맞아 일단.
근데 어쨌든 우리도 자원을 쓰긴 썼잖아.
어디다가?
바텀.
그치? 좀 있다. 그치?
전령은 미드에 풀었는데?
전령을 일단
전령 근데 형 나도 근데 전령 얘기 좀 거둘게. 형 바텀 갱만 갔잖아. 그럼 바텀 갱하고 전령을 왜 안 풀었어?
어차피 풀각이 안 나왔다고.
뭐 했어? 이거 우리만 너무 혼나는 거 아니냐?
바텀에 투자를 했는데 갱각도 좀 이상했다니까 이게.
아니 그러니까 내가 초반에 저랩갱 때 한번 칼 타이밍을 잡았어.
한번 보자 그러면.
한번 봐봐.
아니
그리고 뒤잡았거든? 봐봐.
아니 왜 녹턴 선전멸 안 쓴? 아니 녹턴 선전멸 썼으면 됐잖아. 그럼 내가 타고 가서 W를 맞췄잖아.
그거 맞네. 아니 잘 잡아놓고 왜 플래시 공포를 안 걸어?
돌려봐
이거 다시 보니까 녹턴 잘못인데? 제리 입장.
제리 입장이야.
저 플래시 공포. 저 플래시 공포.
앞으로 가면서 플래시 공포.
이거는
왜?
형은 전멸 공포부터 때렸으면 얘가 1랑 전멸이 동시에 빠지잖아. 그때 라칸이 띄우고 그럼 나도 그때 전멸 써서 평평평 2.
형 인정해?
인정해.
그럼 형 굳이 비율 따지면 바텀 대 정글 잘못 비율 몇 대 몇?
여기서 그냥 내가 잘못한 게 맞는
10대 0?
10대 0으로 하자. 인정할 건 해야 돼. 왜냐면
쓰듯이 10대 0으로 하자가 아니고 형 잘못을 하니까.
그 다음 주요 장면이
용한타?
이때 용 타이밍 해가지고 이제
아니 야 근데 동진아 너 맨날 뭐 시야 싸움 한다면서 어디 있는 거야? 시야가 없어?
아니 시야를
아 나 봐봐 나
아니 시야를
양쪽에
네 사람들은 맨날 내려오는데 집에 있는 내려오지 않는데 시야를 어떻게 먹어 시야를
그럼 나는 어떻게 들어가? 리신이랑 상대 들어가 맨날
근데 걔가 탔던 게 시야가 없어가지고 날아가질 못해.
빠져가면서 시야가 왜 이러는 건데
아니 근데 이거 우리 좋은 장면이잖아.
우리 좋은 영 보자.
좋은 기억이 있었던
아니 근데 이건 좋긴 했어
여기 됐어.
동진
나도 질렀어.
이건 근데 서포 정글 탑이 잘했다. 나머지는 좀 쓰레기 같았고. 여기서 나랑 근데 매드무비 찍었어. 동진이랑 진짜. 맞아. 여기서 동진이랑.
아니 이거
아니 룰루는 그냥 불타 죽었네.
뭐야? 그걸 예상하고 깔아놓은 거야? 오.
진짜야? 진짜 아니지?
아니지.
혹시 해서 상면이 잘하니까 그래도.
동진아 나 여기서 할 말 있어. 잠깐 멈춰봐.
근데 나도 너한테 할 말 있긴 해. 왜 해봐봐.
해 빨리빨리 해. 한 명씩 해.
지금 탑 먼저 밀고 우리가 지금 할 거 없어서 일단 후딱 어디든 찔러보자 해가지고 가는 거잖아. 그럼 은신한 나 타고 이렇게 쏙 와가지고 야 리산드라 여기서
기억나.
아니 근데 이거 너 걸려 이거
아니 걸린 건 상관이 없어. 리산드라가 앞으로 2를 썼어.
아니,
너
근데-
그거 안 봤지? 리산드라가 2 없다라는 거 몰랐지?
그래서 개같이 싸움 나가지고 궁 써달라 그래가지고 써줬는데 빨려 들어가서 개 죽음 당했어.
이거 형은 왜 들어갔어?
아니 다 들어와달라고 하는 거야. 아니 솔직히 이거 그냥 버리자니 우리 팀 중심이 얘잖아. 이거는 살리려고 들어가야 되는 각이잖아. 아니
이거
근데
내가 들어가라고 한 거 같거든
아니
제일 중요한 타임.
이게 제일 중요한 명장면.
우리 반반인 상황이었어. 골드 보이지?
일단 동진이가 물렸고 내가 어무용으로
바톤 타치 지렸어 바톤
아니 그러니까 일단 그래도 뭐 죽진 않았어.
궁 2개가 빠졌어 그럼. 제일 중요한 궁 2개가.
궁 2개 빠졌는데 왜 막 콜을 안 했어? 싸우지 말자고.
나는 빼라 그랬어.
너는?
나도 싸우면 안 된다고 했어
이거 못 밝히니까 그냥 막 지르는 거야.
날카로운 지역이야 어차피 서로 기억도 안나
지금 싸우는 각이야. 젤이 넘어왔어. 젤이 넘어온 거야.
나는 솔직히 이 게임에 내 입장에서는 하이라이트인데 난 마지막 순간이 좀 많이 킹 받았었어. 니네 바텀 죽고 우리 미드 죽고.
근데 형이랑 나랑 기억이
니네도 패급이었어?
아니 우리는 최선을 다하긴 했어. 그러니까 죽긴 했는데 탑을 보자. 우리가 탑 잡은 거부터 봐야 돼.
오케이. 맞다. 이거.
리산드라를 잡았잖아.
그래서 녹턴이 맹활약했던 장면이구나.
근데 콜이 근데 5대4니까 한타자였어
아니 한타를 하는데 너 뭐 하는데
여기서
여기서 뭐 하는데?
이게 뭔데? 이게 뭐냐?
마음이 너무 급했네 미안합니다 죄송합니다
2대1로 진 거야 그래서?
아니야.
나중에 왔어.
저기도 친구가 왔어.
내가 타다가 좀 두드려 맞았어. 그리고 셰프가 좀 나를 신경 써주더라고. 해가지고
이대에서 뻘짓한 거보다 내가 도와주는 게 맞잖아 이거.
같이 싸우자 했는데 이제
룰루가 맞지.
눌러가지고 나는 이제 형아 미안해.
이번 게임 하면서 느꼈어요. 그냥 사람이 중요하다. 책임을 많이 지고 싶어하는 그 사람이 중요하다.
나는 전령을 왜 미드에 풀었는지 나는 머릿속에 지금 그거밖에 없어 전령 미드에 안 풀고 나가 싸울 수 있다고 했잖아 그때 아래로 내려가가지고
저는 근데 오늘 느꼈어요 정글이 중요하다
네가 정글 갔으면 달랐다.
아니 그건 아닌데 정글 뭐 전령, 한타, 각
그러니까 전령을 왜 미드에 푼 거냐? 이럴 수가 없네.
이런 것 때문에 정글 서폿이 중요한 거 알았습니다. 정글 서폿 나올 거 판을 만들어주는 거니까.
저도 근데 캡쟁이랑 좀 의견이 비슷한데 사실 라인 영향력이고 뭐고 우리 이렇게 방송한 적이 거의 처음인가? 확실히 그 옛날 그 친구들은 모이면 안 돼? 가끔 그냥 끄덕끄덕 하잖아요 지금.
오늘은 그래서 노래가 어떤 라인이 가장 중요한지 대해서 얘기를 해봤는데요. 클테님 어떠셨나요?
정답은 여러분 마음속에 있다고 보시면 되고요. 사람이 중요하다. 이 혓바닥 토스가 너무 지금 재밌는 프로그램이니까 앞으로도 4명이서 잘 이어갔으면 좋겠고 어떤 친구는 좀 더 분발도 좀 하고 너무 재밌었습니다.
발자기들 우리는 그럼 다음 편 플레이오프 편 특집으로 찾아오도록 할게요. 지금까지 혓바 다크
수고하셨습니다.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the final match of the LCK Summer season. It is me, Valdez, with two handsome analysts, Wolf and Chronicler, with me. As we're going to be bringing you guys Nongshim versus Kwangdong Freaks. This is going to be, of course, the last matchup, but also should be a pretty interesting one between these two teams.
Yeah, for Kwangdong Freaks, trying to end the season on a high note, keep your chances of Worlds qualifiers as high as possible. And for Nongshim, just trying to get that last interview on stage with the whole team. It has been a sad season for them. I think they've had a lot more hardships than Kwangdong Freaks have, especially when you consider the COVID issues they had in spring. It's just been a long year for this squad who hasn't been able to make playoffs either side.
Yeah, at least Nongshim has had a little bit of a revival at the end there. Even have the chance to end the season on a win streak.
Whoa.
I know it's 2 wins and one of them was against Home Alive, but you'll take it at this point. Anything that can make you forget about the rough year that they've had. Players have been very outspoken about how heavy it was for them. We even heard some of that in the last interview with Home Alive. So for Nongshim, might have been even worse because for Home Alive, I don't think there were a lot of expectations. For Nongshim, there definitely were.
Yeah, do definitely agree. Nongshim can end with a better game score here at the end if they're able to take this series in a positive way, as this is the probabilities here for the Worlds qualifiers based on what happened in the last series. So 16.85% here for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, there is still a chance. It's not a big one, but there is a chance. It's bigger than some other chances we've seen, some other probabilities we've seen towards the end in terms of making playoffs and stuff like this. But this is just for making that the bracket for the regional qualifier. Dread did test positive for COVID once again, so he'll be playing online. Can they keep it together and keep that win streak going in the face of this issue?
Actually, very early this morning, around 11 a.m. when this was tweeted out, so probably found out this morning, just straight up, and a little bit unfortunate, but as we've talked about many times, we haven't really seen huge swinging performance changes with players playing online, so I don't think it'll affect them too much.
Gotta concur there, as Teddy truly staring into the monitor with an intensity that isn't often seen. Has been on the end of a losing record against Ghost. Not surprising considering the teams that Ghost has been on, and even then, taking into account the subpar split that Nongshim has had, they actually were able to win against Kwangdong. That was one of their few wins, and highlighting Teddy is important because that's it for Kwangdong. It's Teddy. It's just Teddy.
Yes.
It's just Teddy.
That sign was hoping that Teddy would win alongside his team so that they could secure the fan meeting for the both of them. Here are the, or Falali night rather. Here is round 2 stats. As you do see, Nongshim have really upped the tempo in terms of their champion kills per minute, a lot more action, and honestly, I don't think that Kwangdong's kind of sit back and wait and see kind of attitude is really going to work in this meta.
Exactly. It's a problem on this patch for Kwangdong Freaks because just saying, don't need Herald, don't need Drake, as their second to last in terms of Drake take here is not going to work out as, yeah. Dread, there he is! Give him a bow. Yeah, and the full Snowflower.
What is this?
I'm loving it.
We need this more.
Final game. We've seen a bunch. I don't know whether I like this one more, the careful reveal, or the prince on the shoulder. But
that was my favorite.
It was Kwangdong that started this meta with the plushies, and I'm glad teams have really taken it upon themselves to try and improve and further build upon that foundation of shenanigans.
I mean, we even brought it into the English global broadcast here.
We did.
With our good friend Atlas earlier on tonight. Nongshim Red Force here. It has been a rotating door of supports, but finally Snowflower picks up POG in their last matchup, has looked much better in recent games. Again, against Hanwha Life Esports, but still, I think really finding his stride here and maybe proving one way or the other that he might be sticking around for next year if they can find that synergy
There was a sign there that said if you lose, you get the fan meeting. If you win, you get a lolly night. So maybe I was misunderstanding from earlier. But either way, you get something. Here's Kwangdong Freaks. As everybody's pretty much in high spirits. Even a lot of smiles here on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. It's really nice to see, even from a couple of teams that, you know, especially with 6 teams going to playoffs, if you don't make playoffs, I know a lot of pro players are they have very high standards. They will consider it a failure, and they'll say, well, I want to make playoffs next year. So I'm happy that at least coming into this last matchup, they can come in with some smiles.
Yeah. And it's understandable. You know, you got to do with what you have been given. For Kwangdong, it has been a very, very tough time, particularly for jungle and support. And you could have a subpar top laner, as we have seen in the split, but you cannot have a jungle and support that don't work together, that aren't able to find engages. And I think that indecisiveness, that crucial point of weakness is why Kwangdong generally feels so lost.
Yeah, it's a meta where you have to be quick and decisive. Our key player matchup here is going to be between Ghost and Teddy. These are round 2 stats here. Damage percent, much higher for Teddy. The kill participation, also much higher here. And the laning stats, significantly better as well. Kwangdong Freaks definitely playing around Teddy much better. And Ghost has had a really off season here where he has usually been a weak side player where you just sit back and farm and, you know, carry later, give your team power elsewhere. But when there isn't a whole lot of power outside of the bottom lane for most of the season, and even in round 2, where at the end of things, that bottom side prio is arguably way more important, just hasn't been his strength, right? Is playing to wave clear and bottom side prio and aggressive trading. Outside of the Draven pick, he's played a few times.
That Ghost drawing is very cute.
It's very dreamy.
Yeah, I love the stars. Here's Teddy. As he's looking as calm as ever. Kana's going to work on that keyboard already. He's got some stuff to say. He's making a post right before their match. Not actually, probably. Here's Keen. This top lane matchup is going to be interesting as well. I think a couple of top laners that haven't really met some of the expectations this season. As here's Dread, alone.
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't feel too bad just yet.
Yep. He's got his referee camera behind him there. And I think for me, what I selfishly want in this series that has no real implications for the LCK domestically here is to see a top matchup that ends up being high octane, high energy. I'd love to see Keen play strong side and look to show his mechanics, because even he has had a rough middling season, whereas he's been such a legend and such an important part of Kwangdong and Afrika's history. And in this last match of the season, I'd love to see him just go all out against Kana there and have a really fun time on the top side of the map, win or lose.
So she's been a fan since 2019, I believe. Lots of visits to watch Teddy, specifically. As Nongshim, they are going to be starting on blue side with the home side selection advantage. Does make sense. We'll have to see where the prio lies in this draft. I would love to see more focus on the uni.
I think
saying it now, getting it out of the way.
We will definitely see Teddy's Kalista is as deft as Kalista was in the last series. Unplayable, not allowed. It will be on the ban list every time.
Would expect something similar as well. Botline bans have been extremely prevalent, and I haven't finished my sentence, or Renata already gets swept away. And it is not unheard of to just have like 1 or 2 supports and 4 AD carry bans, 5 AD carry bans. It's either that or teams opt into a Sivir Zeri handshake, but that is a bigger risk, as we get the perfect
on the table
staring aggressively.
I feel bad for the cameraman who's got to work that angle, you know.
That's tough, actually. Yeah, you really gotta get that camera just right, deft, or a Dread rather. Just still being able to communicate with the rest of the team. The beauty of the internet in full force here is the Vi actually gonna get taken away. A really interesting, because the Vi has been high prio, but has not been heavily prioritized in terms of the pick ban. It's already been more, or the ban list rather.
So for me, I think if you ban the Renata, you ban away the Vi, it allows you to play weak side AD carry a little bit more comfortably as Nongshim. For Ghost, you could put him on something like the Aphelios. We did see Deft attempt to play on blue side in the previous series and say, well, much more difficult to kill him, much more difficult to threaten him, and the long range won't necessarily be as much of an issue, especially because Kwangdong Freaks are taking away the high prio AD carries here in terms of the Sivir, the Kalista, and it may be that Nongshim is just fishing for that first pick of Aphelios here, taking away the Zarya now as well, saying, all right, well, we're not even going to allow you the scaling handshake here bottom side. That's my expectation, considering the Vi ban here weakens the Ahri pick as well quite significantly that Kwangdong could pick up here on the red side.
Yeah, I think Ghost, he's played a lot of Aphelios. He's looked best on the Aphelios, so I would certainly be looking to pick that up if I'm Nongshim. It's not going to be banned away, as, you know, if you're trying to get through laning phase as well, trying to get through it, you could go for the Nilla, but it's not going to be picked here, as BD's Azir is also a option.
Wukong also open, and that will be locked away here. And it would be really interesting if Kwangdong Freaks just say, thank you very much, we'll take the Aphelios ourselves here for Teddy. They could also grab the Azir. Ahri much weaker with the Wukong pick. Not impossible to pull off, but it's definitely much easier to set up that long-range engage with the Vi.
Yeah, Poppy to me seems like a no-brainer, because if you do prioritize the Aphelios here without at least a Kench and or a Poppy, I prefer both. With just the Wukong already, like, playing the game becomes a little harder, and if you add a consistent dive core to that, it becomes way more tough. Gonna get the Azir here for Fate. Really strong pick on this patch for many a reason. And overall, looks like both of these two teams are going to be prioritizing their jungle. And for Nongshim, I also expect a mid pick up here for BDD, who, as we now know, does in fact play a mean Sylas.
Yeah. He kept that a secret. Now, Aphelios here, you know, we talked about how many prio picks have been taken away, but there's one in particular that's still open, which is the Draven. And you have a Poppy, so you have the ability to dive early. The bottom side is a strong matchup into the Wukong. So yes, Renekton comes here for Kana, and we're going to have a lot of power there in the top side here. Blind. However, I think Draven would be very strong here for Kwangdong Freaks' control of bottom side, especially when you consider the Renekton also just kind of screams, well, we're not going to be winning that part of the map.
And
however, this is the counter, as the tale as old as time, or Aphelios' release date. And that will come through. Still a strong response here. Won't be the same amount of lane prio, but the stock of Tahm Kench goes up quite significantly on both sides here.
Yeah, I don't expect that one to make it actually through the draft. Feel like that's a no-brainer ban here for Nongshim. Whereas as Kwangdong, you can just ban away a bunch of mid laners. Alternatively, for Nongshim, you can also try to, like, maybe throw one ban towards the Gragas or the Ornn to try and make sure that Kana is actually able to reliably apply a lot of power. Does mean that they are looking for a mid laner that can actually bring a lot of AP damage, because right now very AD heavy, and if you aren't careful and you play into a tank that goes Frozen Heart second, your life becomes very rough if you're not able to find a huge snowball. Ornn already taken away. The Kench, again, to me, feels like a kind of a given, even if there are opportunities to kind of punish that pick. I don't expect Snowflower to suddenly pull out like Soraka or anything that really upsets the balance in that way.
And the fact that they don't ban the Sylas here means they feel very comfortable in Fate's ability to shut that one down here with the Azir in the mid lane. So, you know, it's kind of an awkward moment here for Nongshim. They don't even necessarily want to play the Sylas here because it's not going to be consistent magic damage, as you were alluding to. And I hope we don't end up with a Victor or something like that here, especially considering the draft state, but that might be the path we go down in terms of the damage. And here's the Gragas you were talking about. Very safe pick here for Keen on the top side of the map. Not the aggressive one we were hoping for, at least I was hoping for, obviously, before the series started. But considering the Renekton, I think it's your safest option. You have Disengage, you have the Azir, Jinx scaling later on. This feels like also a Gen G draft from 2021 so far here in terms of how this is being set up.
Key thing for me is that we're drafting for Teddy, and as a Kwangdong fan, that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, we'll see what they go for their last pick, if it ends up being a support there. As Leona is going to be targeted here, the Nautilus ban. Certainly trying to take some power out of that Aphelios lane, but the Leona being available, that will be locked in.
It's all about the mid lane pick here now. The Leona all in on Dive here, Renekton, Wukong. Sylas might be your option. If you want the extra damage, you can go Victor here, but you're also going to be facing a lot of threats on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. You're very low range for that longer damage. I like this a lot more because it's more setup in terms of the Leona engage, the Wukong, plus a little bit more sustained long-term damage from a further away distance than the Victor is going to allow. And I think this is a strong lock-in here for BDD we kind of forgot about, went under the radar.
Yeah, no-brainer here, Hoyt. One of the few champions that he has played very consistently with the Nautilus bans and no Kench available. I think the Rakan kind of foregoing lane, but I don't think the bot lane matchup is going to be the key thing here. It's more about how this mid-game plays out. And the Kwangdong comp, incredibly strong once you get to the spikes, but might run into some of the same issues that we have seen with these type of scaling comps. If the execution early on isn't crisp and you fall behind, you are so much weaker than your opponent. And it becomes really, really tough to really get anything done and really hit those spikes. Because if you do get there on relatively even footing, like Teddy, this comp, the team plays for him, he's going to be impossible to touch.
And also the top side of the map is where Nongshim, I think, are going to have to be trying to get advantages early. And that means that LM could just play a little bit more defensively. It's an Aphelios Jinx lane on the bottom side, so that's not where you're going to be playing towards. I think a lot of this game for Kwangdong Freaks is to make sure the Renekton does not get accelerated, the Talia does not get accelerated. If you could stave off the pressure there, I think it's a very smooth mid to late game. However, in this patch, we've seen mostly compositions that look like the one that Nongshim put together find a lot of success. It has been difficult to deny the Renekton's value. So Wukong as well can really steamboat the game. Just saying it because you're here. If
That's Prey, by the way, if you didn't know. You should definitely recognize him if you have seen him. And yeah, he's here to support Snowflower, is what he said. So looks very happy to be here. I'm sure the Korean commentators are talking about him.
He looks great.
Yeah.
Looks really like he's having a good time. And looks very happy. And he's here for the last regular season match. Love to see it. A legend.
Good times could be on the way here for Nongshim as well. Really like this draft. Very high tempo, I feel. We'll see how it does go. As on the side of Kwangdong, let's protect Teddy. It has worked in the past. As here we go, guys. We're on to the Rift for game number 1. Here we go. BD back on Talia. Definitely one of the guys that has a ton of experience on this champion. It's not quite the insane flex that you see with teams like Damwon Kia, where Canyon can play to an incredibly high level, as Dread is more of a kind of melee engage type, but still has strength, especially alongside of this draft and against what Kwangdong do have.
Nice little trade here on the Snowflower will force it back. We'll split off from Ghost to prevent any sort of deep warding here. It's the idea, and stop that red side setup we see so often here. He was unsuccessful, of course, at stopping them from putting the ward down, and will looked like he was going to channel it back, but does decide to stay, which I think, given the timer here, is the correct call. But feels nice. Hoyt picks up some extra gold for his Spell Thief's Edge. Nice little lead here for Kwangdong.
Unsurprisingly, BDD heard that Scorch was buffed. Straight back to that. Picked it up here, Airy as well. We have seen a number of different keystones for the Talia, most notably the Unsealed Spellbook as well as the First Strike. But with the buffs to laning runes and the nerfs to sustain, looks like Fade as well, picking up Mana Flow Band and Scorch here. Gonna be trying to really get himself some priority. And it is important to note that in terms of the jungle matchup, Alum obviously is the one that has a very, very strong opportunity to take down Dread if you find him, especially with some backup from any of his lanes. Nice use here of Teddy and Hoyt able to get the shove in and should be able to hit and threaten that level 2 first. So Ghost and Snowflower a little bit on the back foot. Alan might have to cover, but if they can get a crash and be feeling very safe against possible Dread passing bys.
We saw the win rate for Ghost there on the Aphelios, who's played so many games of it. We also saw BDD on a 0-2, unfortunately, on this Talia, despite having such a history with the champion on stronger teams in the past throughout his career. Part of why we didn't mention it too much in the draft in terms of what his individual skill is on this champion, because sometimes your past achievements don't always translate into a modern meta or team. So we'll see how he performs on it. The Airy versus First Strike definitely going to mean we're going to see a lot of action there with those Scorches in the mid lane. And it is definitely going to be a lot of skill expression here. Fate already pushing him out of the lane, picking up some extra gold.
That's what Azir does. That's why he feels like, he and Ahri really, but as we were talking about in the draft, the second the Vi gets banned and the Wukong gets taken away, immediately the Ahri prio goes down. Could have still played it. I mean, even individually, the champion is good, but I think that Azir is also incredibly strong, so just gets highlighted there. Kana has played a lot of Renekton, 17 games of it so far.
Yeah, it's also the player, because Ahri does actually require the player to pilot it very, very well, and we've seen some hit and miss scenarios with that, as both Talia and the Azir having a lot of consistent value regardless of you being able to hit every single skill shot. We're not all Chovy, unfortunately.
Speak for yourself, I mean.
Yeah. Want to enlighten us, Valdez, with your...
yeah, actually, I guess I'll reveal it now. I'm actually Chovy.
Yeah, have you noticed he's never cast a Chovy game before?
Yeah, not even once.
That could be true. No one would be able to prove otherwise.
Yeah, I just... I was waiting for the right moment, and thank you, Chronicler. It's me. It's me, Chovy.
I want to bring something up here about Nongshim's comp and draft, and I'm sorry to take away your Chovy
no,
for
sure,
a second,
yeah,
but
go ahead.
I want
Big
to talk,
reveal.
Just keep in mind you're in Chovy's presence.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the gameplay for a second. Nongshim, we saw this roster. Okay, hold on. Always trading when I try to make the long.
Okay, I think you're good now.
Fine.
All right, BDD's nice trade. This is the kind of drafting that I think we all expected from Nongshim this whole year, where you have Kana on strong side, this time it's a Renekton, Ghost is playing a more passive lane, BDD on one of his legendary champions, Dread playing an aggressive melee jungle champion where you can find some prio early to find some ganks potentially. And this is the kind of Nongshim draft where you're like, okay, yeah, I see why they built this roster. This makes total sense to me. They did not play like this most of the season, however.
Engage here, Ignite used, Hoyt is going to be feeling that a little bit more compared to other patches. Yeah. We always mention he's going to chug that pot, but maybe not going to have as much of a presence. Nice little trade here from Ghost and Snowflower.
Alum is here, and yeah, they did get the crash, so they're going to feel fine, but not going to be able to actually set up any further form of pressure. And we do have the call being picked up here for Teddy. Also, a very late teleport from Fade was able to stay in the lane for a really long time, so he got a pretty good back. As
W max.
yeah, that is... I don't know if I've seen that before. Very interesting. Q-Max obviously in range matchups always the choice, but despite the nerfs that kind of tipped Gragas out of the meta to Izzy, it was always E-Max, especially into matchups like this, being able to just decide whether or not you were going to commit to a trade. So
I guess the idea is he just wants to have a higher health pool under turret, so he's much more difficult to dive. And we'll see, I mean, if it works out. The Wukong is going to hit 6 here shortly, and, you know, Kana already trying to get those demolish procs on turret. See if Keen could stave off the pressure as Drake is being attempted here by Kwangdong at this stage. Very greedy.
LM is level 4, and he's Poppy with Merc Treads. I don't think that's it, but we are going to have everybody piling in onto this Poppy, and this one should just... Oh, trying to give the kill over. Oh, it will, actually. The boulder does come through, and BDD will collect first blood.
What is with these Snowflower Zenith Blades from a million miles away? He got POG in the last series on Leona with that. This time, even with Steadfast Presence, he's going all the way to Leo Wall or no. And that's a first blood going over to BDD here. Tons of money for the Taliyah. That's Drake going over as well. And Kwangdong, it's a greedy call. Your comp's not ready to fight, and you're not going to pull the wool over their eyes.
Main thing there is Kwangdong were a member down. Like, they were not actually able to commit to a fight. I don't think that the position, especially with how deep Snowflower went in, was completely unplayable. But if you're down a member, can't really commit. You saw Fade and Hoyt couldn't really get that much done. And as a result now, this is the result of the buffs that we have seen on this patch to Dragon Health. You can't just sneak one away when you're level 4. If you're Poppy, if that was a Shyvana or a Karthus or a Vi even, yeah, with the percentage health damage, like, you might be getting away with that, but otherwise you just don't have the raw damage available. Getting an early kill on BED really helps accelerate this Taliyah. It's easy to forget that Taliyah no longer the early game powerhouse that she once was. Really more of a mid to late game mage. The CC always valuable, but when it comes to the raw damage, really needs to hit her item spikes. And yeah, Teddy is back. So there is just no way that you can ever fight this. Like, even if Hoyt and Fate join this, they would just be opting into a 3v4. Not going to do that. Instead, he's going to sacrifice Ellen, and the jungle issues for Kwangdong Freaks kind of continue.
Yeah, it's just extreme greed. If you get away with it, you feel great, but it's holding that aggro on the extremely high health Drake. And this type of play nowadays, we've seen a few teams punish. We saw Hanwha Life get away with it in the previous series, but it's just very rare that a team is so non-proactive on the map to actually be able to spot this out.
Ooh. It was a little bit close, but the Grand Escape is going to be very key for this one, as junglers are hanging around the bottom side here, but the Rift Herald has spawned. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if they try to use that top prio here as Nongshim to try to pick up that objective.
I think they're just going to slowly path up here. Ghost has a lockdown on the Teddy, who's low on mana here, and obviously with no prio for Kwangdong Freaks, there's no rush for Nongshim right now. They could just clear some of the jungle. See Dread picks up the red buff and is heading up. Once he's up there, could even potentially look for a dive topside if they don't commit anywhere else. Taliyah can rotate so quickly, and Nongshim are just taking control of their lanes, playing it slow.
Teddy going to throw an ult. Boyd was threatening a little bit there, maybe faking a possible level 6, in which case, of course, Ghost would really have to respect. But without the ultimate gone, and Teddy's mana bar as low as it is, don't think that Kwangdong want to opt into a fight here at all. So instead, just going to shove in the wave, and then I assume look for... Oh, never mind, we're setting up a dive.
Yeah,
Oh,
those
dives,
dives, double dives are coming in. Ghost seems like a sitting duck here, especially because Hoyt has flash, but actually not that clean. They do get the kill, but Hoyt gets extremely low. See you later, BDD. But he is Taliyah, trying to get back in here, but not quite able to get there, as they elect not to dive the Gragas. Instead, they try to save bot while taking Rift Herald.
Yeah, they could take the Rift Herald here, and it's a pick onto Ghost, but it's not really any plates or anything else going down. No more objectives here for Kwangdong Freak, so Drake going into favor of Nongshim here, and Snowflower waits, holds on to the Zenith Blade, not able to actually stop the engage. Unfortunately, just too many members of Kwangdong Freaks down here, even the Azir, so doesn't work out. Despite taking a ton of damage, the Rakan gets away.
Yeah, quite like the call from Nongshim there. If BDD doesn't teleport, they both die, and a lot more might go over. And diving at Gragas is always a bit risky, especially with, again, W max Gragas, so the damage reduction is going to be... if I remember, I actually need to double check this, because I'm not sure if the damage reduction on his W also scales with levels, as I'm sure Valdez is already on the case.
I'm on the case.
Because that
Sorry,
actually would also be a... well, I mean, I think it's really interesting, because that would make a ton of sense as to why you would go that into specifically a Renekton and either of the mid-jungle duo, because if they make their way over towards topside, they're going to feel very, very good. Also, really like the tier on the Gragas here. I think the tier into resourceless champions always gains a ton of value. Even if you don't end up building into a Winter and you just Fate.
Yeah, we're getting in here. Fate in a little bit of trouble, but he has the Poppy nearby. But now Illim's getting caught here by the Taliyah. Fate takes a large chunk of damage. but he can sit under turret and farm at least. As the Rift Herald will come in here, should be at least 2 plates. Looking like 3 though here for BDD.
Keen has just opted into playing weak side Gragas, and he's playing and building not to lose. He will, of course, have way less options in terms of turning kills or setting up some cast plays for his jungler. But LM is not playing top side. He's trying to play this 3v3 here on the bottom side, playing against the Wukong, who isn't as strong early. Hasn't worked out for him so far, unfortunately, and obviously, you know, did end up costing them big when he tried to sneak that Drake earlier. But Keen is at least stopping the bleeding top side, hasn't taken the same sort of losses we saw earlier on in our previous series with the Gragas, or rather with the Renekton pushing lane.
Yeah, and as it turns out, as Valdez has just done his due diligence, indeed, you get the scaling on the W, so goes from I think like 10% to up to 20.
18.
18 at max. Isn't building any AP, so won't get any benefit of the scaling to that, but cool tech here. As overall, yeah, for Kwangdong Freaks, if you give up 2 Drakes, even a Mountain, which is very costly, I think you're fine. You really are looking at the very least 1 item across the board before you can go for any fights, and even then, you need to be very decisive in the fights that you take. Giving up more than that, though, and I don't even know if a Protected Teddy comp can save you. Because if you start giving up soul, especially a high-impact soul like the Infernal,
yeah,
it becomes really tough to play out, because it also means that some of the lesser scaling elements, such as that Renekton, become a lot more viable.
This is an unfortunate timing to have a knockaway, considering there's no objectives up. Will, of course, buy some pressure away from Kwangdong Freaks here, but no Keeper's Verdict for the next big while. They're not going to be able to use this to turn anything around. Just a defensive ult there. And despite a little bit of extra control down here for Teddy, he's taken a 20 CS lead. Ghost is still able to come over, take some extra gold here on these Krugs, and is going to only give his first plate away of the game, whereas BDD picked up extra gold mid, got those 2 Drakes, so they have such a nice tempo lead in this game. And the Gragas maxing, you know, of the resistances there, not going to, or the damage reduction, I should say, is not going to hurt them too much on the long run, because by the time they actually team fight, he'll have some more abilities, or more points in his other abilities. But, I mean, the question is, can Nongshim turn this 2 Drake lead into a sole point here, win a decisive fight at that moment, get the second Rift Herald? Because I think these are things they will have to do to snowball the advantages they have right now. Otherwise, Kwangdong definitely have a very recoverable composition here, because no one's really behind outside of these first 3 objectives.
Yeah, going to be pretty nice. We'll have to see who is able to pick up that first Infernal Drake. The next one, we're kind of being denied much action in this one, especially with the existence of Poppy and the fact that LM has just been launching people away when we're looking for follow-ups from the side of Nongshim.
Yeah. There's a bit of a lull state. I liked it when we were talking about breakfast earlier.
Yeah, that was good. I have one more actual gameplay point that I really want to make, which is the Liandry's by Fate. First Strike actually benefits or procs off of the Liandry burn as well, so you're able to get a little bit more gold that way, which is nice. And obviously, into the amount of health stacking that's going to be going on from Nongshim, we already see Kana building towards the Sterix second. It is definitely a item that's going to have a ton of value. And into a Talia, I think a crown is not going to be what you need. And I think a lot of value will be gained from that. Also kind of signifies that they're playing for that 2-item spike. But Drake is spawning in 2 minutes, and first Turbot looks like it will also be taken here, as the continuous pressure on the turrets paying off for Nongshim.
Yeah, and unfortunately, LM has used his ultimate defensively, hasn't really had any presence on the bottom side of the map, but hasn't either helped out the Gragas, who Keen has obviously been playing to just not lose up here and hasn't really fallen massively behind. He's 20 CS behind, but that's
the Dove cosplayer.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you pick the Gragas, right? You don't really need to divert any resources to him. And
but LM hasn't played around bottom side really that much either, and the fact that this Aphelios Leona lane is just going to get a free turret down here in the War of Attrition is kind of a worrying sign. I think a symptom here for Kwangdong Freaks is they haven't made any proactive plays. Yeah, their comp is scaling, but you can at least stop the snowball there bottom side, as it looks like it's going to also be Nongshim getting way better prio setup here on the Herald, at least for the beginning of it. Wukong in an angle, wave crashing into turret on top side. Keen will have to respond.
First move, and so all the first item spikes have been hit, except for Hoyt, but you'll take that as Kwangdong. They're 5v5, very strong here, but need to execute it well.
We'll see how it goes. I think that cask is going to be crucial here as the wall is in behind them. Teddy just gonna set up shop as a smite away from Deft. As that is going to be disaster here from Kwangdong Freaks. They're trying to get something on the backside of this, but BDD will be totally fine as... Yeah, I mean, they're facing Kwangdong. The Rift Herald is facing Kwangdong because they're the ones attacking it, so the eye is right on the backside. I think it might have also been smited away, but either way, it's not heavily committed to by Kwangdong Freaks, so they kind of just give away the second Rift Herald.
Yeah, and also give away that top wave because they knocked their Renekton away. Kana doesn't carry, just goes right back up to lane. Tons of minions lost for the Gragas who didn't make an impact in that fight. Now the whole turret goes down. So that's second turret here, second Herald for Nongshim. We'll also have a 2 Drake lead and Prio for the Soul Point fight here. And I think Kwangdong were worried that if they lost that fight, they would automatically then give up Soul Point because of the respawns. They didn't use any ultimates. They didn't actually turn for a fight. But you still have to set up for this. You still have to try to control this. And the Rift Herald is a great way to further guarantee that Prio goes in Nongshim's pockets.
Yeah, the timing of this one is basically perfect. I mean, it's coming out right here with 7 seconds. I feel like Nongshim should have gone to the Drake, though. But they're taking it a little bit slower. They're waiting for Kana to maybe wait for some gold to pick up his item. By the way, hit 2 items here, does not have boots. Doesn't need boots, he's a crocodile. He's going to be shimmying his way over to the enemy team, no doubt.
Such a big spike. Ooh, E down now. Might provide an opportunity to go in. The hard engage from Kwangdong is amazing. Look at the positioning of Ghost and BDD here.
So Dread gonna use his smite to pick up the Scuttle Crab, but with the health of the dragon, he'll have a second one up in time especially. It's not like Kwangdong can rush this down anymore.
Longer fight, Leandri's going to get a lot of value here as well for Fate. If they can keep chipping away with those Sand Soldiers as he is, it's going to really hurt Nongshim's chances to hold on to Drake aggro. They, of course, have left it and backed away as Kana's going to try to sneak around here and push another wave in.
Yeah, you got a lot of time. Okay, Snowflower's just going to go in there as very interesting. He sets up excellently, though, for BDD as the Ignite is going to tick down, but he will live as Aphelios goes down first, then the bottom lane of Nongshim. But here comes the follow-up from the side of Nongshim. So many low health bars on the side here of Kwangdong Freaks as Dread is going to finish off the Rakan. And BDD is just on a tear here in this game so far, looking for that third kill, not going to pick it up, as this will open up a chance for Nongshim to take the streak.
I really thought the engage there from Snowflower was very crazy, considering the Renekton was nowhere nearby.
They're not done yet. Drake goes down very slowly. Double TP coming in.
And they're going to keep it leashed.
That's huge.
Just like that. Dread is still here, but it is jungler versus jungler as Dread is trying to get in. I think they're just going to give this one up as he tries to get in once more, and it is not going to happen. So double TP to secure the Infernal Drake, but to be honest, with the lack of action and the new meta, I think it's worth it.
Snowflower is just booted out here, but the follow-up from BDD is amazing. Dread and Kana are not here, though, so it's an engage for basically a 3v5 fight. The follow-up is good. Kwangdong kite into a choke point where Dominus and that Cyclone get pretty big value, so they end up losing the first part of the fight. But it is, of course, the teleports that come through that allow them to secure the Drake. We're still at low respawn timers here. I both love and hate how Nongshim took that fight.
I think that getting onto the Teddy there shows that if Kwangdong is not careful about defending him at this point, he doesn't really have the damage as we could see. If that's a late game Jinx, get excited as stronger, he's able to actually take down Dread. But instead, right now, like these spikes from Nongshim are so incredibly strong. The fact that Kana is sitting on Sterub Score Drinker means that them being able to get that Drake and like not completely lose the game off of it is actually, it's huge. It buys so much time. It means that you actually might have an IE for Teddy. It means that you might hit a second item on Fate by the time the next Dragon rolls around. And even though I think the Nongshim comp still is more than capable of winning at that point, once 3-item Jinx is in the game and the game isn't already over, which has been the main state of Jinx, and you have a comp that can back her up, I'd always be a little bit scared.
Same, and I think Nongshim will have to use the advantage they have in gold right now and their comp being much stronger before that third item for Jinx, before the Void Staff is done here for Fate. Okay.
Oh, Ghost, look at this guy. He's getting aggressive as he gets straight into the enemy Gragas, who, by the way, Keen was totally alone. Just kind of going in there, and once he got locked down with no flash, the rest of the team was like, not much we can do, you're dead, dude.
Yeah, I was going to say, Nongshim need to push their advantage, push deep vision here, and, you know, I mean, this is one way, is to just see Gragas Gale Force out and take him out. I think the idea here for Keen is to try to set up a flank angle, has cast, body slam, of course, and there's an Azir fairly nearby. The Jinx can follow up with the ultimate, but he's just focused down, unfortunately, and just donating over another kill.
And they're highlighting again the observers here. Like, look at the amount of gold that is going into the turrets.
Yeah.
Look how much resources Kwangdong is losing out on. Nongshim creating a lead basically without even being that far ahead in terms of kills. Yeah, the turret score, they're a little better. Setting up a trap for Fade here as well. Does he suspect anything? Doesn't have flash.
Uh-oh.
He knows. He knows.
Oh, he knows, but does it matter as the damage comes in and they will lock down that kill?
He knew there was a possibility.
Yeah.
Let's say that.
Yeah, and Wukong are just so powerful together if you run straight into them.
I mean, this is another pick, right? This is Keen here, alone. Again, trying to threaten Ghost is the assumption here. But he's just instantly deleted. Snowflower wants more. The rest of the squad is going to get away. And this is just Fate saying they wouldn't wait this long in the brush, right? They would lose so much for that fight.
Oh, that's why, yeah. He feels safe. Solar just barely not giving enough vision. And he had a pink in his inventory as well. So that one feels bad. Yeah, feels real bad.
Yeah.
Because now, with those picks, like, Nongshim is actually slowly accelerating. They are slowly getting further and further ahead, and it makes a subsequent fight that is coming up way harder for Kwangdong. But Teddy is ahead, which, that's the Kwangdong win con right there. Like, that's what you're looking for.
Oh, we might be able to see some crazy Jinx moments, especially because Kwangdong got that Drake. It's so good just to have one Infernal for your scaling, but also just the fact that they delayed this Infernal Soul as well. They're going to buy themselves so much more time to scale. And yeah, I mean, Kana's a really big threat in the side lane, as you can see. It really is just up to Keen to catch waves, but the Croc is also getting bigger and bigger.
I don't think you can fight this one as Kwangdong. I think you need to peace out. Like, it's just Soul Point. It sucks, but look at the spikes hit. Black Cleaver done. Kana now also with full boost. Second item done, and Seraph's transformed for BDD. Like,
take your 5 minutes you got for your last Drake and sit on it.
Yeah, you could beat it. Teddy sitting on a BF sword. I think you just let this one go. Actually harvest the moment that you were able to buy for yourself. Because if you win this fight right now, I'd say that you have a great shot at actually winning the game. But if you lose, that's Baron. That's your base broken open.
Yeah, exactly.
And that probably means that your spikes are not going to mean nearly as much.
The sacrifice of letting it go is not as bad as the possibility of basically losing control of the game for the rest of this first game in the series. And flank angle here really good for Kana and Dread once again off as a duo. Can set up for a pick here. The collapse is absolutely potentially real.
Yeah. Notice how Dread, he's stopped moving just to pretend like he's going into his clone. Not going to amount to much, but he's just being a little bit cheeky with that and looking for angles as here comes the wall. BD going to set that one up. We have Fate and Teddy on the opposite side of that, so the rest of the team not really going to use that for Nongshim.
Kwangdong, I mean, they wrestled away control here. They have Cryo. It's still, though, an 11,000 health Drake here. It's going to take so long to take this one down. Nongshim have so much time to reposition.
Kana Raptors.
Okay. Coming over.
All right, he's here. He almost got all those Raptors. As here we go again. That's going to be a stun right as Snowflower tries to go in. And look at the damage that this Renekton does. It's kind of insane. As now BDD is trying to tip away at this. Kana is going to have that DRX popped. As now goes over the wall for the cleanup. He's only going to get one, but still, you can see the damage is there, and the Drake is still alive.
This is what you were talking about, Chronicler. The fight goes the way of Nongshim. They get that wraparound. Renekton gets insane power. I mean, we've seen this now how many games tonight where the Renekton just pops off and is unkillable, does one Q, and then everyone has to retreat. Ghost comes over, sets up the kill, and there should be Infernal leading to a Drake's or a Prio setup on Baron.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even with the knockaway of Dread, and Ghost, it's not enough, and it's because of how big the Crocodile is. Like, that and BDD is all the damage there, but it's more than enough. And crucially, I think if Kwangno have more confidence and they collapse on BDD, they have a smite advantage. They can get the Drake, clean those members up, and then maybe you can get something done. But instead, they hesitate, even though they're 2 members up. And as a result, it's understandable because, again, if you lose that moment, you lose the game. Teddy does have IE now, which is something, and you only gave up a Poppy, so it's not the end of the world. But with how this game has been going thus far, it feels like Kwangno is just like trying a little bit, but they're not full committing, and that way you're just not going to win the game. You need to actually go in, have faith. Yeah, it is the Kwangno Classic, and it doesn't feel great.
Yeah, it's like the end of the season for some of these teams. We're just going back to the basics. We're going back to some of the issues, and I completely agree. If they went on to BDD there, they could probably kill him in that last fight. They don't know how far away Ghost is, I guess, exactly, but he was close enough to end up getting that pick onto the Poppy. And a little bit of extra vision control does go to Nongshim here on Baron, but as mentioned, with only 1 dead, there's no ability to start this or set up for a turn. Not yet, until they can get these Pride waves pushing through.
But Teddy is on free items. That's the line.
Fate went full damage, right? You already talked about the Leandries. It's a follow-up of Void Staff right after, and Sork Pen Boots. So we're not wasting our time trying to survive or any of that stuff. We're just trying to do boom boom damage, and that's exactly what Fate's going to bring in as well. It means there is a significant second damage threat. It's not just, you know, if Teddy lives, then we win. If Teddy dies, then we lose.
Oh. Look at the damage reduction. Nicely done.
Nice. Yeah, Keen doesn't really care about much.
Oh, Dread. That's a good angle. Seen him use those before. Has 3 stopwatches, Valdez.
It's time. It's a good play, as everybody's going to try to spread out for that solar flare. And it is pretty nice, actually, from the side of Kwangdong. Tons of damage now onto Fate, but the Dominus also popped. And keep in mind, that's basically just a try at a fight, and if they win it big, then maybe they can go to the Baron. If not, then nothing much is going to amount from it.
Control now of this choke point, and with the Dominus gone, with no Weaver's Wall to actually break through these chokes, Kwangdong might actually be able to set up a vision trap here and start slowly starting this one up. I mean, Fate, it could just be left in the side lane here. They decide not to actually take the risk, because their comp is going to be, in theory, stronger later. But I think at this moment in time, with the vision you have, you could definitely start something off here and force Nongshim onto a fight on your terms. But they don't have that entry point. But they just back away. It's the Kwangdong way.
Well, they haven't taken the turret. We're 29 minutes in. Like, I get that they're a scaling comp, right? But this is one of the things that Kwangdong keeps running into. As well, Teddy has Zeal, so that's just always going to be the counterpoint. Is up 65 CS over Ghost, which almost makes up for the amount of gold that Kana has had. But I'd rather have that money and a Jinx if I could choose. And the more we see, the more it's legit going to be. Is Teddy gonna live after the initial engage? Yes, probably win. No, game's kinda.
Hey, but Fate exists.
Done.
Fate exists, but
he doesn't have death cap yet.
So does
You'll
BDD.
get there.
BDD
get there. This game is slow enough that it's like we're just chilling.
The armor that's stacked up on the Gragas and the Poppy means that BDD is the real damage carry here. He's an AP carry in this fight. He's going to be doing tons of consistent damage here with his Ludens, his Archangels, and also now his Zhonya's is ready, so he can live so long. Has that extra armor. Like, he's the real threat. Ghost being behind, I think, isn't as significant right now. And his ultimate can still get big value if he hits a big Moonlight Vigil or is able to set up a Gravitum ult from long range. Could definitely set up for the Talia CC. I think Nongshim's comp doesn't necessarily rely on the Aphelios damage as much because there's so much utility packed into this. Renekton's ult, his ability to survive in frontline for this Talia works out super well.
Okay, they're trying to trade here, or at least threaten to trade, force Nongshim to try to fight into them, but
like this.
Infernal Soul is pretty strong.
Oh yeah, can't give that up. There's no way.
Yeah, I would like Kwangdong to actually fight it here as the Moonlight Vigil does come in, and a wall just gives them a free lane away.
But that's a lot of prio in mid, maybe. Rotating down to this choke point here around Drake. That's the fight you'll take. You won't have the Moonlight Vigil or the wall, but you still have so much turn and poke. Like, BDD is playing this Talia like poke here when they have these neutral exchanges. Kana and Dread always threatening the flanks.
Gotta pull the trigger at some point.
Well, the Jinx did, as in goes Hoyt. They're trying to blow up Ghost, but he's going to live, and see you later, Croc. He's going to be knocked out by the Poppy. The Cask nearly kills Ghost on the backside. And is that enough poke from the side of Kwangdong?
Should be.
Looks
Red.
like it might just be.
Red still has Cyclone here. BDD is going to back, has teleport. I don't know if this is the right call for Kwangdong Freaks, but you got to do something.
Oh,
You have
boy.
to.
Well,
You
they're
gotta
going to go
spot
for
Dread.
it. They're getting flanked really badly here as the Solar Flare comes in, and Dread is in the pit. Dread is in the pit. He's looking for the execution of the Drake, and he gets it. Infernal Soul is in. Kana's in the back line, and the Gore Drinker gets insane value as BDD just going to knock up the entire team, it looks like. And Kwangdong Freaks, they knew this was coming, and the perfect setup for the team fight was handed over to Nongshim.
Kwangdong had full vision control on Baron, didn't set a trap there. Had a second full setup of vision on Baron with Cryo there in the knockback. Don't set up a trap on Baron. They forced this fight when they get a poor trade here in terms of health bars. It costs them the game. You got to make a decision. You got to make one last miracle play attempt. But I mean, Cyclone's up. You don't know where the Wukong is. They could collapse on you. Talia has teleport. This is where you make your last stand, and that's the end of game one.
Yeah, it's going to be as simple as that. One ace, one Infernal Soul, and the end of the game. Nongshim pushed into the bottom lane where they had a wave set up. And yeah, pretty straightforward.
Yeah, you have so many tools as Kwangdong Freaks. All you need to do is actually create space for Teddy. Either collapse onto Dread or start the fight. The fact that in mid lane there, the moment that Talia E goes down, we don't see Keen use his flash body slam aggressively. Didn't see that all game. Rakan goes in alone. Why is that not the two of them? Why is not when the knockup is hit, the immediate cost comes out? So Ghost actually dies. So many of these moments. And I think that a team put in Kwangdong's position, they had all the tools. Like, this is not about the draft. This is not about, even though I really liked what Nongshim Red Force had here, it all comes down to execution, comes down to mindset, and Kwangdong just fails to deliver on that, and it goes back to that jungle and support duo. Like, I just don't feel the coordination is really there.
Then the veterans on this team, their voices are not strong enough in terms of the shot calling here. I mean, we have seen Teddy be very vocal in the past. We have also seen him be very quiet, and I think it depends on his form, his mood, and what the team comp is, but as Keen, you're such a veteran. You are the franchise player for Kwangdong and for Afrika, and the calls aren't decisive. The vision traps aren't set. It's just a sit back, wait, and lose, and sit back and scale isn't going to cut it when your opponent is that far ahead.
BDD is what that sign does say there, and also hoping for a Kana pentakill. We'll have to wait and see. There's still at least one more game left in the season for that to potentially come true, as that was game number one. We'll see if Kwangdong can turn it around, or will Nongshim go to the quick 2-0 tonight. First, we'll have a break.
앞에 싸움을 봐 싸움.
징크스 쪽 정원 받았어 정원 받았어.
도전,
야, 이거
도전.
여기 좋아. 앞에 정원 받았다 징크스.
용 먹었어, 용 먹었어, 용 먹었어.
라지라.
빨리 나, 빨리 나.
빼면서. 괜찮아. 가자. 바텀만 끝난다.
징크스.
잠깐 맞다. 끝난 거 같은데? 바텀만. 끝난 거 같아. 끝났어.
저기 유미하면은 그냥 무조건 3회 야소하고 그 조합 하자.
네. 야스오 망해도 아지르가 잘 크면 돼. 아지르 망하면 50이 잘 크면 돼.
맞아?
50마저 망하면 설레 치면 돼. 우리 쌈 봐도 된다. 나 이제 풀 안 돌아.
먹으면
짜부터 봐도 되고. 지금 바로 보자. 보자. 야, 그래. 오, 이게 내가 더블킬?
이거 또 한번 진짜 때리면서 그냥 때려. 나 이거 가볼게. 야소공 뭐야?
미안하다.
야소공 뭐야?
미안하다. 스크린 스피드 그럼 바로 또 20초.
아니 야소 이 사람 뭐야? 야소 공을 안 써. 다 에어건 다 시켰구만.
실수할 수도 있지.
오케이, 간다. 야, 딜각 안 좋긴 하. 진짜 먼저 봐야 돼. 진짜 잡아.
제가 가져.
야, 공 볼게.
나 공 없어.
가비. 아니 야소 뭐야? 공을 안 써.
한 번밖에 안 썼어. 편하게 가자. 되게 이번에 내가 많이 죽어줄게. 너의 방패가 되어줄게. 전반 4데스.
좋은데요?
파이팅 자신감 있게 가자.
근데 현준아 탑 보니까 계속 죽으려고 하던데?
한 번 그랬어.
아 한 번인가?
왜냐면 한 번은 죽었거든.
천천히 전령 깔면서 다이브하게 생각할게.
네.
스카너 타고 들어가서 나 지금 들어갈게. 맞아. 나공
써줄게.
그만.
3일이 그냥 타서스 이거 해도 돼요?
볼게. 계속
나 노플이야.
나 볼게. 그냥 끌어놓을게. 칼리 노공이야. 칼리 노공.
나이스. 천천히.
칼리 노플이야.
천천히. 안 빨려 돼. 들어갈게.
들어가자.
나이스.
야,
나 죽어. 안녕 얘들아.
걸 수 있어?
지금 각 좋거든?
각 좋다 이거.
볼게.
아질. 나쁘지 않아. 좋아. 이렇게 하면 좋아. 이렇게 하면 좋아.
무조건 빼야 돼. 진짜 된다.
어쩔 수가 없다. 땡겨오고 딜각 만드는 게 좋거든?
자 들어와.
하나,
둘, 셋.
나이스 내가 먹다.
야, 지키면서. 빼면서. 빼야 돼.
무조건 빼면서.
나 타면 루시안 봐줘.
미드라인 끌고 가볼게. 미드라인 내려와.
P3 지켜봐.
끝났다. 수고했다.
너무 아깝네, 까비.
까비.
괜찮아. 단판 잘하자. 단판 그냥 죽어요. 그냥 끝내봐.
자 나이스다.
나이스. 재밌다. 다행이다.
뭐 할 건데?
제리 일단 해야 돼.
제리를 무조건 해야 되는 거죠?
제리는 무조건 해야 돼.
그럼 제리를 올려놓을게요.
바로 치자.
좋은 거 같아요. 바로 칠게. 형 태까지 찍을 생각해봐 이거. 나 강타삼 자신 있어 이거. 미국 위치 찾으면 나 이거 아래쪽 싸움을 하든가.
나가줘.
저 빼봐. 완전 빼봐.
야 이거 망했다. 무조건 빼야 돼.
아니 이걸.
안돼 아직 내가 캐리 해줄만 해. 좌절하지 마.
야,
그건 여기 보인다.
맞자.
내가 먹었어. 얘들아 빼면서 해. 노플. 야 이거 탈리아 조심해. 아 맞아. 야 노플. 잡았어. 야 그 왼쪽 가자. 빼봐. 그만 줘. 세리 봐줘. 야 미고. 이거 변이 걸어줄게. 야 변신했다. 비고. 나이스. 야 얘들아 미드 가면 끝날 것 같은데? 끝낼만해.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and
Welcome back, guys. We are here for the second match here at the second game. Nongshim up against Kwangdong Freaks. Nongshim were able to take that first one in what did grind to an eventual sudden stop at that Infernal Soul Drake that Nongshim were able to pick up, plus the ace, plus the game.
Yeah, Chronicle and I aren't too happy with how it all went down.
Same.
It's of all the places to make your stand, it just felt like that wasn't it. But if you lose that, the game is probably over. But we have to do something before that. You know, we spent some time talking off broadcast about the lack of shot calling. We talked about it on broadcast as well. I just want this team to be more decisive.
POG incoming. It is Dread who will pick it up for the third time on the side of Nongshim. Lots of early plays that were able to get his team ahead.
I'm very happy for Dread. He's had a very tough split, of course, was away for a little bit. Got substitute Sylvie to come up and take his place so he could focus on his health. And seeing how it has worked out, how well he's been playing over the last couple of matches, it truly feels like the Dread that we saw last split is back, but without the part where post 20 minutes he goes a little bit too overeager. I think his fights on the Wukong have been absolutely pivotal for how this one played out. Just very consistently finding backline access.
I'm starting to wonder if Renekton also, I mean, just watching these replays again, I voted for Dread. You did as well.
Hey.
A few Renekton votes there. I'm starting to wonder if Renekton is just going to be first ban material, actually, because he's been blindable all throughout this week with very little punishing. It feels like we're going back in time, and I don't know if it's a good or bad thing.
Just wait until he gets flexed to mid lane, then I think we can begin talking about that, especially. I don't know if that'll actually happen, especially with stuff like Azir and other AP annoying harassed champions in that lane. But yeah, it's really strong. It's very interesting because it's really kind of messing with the top lane balance that we have, which was total Zen, tank against tank, only farming. Even Gwen was getting like banned or not picked every game. It was like Ornn, Gragas, Sejuani, sometimes Sion, and that was basically it. So now that Renekton's in, it makes you have to just worry about that extra factor.
It's great. We get Renekton Aatrox back every single game. Don't you love that? Isn't that fun?
Yes.
Yes.
Effort fan here.
I'm an enjoyer.
And speaking of which,
I wouldn't mind it as
effort's in.
Oh. Okay. Trying to get as much play time for a very famous player as possible. I love it. Love to see it. Snowflower's had a really nice performance, though, in his last few games. So in terms of the best strategy to win, I don't know if this is the right call, but we will see. We will see.
Yeah, it's effort has certainly has ups and downs. I think that now that Leona's back in the meta, that could be nice for him. Snowflower, a Leona player as well, but effort definitely making a good name for himself on that pick. So perhaps they pry all that comfort for him, and maybe he can be a difference maker in this one. I mean, they were able to, of course, win game one, even with Snowflower. So, as you mentioned, Wolf, I think maybe just giving everybody a shot here at the end of the season.
Where's Peter? Huh? I know.
He was sent down, Chronicler.
I know.
You should know better than anyone else.
You're gonna, okay, I see how it is, Valdez. I know that you're upset that he's not in the LCK anymore, but there's no reason to take it out on me, as it doesn't happen often that a team wins and then subs out a player. Must say a lot about the confidence that Nongshim is feeling right now, and after seeing that Kwangdong game, I think it's justified. Kwangdong looked kind of lost, and it's the type of loss where I'm worried that even if you do get a blue side draft or you have the priority, you have the agency, are they actually going to be able to utilize any of that? Are they going in, if they do draft, like the Vi Ahri, if they get the Renekton? I don't know if they will. Like, based on how they've been playing recently, I'm going to go on a limb and say no.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as you. I think blue side won't be enough to turn this around. I think it's going to have to be tighter play. I think it's going to have to be a draft that...
He's standing up now.
Yeah, it's scary.
Nicely. Yeah, that is actually really creepy. There he is.
That's less creepy.
Yeah, that's just normal Dread. Much better.
But I think it will have to be execution of the composition. I think it's going to be understanding a well-rounded 5v5 comp and not just some parts of it. And we'll see where the first pick priority does go here for Kwangdong Freaks, because you know, there's a lot that could be picked up. I think taking away Wukong from Dread, probably a good option here for Guangdong Freaks. Leaves the draft very open-ended. Hey, look at that.
Wow.
Only took 5 games. What we got there?
In game 5, it's banned on blue side. Really, yeah. I mean, it's better than having no presence for a champ that I think is still extremely strong. But yeah, no Wukong bans, no Renekton bans, nothing like that. The Renata Glask was sticking out a bit, but it does leave Kalista available for Teddy.
Okay.
And as Nongshim, you now answer with Poppy at the very least.
You have to.
Yeah, the Poppy is a no-brainer. And we have seen, even though it didn't end up picking the win, I thought the Varus was completely fine. You can go Varus Leona here in your 2 and 3 rotation. Alternatively, you go for the Wukong here, and I know Wukong has a ton of power. Dread also just picked up POG on it. Does run into a Poppy, and I think Poppy is one of the few champions, or LM, over the split, looked a little bit more proactive, but then he played that the previous game as well, and it was not. It was not ideal. I think you're fine.
I do like this Renekton pick. It's going to put the focus more on the top side here for Nongshim. My problem with Wukong here is, like you said, the Poppy matchup is weak, and so Kalista will basically have free reign as long as LM is playing around the bottom side of the map. And the Renata ban was to somewhat discourage the Kalista pick, obviously, in terms of lane dominance, but Amumu has been amazing with this pick too. Hasn't been as dominant as the Renata. And Vi here instead of the Poppy, an interesting choice in terms of the dive and the all-in potential in this composition, but it does mean I feel like the bottom 2v2 will definitely be a little bit easier for Nongshim to play out, especially if they grab this Leona here.
Poppy feels real good on the side of Nongshim now, but they do have a Wukong, and I do not think the Renekton will be actually flexed into the mid lane. Leona, just talking about comfort for effort. You pick it here, it doesn't get banned in the second phase. And I feel like it would have been targeted if not.
Ari, see you later. That one's going on the ban list here.
Yeah.
Azir.
That one seems like a no-brainer.
Anivia.
And as Nongshim...
We're also like, yeah, whoa, no, not that one.
Hey man, you guys watched LEC last night? Come on.
No, I know.
Hey, I made the choice to stop watching esports last night and get a good night's sleep for Pog State this morning.
Yeah, that
Don't call me out.
Actually, the right choice in this case. But they did play Anivia. It was in the support role. No, it wasn't. I'm joking. It was.
Okay, I thought you were being. I was like, they flexed Poppy to bot together with Anivia.
Maybe that was LCS.
I
think it was Jensen.
You need to get some sleep now.
Where am I?
Literally.
What's happening?
Very wrong.
Is this the LCS?
This is the LDL. What?
As overall,
this is Rocket League, right?
Okay, guys.
Sorry.
I'm trying
Okay, go.
No, I don't want any more. No, I'm no. Okay.
So they already got banned, like we expected.
Ornn gonna get taken away here, and the Nongshim comp is going to look for something very similar. The Azir ban seems like a no-brainer, provided that we do have the Taliyah ban already, and if we're banning BDD champions, the other one that should be there is that Azir. I think this is a great Ezreal angle. Can even go for Jhin. I know we're not.
Yeah.
I'm not on the Jhin hype train either, but it is about as ghost as it gets.
I'm on the Ezreal hype train. I think it's actually really strong in this draft, considering how much hard engage they already have. The range is going to be amazing. You will struggle, obviously, quite a bit into Kalista, but you can just hug your turret with the Leona pick and feel pretty comfortable. As please do not.
Yeah, so what is the answer to Azir if you're very obviously leaving it open for BDD?
Akali?
You better have an answer.
Yes. Do it, Fate. It's the possibly the final game.
Do not do it.
It's not.
Please do not do it.
Yeah, his face doesn't say Katarina.
Akali, maybe?
That's what I'm thinking.
LeBlanc, okay.
I was worried they were actually going to play Twisted Fate with this, and I was very concerned about the damage that they do not have. They have a lot of CC. As Gnar into Renekton Wukong.
Kana, this is your moment. You know the Prowler's Claw is there waiting for you. Yeah, I know you. I know you. I know you. No, it's very strong. I know you guys aren't believers, but I will sing the praises until Renekton's not anymore, which is going to be quite a while.
Yeah.
You can go a bunch of champions here. You could even go something like
Not
Samira. No, not Neela. Samira, though, is
Varus.
great. I think Varus is great. I already mentioned, I don't think Jin's in a great spot at all, but it is a type of pick that works in this draft. There is the Azrael available as well. There's also just Aphelios, which is what he played last time, and it's just going to be that. And we got our hopes up as per usual.
I really think that
some of us.
I always do.
I think that Nongshim, in my opinion, have a, once again, strong draft for Prio around the top side of the map, and Kana will have a huge impact in Renekton versus Gnar here. Kalista versus a Leona will give you Prio, but it won't give you kill pressure. So Kwangdong Freaks need to be decisive around Drakes, and not like they were on that first Drake last time, but actually be fully set up and then start a Drake off, take that elemental advantage, and then push it towards a mid-game where they'll suddenly then have LeBlanc kill pressure onto the Aphelios. The Renekton won't be able to use his power as effectively because your comp is also good in those 5v5 skirmishes. Maybe there's a way, but based on what we saw from Kwangdong last game around, I don't know if the coordination will be there.
I'm just scared of one of those on-fleek Skarner games for Elam here, where you know that the ultimate is available, and it just doesn't happen. It never gets pressed. We never see the vial, and instead we're just waiting. I hope I'm wrong. I would like to close it out with a 6-game day. The end of the regular split. But based on last game, I'm very worried, even with Kalista, even with Amumu, that we're going to see the same type of hesitation. Can't afford that into the composition, but both of these two teams should provide us with some fireworks in Europe.
I am worried about the Gnar. The Gnar bar management, I think, is the hardest with a team that is indecisive like Kwangdong Freaks, and he's playing into Renekton Wukong here on the top side of the map. Survivability not going to be a top priority for him.
He'll be trying, though. We'll see how it goes as we jump into game number 2 right now.
미니언 생성까지
90
남았습니다.
best of 3s this season. This is our 90th. It's been a wild ride. It might end here in this game. Might not. Might go in 6-gamer. But I just want to say it's been a pleasure, gentlemen. We get to close it out with a TriCast.
Yeah. For the regular season, of course.
Yeah, we got playoffs coming up. Worlds qualifiers.
Yeah. Still a lot of League of Legends to go. And then, of course, Worlds on the way. And certainly is going to be a really fun time with all of the super high-level League of Legends that we have on the way. But yeah, 90 best of 3s. Certainly has been a fun season. There have been some big changes along the way. I think that this patch I would have loved if it came a little bit earlier rather than week 9. But other than that, I was pretty satisfied.
Yeah, the durability patch was, in my opinion, great. I loved what it meant for our team fights. We saw the amount of back and forths astronomically increase. And then, this patch, we've seen a little bit less of that. There's been a bit more of the old snowball early and then run that lead into the enemy repeatedly until they are not moving anymore. And that has been working out very, very well.
We've had a lot of changes. As Hoyt has the level 1 all-in opportunity here, but it's Leona, they're positioning well. We had a lot of changes this year in general, from the addition of 2 elemental drakes. One was taken out of the game. Will be coming back supposedly next year.
Chainsword Drake.
Yeah, that one wasn't great.
But then we had the durability patch in the middle of the season. Now we're having this massive change to elemental drakes and the Rift Herald too. It's just been a lot of changes in general. The game has not felt the same all year long, and as a result, I've much more enjoyed, as a caster, 2022 more than 2021 in terms of meta shifts. And we've had some pretty drastic patches as well. Like Corki went from being the top mid pick to, okay, this champion is not viable anymore. Same with champs like Gangplank. It's been really fun. Yeah. It's a nice look back on the year of 2022 in regular season.
I'm kind of glad that they're making extra changes. It does mean that pros do need to change it up and learn new stuff very quickly. in their busy schedules, which can be difficult, but has its pluses and minuses.
Yeah.
We did have the very hard leash for Dread, so he came hunting in the enemy jungle. Just a little bit of human warding, stole away, I think, maybe
two baby.
Yeah,
two baby wolves.
Two little lesser Wolves there.
There we go.
Yeah, but not the greater one.
Not the Merc Wolf, the double-headed wolf.
Whoa. So we don't have that one yet.
Very cute here, denying Dread the double scuttle by using the prio that they've gained for themselves on bot side to pick up good old Krabby.
Yeah, just using your prio however you can here on the bottom side of the map. And you know, I agree with you, Valdez. I would have liked to see a big set of changes like this in a less playoff proximity.
Yeah, we all know that Ziggs and or will it be Bard are going to get a 250% buff to their jungle clear anyway. So the meta in playoffs, I don't think it's going to be the meta at Worlds. It's fine. It'll be okay.
Yeah, just,
Remember Morgana
adjust to like 7 different metas over the course of the year.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's no biggie.
Yeah.
No, we've talked about this on Block State as well. And things like the durability patch and even the changes. Hold up.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about, is the Gnar in the top side. It is actually orange buff back in the flesh.
Yeah, and
there's no real avoiding that.
Survivability of this Gnar versus Wukong is reliant on one thing, and it's not his Gnar bar, it's whether his jungler is going to be there or not, because Kana is trading aggressive even the Gnar bar. Now they're going to counter dive your bottom side.
We'll see if it works out. It's not too easy into Leona, as immediately Hoyt goes in. He is going to commit to this one, as he immediately goes down, gives the kill over to Ghost. Teddy is also dead, and that is not a successful dive.
The aggro juggle is quite poor here, considering there's a Leona on the other side, as Hoyt is stuck there. And Nongshim knew exactly how they wanted to play this one out defensively, as the Amumu is stuck under turret aggro. They focus him down first, and then there's just not enough damage, as over here, this is just about as self-explanatory as it gets. Kana says, I will stun him.
Remember orange buff in the beginning of spring, guys? It's back.
Yeah.
It's back.
That was a Twisted Fate Camille kind of thing, but we'll take it here again.
And I really appreciate what happens here. Like Ghost being able to stay on the Glacial Augment race for as long as possible, gets his Graviton to make sure that the enemy is stuck underneath the turret, and then Teddy and Hoyt both going down with Flash. Yes, the big wave means that Ghost will be fine in terms of CS, but that's the Ghost comfort zone. He doesn't care about that. It's Kana.
Oh no. He does have Flash, but you can see that Kana's really trying to force it here. Not successful.
Well, I mean, he's not successful in forcing a kill, but he's successful in getting a lead up there again.
Yep. Absolutely. Doesn't get the Flash, though. Here is the Flash in the bottom side. Teddy is going to get low, and he is going to get dead. As Hoyt also about to be chunked down in this one. And Nongshim, they start off early, and they are not relenting.
I mean, Dread has just had such a huge impact in both these games. Now a huge impact in both lanes as Kana's finding Ellen.
Yeah, this Crocodile has had a lot to eat, and he did not even get a snack of the Gromp.
It's crazy to think, too, that this is durability patch, right, that he's fighting into, and he's also been nerfed several times. He's got, you know, a recent buff to his ultimate, but imagine this Renekton again in the past, which is why it was banned all the time, and despite some significant changes to his ability to snowball, I don't know. It might be worth another look in the drafts here going into the playoffs, because the more times we see Renekton just dominate, even safe matchup, this Gnar matchup is not one of those, but the amount of leads that Renekton has gotten today and on 12-14 all week long, even with strong teams, is just starting to worry me a little bit, guys.
Yeah, it's a multitude of factors, right? It was actually Valdez, I think, who mentioned this, about how strong bruisers are at the moment after the durability patch, and we're seeing it with the Renekton. The added importance of both the early Drakes as well as the Herald means that a champion that spikes as hard on 6, on his first and on his second item, gets you in just such a great position for the rest of the game. It's the same reason why he used to be very high prio.
What are some other champs that spike like that?
Aatrox is another one, which I don't know if that's
Syndra?
Fishing you all. Yeah, but
you've been fishing for the Syndra, haven't you?
It's a little different.
It was actually Crockler that was bringing that up to me, and I was like, ooh, that seems
I think the durability patch did really hurt Syndra in the way that it didn't really do with bruisers.
She's getting a rework, I heard.
Yeah.
You know, in that dev update.
That'd be nice. I'm trying to think of other bruisers that actually can butt heads with Renexence. It's not a lot. Maybe the cannon buffs are enough. Maybe he comes back.
Singed.
Well, I'm not sure about that. Effort, by the way, he was just hanging out on the edge of the rift. He was just he had one arm on the wall there. He was just hanging real quick. It was left him on a cliffhanger.
A little bit of Kane cosplay.
Yeah, he was Kane cosplaying hard. He's like, look at me go through this wall. He's trying to be Zerial. So, this mid prio is also kind of an issue, as yeah, LeBlanc can trade aggressively against Azir, but not in these early levels, and he's just aggressively pushed Sand Soldiers in repeatedly to try to get that health bar low, is maintaining prio. Bottom side here with the extra kills. They have control there. Rift Herald fight setup. Cyclone's up. Kana's beefy. I don't know, guys. It's not looking good for Kwangdong Freaks here with this composition once again. And their comp is the Kalista comp. Their comp is the one that's supposed to have control. Yes, she has a CS lead. But where's the value here of this Vi LeBlanc Kalista? It's not showing up here. And yeah, obviously the LeBlanc is going to be stronger later, but it might not matter if you end up falling this far behind in terms of objective control.
Even small wins, like Fate being able to zone BDD off of the turret there, like don't really mean that much in the grand scheme of things, right? Like denying one play versus losing your Herald, losing skirmishes across the map. It's just not really going to amount to much, and it is again the confidence that Nongshim hasn't shown all year. We saw it in what, like 2 weeks in spring? And then everything started to go downhill. There were a lot of circumstances that made it even tougher. And now, 2k gold lead at 10 minutes. And I'm a firm believer, like early Ocean Drake, in terms of laning, is obnoxious. And that is if your lanes are even. If you're behind, it gets even more tough to deal with. And it just snowballs into more and more, right? Imagine that Renekton actually does pick up an early Infernal Drake. They are so incredibly impactful right now. And if Kwangdong doesn't start picking up members of Nongshim ASAP, I don't know how they're going to get through mid game. I don't think it's happening.
We need to see some fights. Where are the fights going to happen? They attempted it in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
That was a failure. I don't know. It's going to be difficult now with Renekton so strong and Kana leading up to having his teleport.
I mean, the Kalista is not in a place of like where she has an item lead. She's not going to be spiking early here to actually be able to find value with Fate's Call, because their comp is now going to be reliant on Amumu ult, on Vi ult, you know, in Narbar. And these things are really hard to pull off. And like we were talking about in the drafting phase of this game, is the Gnar management of the bar for Keen, where you have to use that to engage. Your comp shouldn't be reliant on that.
Okay, so they're forcing an engage here. Kalista very far away from this one, but they're trying to burst down Dread. He is ticking down and getting relatively low, but a lot of health traded back here by BDD very nicely. And there you go, trying to take aggressive trades.
They're doing stuff. It only took, what, 30 minutes in game 1 and now 10 minutes in game 2, but they made a proactive play. Just keep doing that. It doesn't work out. Dread has to use his summoners and is, of course, Wukong very slippery. But that's the start, Kwangdong. I knew you could do it. Just keep that going.
BDD doesn't ult there. He gets to hold on to that one, so he'll have another defensive option here, too. And Drake is spawning in 75 seconds.
Uh-oh. Looks like he's okay, no solar flare. Effort did have flash, but
grabbing him up too, so
yeah.
Scary moment, but it'll be okay. So, decision-making here for Kwangdong Freaks a little bit more aggressive this time around. There's that saved ult, and here comes Dread.
No distortion now for Fade, who has not taken a great trade. They identify the correct one as distortion does come back up. The poke nearly able to knock him down, but just a great trade for BDD overall.
Fate's out of lane.
This is right as the Rift Herald is coming up to me.
Fate's out of lane. There's a crash onto the mid turret. That's going to be lots of money going into Nongshim here, and won't be the full turret just yet, but it's getting close. As another wave will crash through, the LM will have to babysit.
Yeah, Renekton, Azir, BDD getting early leads on a mid laner that shouldn't get them.
Where have we seen this before?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I feel like there was a team once upon a time that used to do this. Yeah. Oh no.
Was it like Gengar or something?
No,
no, that's a Pokemon.
It was a generation ago of whatever team it was.
It was a good generation, too.
There was a lot of good gaming going on.
Unexpectedly good, I'd say. God, can't quite...
I genuinely...
Tip of my tongue.
I just had nothing else.
You think Arnold knows?
What is
Might have to ask him.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Fate's trying, but it's not looking too good. I mean, it's going to be rough trades for LeBlanc until she actually picks up an item.
Gale Force is up here. They delayed a back. They're going to delay another. Oh, just barely not.
Oh.
Thanks, minion.
If he had Infernum, there was a chance.
Yeah. As this should just be second Drake going over to Nongshim. They know that the Callista is back, and even with 7,000 health nearly on this Drake, if they collapse on it, they should be able to get it. But they're looking for a LeBlanc instead, and I don't think they'll get it.
Yeah,
so this gives a lot of time here for Kwangdong.
Dread was on vision the whole way through, so they're going to clear that out now as Effort does push forward. So this ward about to pop down. I don't think they saw that one. So now another ward is going to be plopped into this pit, giving them vision, but in goes Effort trying to zone. They're going to take the fight rather than the Drake, and they are looking to isolate Hoyt, but he has Fate's Call. At least they keep this one leash. As Kana, he's got another story in mind. There's only 3 of them go in, though, and that's going to be the kill going the way of the Callista, but this Croc is just too large, I think. It's going to be 2 more kills over to Kana.
The Croc has never not been large. There are no small Crocs anymore. It's crazy. I mean, I just don't know what to say. Kana's like just living forever. He doesn't care about anything.
Oh, Keen's going in now. He's almost got his bar, but at this point, what is that compared to this level 11 Renekton?
No! He's flashing it out, man. He said, game over, dude. I'm out of here.
I memed it. When I saw the buffs to Renekton, I was like, guys, everyone's going to be picking him up again, but... once again, the key thing here, as much as we meme, and obviously big role for Kana here, really nice flash to deny the Vi getting out. It's the decisiveness, right? It's like, Nongshim's the one starting up the fight. They're the one who set up Effort. Effort goes in, the rest of his team follows. They're on the same page, and when both teams, I think, are suffering as much as both these 2 rosters have suffered throughout the split, all that matters is do you play as a team or not.
Yeah.
Nongshim, everyone, same page.
They are able to turn off of Drake that's down to like 2,500 health, and then keep it leashed as well in the first part of the engage, still get Drake while winning the fight. It's just clearly better communication overall here for this squad. And, I mean, now they're just going to get second Herald for free too.
LM. They have Mega Gnar, so you could see them considering it, but it's just bridge too far on this one to try to push through when you don't have any vision either. So another objective into the pockets of Nongshim. They already have a 4,000 gold lead with this Azir and Nephelios, who are feeling pretty good about themselves right now, alongside of course, big Renek up in the top side.
The meta has shifted so far away from the bottom.
Yeah, we got first turret blood.
There you go.
Woo! 16.5 minutes in.
Ghost picks it up. The meta has shifted so much away from 80 carries on the bottom side just being the hyper carries who control the game. And it's more just been about, okay, do you have Prio in this lane? And so picks like Renekton are suddenly strong again, not because of the Dominus buff, but because you want to actually be able to shut down tanks topside and be able to make plays around the map. And I think that's a good thing for League of Legends, that it's not just all 5-man versus 5-man on the bottom side like we were starting to get to for a little while. And, I mean, Kana has always been a good Renekton player. He's always been a good strong side player, so
yeah.
Sad for Nongshim this patch comes so late.
All right, hear me out. I was doing some brainstorming. Champions that could be good as well. What about Rumble? You know, a really good first dragon fight. Spikes hard in the first few items. Good laning phase.
He's not a bruiser, though.
Gets Prio easily. No, but...
That's what you said to me earlier, so
well,
I had to say it back.
Now Renekton can do all of that, but also just, like, take away half of a turret and get 2 plates with a few slaps of his autos. Don't know if Rumble's quite that level of control.
He is heat empowered.
Yeah, okay.
That counts for something.
Warning, warning, warning. I don't know about this. Warning.
Yeah, I mean, he clears waves really fast. So he's got that.
Well, I know he's the OG let's fight at level 6 for Dragon champion, right? One of them at least.
Yeah, for sure.
Did you guys see that Teemo got buffed?
What's Teemo? I've never seen that before.
It's a unit of measurement actually in League of Legends.
Oh, that's the champion that was banned by accident that one time last year. I forgot who did that. But that's not actually playable, right? Somebody just clicked that accidentally. That's not a
yeah, I just thought it was a unit of measurement.
It is. Within the Runeterra universe.
I see.
I wonder if that'll be in the MMO. You know, everything's just measured in TMOs.
I hope it's meters. That's what I like. Measure things.
Wow. That's very boring of you, Wolf.
Hey, look, in America we don't do that. I'm hoping one day we will, but you know, it might be too late.
Nah, why would you do, you know, the sensible thing that everyone in the world uses?
Yeah, that's not very smart.
America might as well just start measuring in TMOs.
Hey, I'm down. If it brings the right MMO any faster, I'm willing to strike a deal.
Everything that Veldes does in his life is just, it's either biding time until the right MMO arrives, or it's to try and accelerate the right MMO.
Pretty much.
That's it.
It's a good combination. It works very well together. It's a
might be the final fight coming up.
Why do you say that? We're only 19 minutes in.
Yeah.
You never know.
Bounties are up, FYI.
Yeah.
Rift Herald used for Bryo.
There's not even a turret here. It's just going to be like, oh, I'll threaten your inner.
Team got a turret objective bounty on the top side, and Noxem are just setting up shop.
Kana has no teleport, he's bottom. They're just saying, all right, we're just going to collapse back after this turret goes down and take the Drake.
TP. Keen nearing Mega Gnar.
This is the best fight I think Quantum Freaks could have here with the Mega Gnar if they can pull this off. They can coordinate it. They can pull a trigger. Maybe. Maybe not.
Maybe onto something. And I mean, you got to make a stand eventually before the Azir gets insane, before the Aphelios gets insane already. As take a look at this, it's just Kana v4. As Dread comes in, he steals a kill. That's totally fine. As just gonna press those buttons. Cyclones come in onto 4 members of Kwangdong that were stacked, and that is going to be a wipe of 4 of them as they push in and take the Drake as well.
And Kana doesn't have to worry about his diet anymore because he can feed on anyone that he likes. Incredible one-sided fight. That's going to be the Baron, and that is going to be, at the very least, a happy ending for Nongshim Red Force here, because at this point, like, Baron is going to come down, and I don't see a way back in for Kwangdong.
Nope, I don't think so either, and I love that Kana is just giving the kill over to his friend Ghost there on the bottom side as well. He's not being greedy. Gnar, the last one to go down. It was Keen's teleport that Kwangdong tried to turn that with, but they do not get a coordinated fight. It's too late for the Baron. Bye-bye.
Okay, that's going to be more food for the side of Nongshim.
That's not what we had in mind.
And 1 to Ghost. Yeah, that was probably the most half-hearted attempt at trying to get vision onto an objective that I've seen in a while.
Yeah, Kana's level 13, uses Dominus early to generate the rage, and then Hoyt engages. The rest of his team isn't quite there, and then they throw a bunch of cooldowns in, but it doesn't really do anything. Keen also manages to find an ultimate, but unfortunately one of the people he knocks into a wall is a clone.
We tried to focus the Renekton, and then this is just really sad. The Baron's already gone, Hoyt's killed, and they're just launched in by the Azir ult. And yeah, I mean, this is a really sad ending here for Kwangdong Freaks. And you and I put Kwangdong down on our Preds, Chronicler.
Uh-oh.
I know.
Little Valdez is catching up now. Thread's going to take another kill here. He's competing with Ghost.
So is this where we go for the highlight reel? Talk about the favorite moments of the split?
I mean, the game feels pretty done and dusted. We're at about 8,500 gold lead at 22 minutes. And it's not going to stop here.
Nope.
Is that a yes? Yeah, I'm following,
Yes.
I'm following you, Velda.
Well, you got to follow the cue sheet. That section of the broadcast comes a little bit later. You can't spoil it now.
Yeah.
I think we could talk about the.
But what if I have a lot of moments here?
I mean, how many moments do you have?
Well, how long do you want me to talk?
You think I'm going to give you guys my top 32 moments in the summer season?
I know.
It's just a nice, round, even number. I don't see
I already did the
problem.
top 64 bracket in my head. Like, here's the top 32.
It was tough. There were some unfortunate cuts that had to be made. Yeah.
My favorite moment was when Peter played.
Well, I'll have you know that if you watch challenges, you can still see him play. Because Nongshim actually made playoffs.
True. Nice.
Yeah, they made it through. We're able to get it done.
That's good. Yeah, things are on the up and up for the org here at the end.
Even without Vital, actually able to clinch a spot. Very nice.
You know, back to the game at hand for a moment, what's left of it.
Yeah.
It has really been a tough night for Teddy and Def. You know, two players who been held back a little bit, I think, in these final series. Okay.
Keen's going to give it one last go. And he is reaching for it. Hits the backline with that Gnar, but it's unfortunately not going to amount to too much as the kills are coming through. The Penta angle is on. There's a lot of low health bars here, but I don't think we're going to get there. Ghost nearly dies to the turret. As the two turrets will go down, and it looks like Nongshim will look for more kills here on the backside. As BDD, he wants something. He'll get the one, but it will not be enough. The Nexus is going to go down, and that is going to be Nongshim picking up the Swift 2-0 in this one.
You know, it was a really happy ending for Nongshim in the end here. No playoffs, but a team that was marred by COVID issues in the spring season, came back here in summer and just looked like they had fallen apart. No one was on the same page. People were crying after losses.
Yeah.
And clearly the players looked very stressed out. Dread needed to take a break. He's got COVID tonight, but he is playing the Wukong games of his life. And this team looks coordinated. It's a little bit unfortunate. It's a little bit late, but I think we did see a glimpse of what this team could have looked like in a different meta, a meta like this where you can play around strong side, Ghost can play slow, weak side bottom, like we've expected this roster to be played like, roaming from effort and stuff like this. We got to see at least one glimpse of it. Maybe if the team does stay together, we don't know. Maybe next year there could be some more glimpses of that. As unfortunately for Teddy, not able to perform tonight despite, or he performed, but his team did not. He was not able to show the farm and the goal he had, especially in game one. Just wasn't given the chance.
Very unfortunate as the effort supporter here. Very happy that he actually got to play a game. Ghost.
Whoa, look at those guns.
Oh, happy
Yeah.
Ghost. Is happy, everyone, I think. Ghost.
You know what I was really happy to see is that Kana just actually strong side top, dominated a game. Like, when's the last time we saw that?
World's Finals. Oh, semis, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say T1 2021.
Yeah, I mean,
it really was.
It's been that long. Or at least it feels that way. Maybe there was a stray game here and there, but yeah, it's I'm glad to see that they actually were able to pick that up here at the end. Better than never.
Better late than never.
Also shows the importance of decisiveness and cohesion in the current meta. Like the early Drake fights, the skirmishes are everything. It's similar to what we saw last time around, although this time it's not just the first Herald fight. You get a couple of opportunities, but you gotta be able to get those. And early prio, more important than ever. Just the dives being set up here. Successful for Nongshim, unsuccessful here for the Kwangdong Freaks, as at the very least they were more proactive than the previous game. Unfortunately for them, that wasn't nearly enough.
I voted for, I'll tell you guys, I'll spoil it, I voted for Dread again. I wanted to vote for Kana, but I just couldn't. Dread had too much of an impact, again, on this game. Top side, bottom side, he was everywhere on this Wukong pick again, and he helped secure these Drakes, had a lot of great turns. The guy, I think, is extremely talented, even though this season he wasn't able to show it. Last season, not as much either. His time on Afrika, he was so huge for his squad on early prio jungle picks. And this season, you know, even in losses, he's looked pretty good, but in Nongshim's final few wins, he has looked amazing.
Yeah, I mean, just consider the fact that the more that Nongshim's chances of making playoffs dwindled, the better they got. As the stress and the pressure relieved itself, they took a win over Live Sandbox. They took a game against both T1 but also DRX. And say what you want about the forms of those teams on those days, Nongshim looked good, especially in the game against T1, right? Like, I just hope that they can find some peace of mind and get to a place where they can play their best game, because it's clear that for the majority of the season, they weren't able to.
Well, the Live Sandbox win to me, outside of the individual, is the fact that they were able to win a series paints a picture of a different year where Nongshim was actually on a similar level as Sandbox, which with these calibers of players in the right form, when it comes together, it's not that hard to imagine. And doesn't end up getting them anything in terms of playoffs, doesn't end up really mattering until the final few weeks. But I guarantee you that when it comes to how they feel, at least about this, but Nongshim is going to generally be a little bit more optimistic than Kwangdong, because even though Kwangdong was able to end higher, I think it's in the end by a single match. The ending for them was definitely one that was a little more painful.
Yeah. I don't really have anything else to add in terms of this one. I think we really hit the storylines on their heads. Atlas also he said he's heard enough. He's going to stay silent on this one.
Yeah. You know, it's been a rough day. You were kind of getting into the Def and Teddy point. A bit of a disappointing end for them.
Not by their individual performances, but
yeah, just legendary players that, you know, sometimes just doesn't come together. You know, even members of the Nongshim lineup that we already talked about so many times over the course of this entire year. As let's recap a bit of summer and what it has meant to you guys. This is your moment to go into top 32 now, Chronicler.
So, 32. Wait, no. Yeah. I think my favorite game was the second series between Sandbox and Gen G. You know, where we had like the both running at the Nexus. Was an incredible moment. And individual favorite moment was when Prince got a quadra kill, and then Croco stole his kill, screamed, "Nice!" And then we got Prince going like, "My guy."
Yeah,
that was
very BM.
Yeah, I love that. That was probably my highlight moment.
I think my favorite series was probably KT versus Damwon. I think that was the first time KT showed they were a real strong force, and they looked better and better after that. It was a huge turning point for an org that has not gotten playoffs until this playoffs since franchising began. So, you know, a legacy org of the LCK coming back to form is always exciting for me. And I think my favorite individual player moment was probably Faker's flash 5-man taunt on the Galio. That was so pivotal, and it was really fun to see. We might see more Faker Galio in playoffs potentially. I thought that was just a really great decision from him, really smart, forward thinking in that moment. And overall, I really did enjoy the transitions of metas we've had this season, from Corki mid to now Prio mid being the meta with Azir coming back full circle.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit more, but let's first go into the prediction scores, because we were talking a little bit about this. We've been doing predictions over the course of this entire year. Valdez just take week 9, so obviously I'm the winner at the end of the day. No need to check the totals, haha. Okay, well, we're going to. Chronicler's going to get the crown. Wolf at 69 gets the actual crown. I went to 68, and Atlas, he went for some more risky picks. And I appreciate that.
Atlas is the real, you know, he's the spirit of Fred Brion in this one. He made the risks.
Yeah.
He believed in teams that no one else would.
We talked a little bit more in depth about these predictions if you guys are curious for the following Pog State episode. Make sure you check that out next week. We go a little bit more into, you know, where, like, who was voting for who and why, you know, some players, some casters fell behind in that one.
Yeah, these are our final standings for the regular season. We've talked about it a lot. Yeah, that's a snapshot of how the end of the year looks here, and it's real. KT is a top 5 team, arguably right now a top 4 team. Live Sandbox is solidified in number 3. They're 3 game wins above Damwon Kia. I don't think anyone really would have predicted how this top 6 shakes out, maybe outside of Gen G and T1 being at the top at the beginning of this season.
Yeah. So some of my favorite moments from summer, I really loved the individual plays more than anything else. Like, in terms of like a favorite series, I really loved how Lee Sin came back and we saw 2 really insane, more than two, but two that really stood out in my mind. One was Pyoshik, who kind of came out of nowhere. He's like, yeah, I'm losing God now. Got an insane kick on the 80 carry one time. And then, of course, Canyon the other night. I mean, that's really...
Look at that Gen G line.
Yeah, they have been first the entire time.
Sorry, Val, this is just...
Yeah,
that one
it's
got
okay.
me.
Look at the KT line, by the way. KT and Live Sandbox both just kind of going on the up and up.
Yeah, there weren't any insane changes.
DRX?
DK?
DRX also?
Yeah, DRX, I guess, is the biggest one.
Yeah, that's...
And also Dalmonkia, I suppose, but only because they started off week one at first. Couple of nice matches for them. We do have the POG ready. Let's take a look at the POG here, as it will be Kana. Not a big surprise. You know, I think Dread is definitely a nice vote. Even Effort had some really nice engages on the Leona, which I was very happy to see. For a player that really has not had much success here in summer at all. Good to see him have a nice little return to form. But yeah, I mean, Kana 2-0 on 11, right? He did insanely. I just loved how insanely aggressive he was. He's like, I'm fed, I'm going in. You guys are all dead. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry, probably.
Dropped a hashtag, you know, had a tweet.
Yeah.
Instagram post.
Just had to be said.
Just making sure that everyone knew. And moments like this, we have seen this happen with Renekton's time and time again, with the current meta as it is, with the strength of early Drakes and Heralds. I think we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of that.
I can't believe I am the only one who votes Dread with media.
Yeah, you're in good company like me yesterday. Voting alongside a media
I mean,
time.
Kana had an amazing game, like, don't get me wrong, but I thought he was very well set up by Dread, who also made huge plays on the bottom side.
There's also the one shout out to Effort, just like me, you know.
That was you.
That's key. That must have been me. I must have channeled it into one of the observers. But yeah, you know, I thought he deserved at least one vote. But either way, guys, we do have the interview. Let's hand it over to G-Sun now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the Nongsin Red Force full team post-game interview. Congratulations, guys. Now, Nongsin Red Force is closing out the split with a winning streak. I'm pretty sure the fans are super happy to get this news. How do you feel, Kana? In the previous series, I got carried for sure, but this time around, I think I did great. I did alright, and also we got 2-0 win, so it feels great. I have a question, you know? We had the gentleman's bow before the player walkout. Whose idea was it? Ghost was talking about it, you know, like even in the middle of the split, but I was not confident because we were doing so bad at that time. But I mean, but still today, you know, this result of this game, you know, doesn't really impact the final standings, but still, I just wanted to give a farewell ceremony as we were having the last match of the split. And Kana, you played Renekton for 2 games in a row in the series, and your Renekton is actually 13-5, sitting on a very high win rate. Well, Renekton used to be a very boring champion, but these days it has become a very power pick right now. He's been, you know, out of the meta for a while, but after the recent buff, he got a lot of he's become a lot more stronger, you know. I mean, if everyone played Renekton every day, you know, I'm pretty sure everyone would have felt it boring, but still, we were able to kind of bring him back after a very long while, so it was pretty exciting to play. How was this entire split? Kana, we didn't make playoffs, so it's not a, you know, desirable ending, to be honest. But I just want to say thank you to all the fans, and also I'm just glad that we are able to actually keep our pride a little bit with this 2-match win streak in the end. And we'll get to hear from Dread after the entire interview is finished. Now, BDD, this was a very rough season, but regular split has come to an end with a winning streak. Well, even though we didn't make playoffs, still we were able to get the dub in the last 2 matches. I know. I mean, this KDF series would have been really important for you. I mean, yeah, it would have been great if we could win this, but it doesn't really change any kind of outcome, so I felt a lot more comfortable participating in this series, to be honest. Then, what is your personal goal as you just finished your summer split this year? I think not only this season, but just this entire year, I was so like not proactive, you know. I was never making, you know, any action on my end, so I hope to become a lot more proactive and aggressive next year. Ghost, how are you feeling about your play today? It was a 2-0 win. I mean, I made mistakes in game number 1, but still, we were able to get the win by playing well, not just punishing the mistakes of the opponent. So I'm pretty satisfied with the way we played and won the game. And game 2, you actually let Kalista through and played the Phelios Leona comp into it. After we got, you know, slapped by the Leona in the Freddy Brion series, we kind of realized actually Kalista Mumu gets countered by Leona, so we were not too afraid of Kalista Mumu comp, ending up in the opponent's draft. And Ghost, any words over to all the Nongshim players as you are the captain of Nongshim Red Force? I mean, it was a very, very rough season, you know. Thank you for pushing through with us until the very end. And even though we didn't make playoffs, I'm so happy that we got a very clean 2-0 win in the end. Thank you, guys. And let's hear from Snowflower. You made a return to the LCK after a long while. How was this summer split to you? Well, I only played for the second round robin, so it was not too long, so I left a lot to be desired. I think I really have to improve a lot. And Prey actually came to Lowell Park to support you. You saw him on camera earlier, but I guess he left at the end of the match. Any word over to, any message over to Prey? Thank you for showing up to Lowell Park, which is not really that far away from your place. And I guess he couldn't be bothered to watch the interview. And then, yeah, after you made a comeback in the second round, you actually become a pillar of Nongshim Red Force, you know, being the solid and stable member of the roster. So, I'm not really sure, but if I can still play as a professional player next year, but, you know, I also have some other complicated, you know, military duty stuff going on, so I think I'll also need to find out more. But thank you for your support, everyone. And Effort, long time no see. Hi, I'm Effort, Nongshim Red Force support. Yeah, you subbed in game number 2 and also brought your team to victory. How did it feel to return to Lowell Park and play on stage? You know, even when I was watching our team play, you know, I could tell that they were, you know, ramping up and on a good momentum. And then I got to play together with them too, so I'm so happy that we got the win. Well, this year definitely was a disappointing year, but still I have a very long way to go, so I hope I can come back stronger in the next year. And lastly, we have Dread joining us online. Welcome, hello. Congratulations, Dread. Thank you. How do you feel about the win? Well, this season, you know, left a lot to be desired, you know. I'm pretty bummed, to be honest, but still, I'm so happy with the win. Yeah, I mean, you know, playing while having COVID must have not been that easy, but you were able to actually bring your team to victory by taking and securing most of the objectives in the series today. When you're playing Wukong, you know, when you do Q smite, he can mostly win smite fights. So it was a little bit easier this time around. And thank you so much for joining us, even though you still you're not still feeling 100% well. Any last words for the fans? Well, I was not able to play in front of the live audience and our fans because of COVID, but you know, I really wanted to meet our fans to close out the season. So it's a bummer that I couldn't make it there today. We wish for your speedy recovery, Dread, and looking forward to inviting you back to Lowell Park stage in the future. Thank you so much. And a fan sign saying, Dread, get well soon. Now, Ghost, any final message for all the fans and any last, you know, gentleman's bow to close out this interview? Can I take my time? I have a very long kind of comment. So, I have a word for all the LCK viewers and fans. So, it's a sport, so someone wins, which means someone loses, you know, and there are standings as an outcome of that result, you know, but sometimes, which means some teams shine and some teams cannot. I'm so sorry. So there are many teams that actually cannot get the attention and find the same amount of success. I'm so sorry about this. But still, I just want to say thank you for all the fans who kept supporting us, so we were never giving up. And I just want to say thank you to all the fans supporting us over the course of time. I definitely agree with Ghost. And I'm happy that you guys are able to get so much support from the fans until the very end of the summer split. And this will be the end of the interview from the Nongshim players as they were having the final match of the year. And farewell, everyone. Now this will be the end of the interview from Nongshim Radforce and back to the casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. A very important message that goes to send out to all the fans, including you guys at home. There are winners, there are losers. Everybody deserves the support and the love, and he is so thankful to all you guys out there who are cheering for Nongshim and all the other teams that, you know, they're not the top of the table, they're not making playoffs. They still love the support. Even, you know, a little anecdote from the Fred Brion manager. We talked about all the, you know, the Giga Chads and chat and stuff like that, and it's a fun meme, but he loves that. They love all that support, so it is very important you guys understand what Ghost is trying to say.
Yeah, wise words from a veteran, a world champion, to the fans. The fans love to hear that from him as well. Playoffs. It's the next destination here for LCK starting on Wednesday. We will, of course, be skipping Friday for the break as this selection will be made on Thursday night for Gen G. It's going to be a pretty amazing top 6 here.
I can't wait. I think that is a more chaotic playoffs than we've seen in a while. Truly feels like there's multiple dark horse runs or your tried and true T1 Gen G. That is always, that probably will end up being the final. But the fact that
could be
there's other chances, I think is great.
Yeah, it's great. I love the fact that it's not, you know, set in stone. There's also Challenger playoffs. So if you want to be ahead of the curve, make sure you're watching those playoffs. Check out Chronicler's stream. He's going to co-stream that. And yeah, it's just been a great split for the regular season, but we do have more on the way. Join us for Live Sandbox up against DRX. Should be an awesome time. We don't know who's going to be casting that or what's going to be going on, but we're all going to be involved. So make sure you guys are tuning in for that one. But yeah, it's been a great time. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next Wednesday for more of the LCK playoffs. Take a good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Standing on the edge of this big love.